The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751. Master Feng Shen is unparalleled in the world. You have already made the enemy vomit blood with just words. You are too powerful. You are the strongest. Kill this bad woman. The woman in the village had already vomited blood, and immediately became excited. Although I don't know what the two sides talked about just now, what I can know is that Lord Feng Shen is really too powerful if he really is a worthy man with a great reputation. Feng Shen has a great reputation and has long been one of the strongest in the world, and now he can defeat his opponent with the words at this time. The village chief saw this and was shocked to the sky. Man, Lord Feng Shen is so terrifying, but at this moment, Shen Feng fainted when he saw Xiang, and immediately showed a helpless look, and then said to Lu Xian, "Go to the side of the car, change Xing, and let Xing bring her own set. Come here with the clothes. This is my friend, don't talk nonsense." Lu Xian nodded quickly and said, "I know the city lord, we will definitely not go out and talk nonsense, so don't worry." Afterwards, Lu Xian left quickly. He thought that there was still a fierce battle to face, but who would have thought that the city lord knew each other? Under the current circumstances, the battle would definitely not start, and then Lu Xian would go to get Qi Lingshan called over. Shen Feng suddenly remembered something, and quickly shouted to Lu Xian, "Also, take the long wooden box from the car, you know the reason." Of course, Lu Xian knew why. After hearing the conversation between Shen Feng and Xiang, he also knew that this woman liked Yu Hangai, so he ran all the way to rescue her, but it was a pity that he failed in the end. Next, Xing came over with what Shen Feng asked for, and Shen Feng asked Xing to take care of Xiang, but the first moment Xing saw Xiang, he thought he had seen Qin Kui, because the two were really close. It was so similar, especially the aura on her body. She was almost exactly the same as Qin Kui, but Shen Feng didn't say much useful information, and it was impossible for Xing to know the identity of this woman. Next, Xing found a complete room, boiled water for Sayaka to take a bath, threw away all the tattered clothes on her body, and after cleaning carefully, bandaged the wound on Sayaka's feet, and put on her own clothes. After seriously dressing up, she is really graceful and charming. Xing couldn't help but guess wildly in her heart. Could it be that this woman is also the old friend of the city lord? Otherwise, why would the city lord let me take care of it? On the other hand, Shen Feng found the village head, and ignored the flattery of the village head, but directly ordered, "This supernatural person is also my friend." The previous thing was probably a misunderstanding. "I will persuade her. If you leave here, you can bring back the people in your village, but you'd better not go out and talk nonsense about this matter." After the village head heard what Shen Feng said, he was immediately surprised. He didn't expect that this crazy woman was someone known by Feng Shen. From this point of view, the crazy woman will never be killed, and I can admit that I am unlucky. Who let me provoke the supernatural being? Lu Xian approached Shen Feng at this time and asked, "City Master, according to what this woman said, Yu Hangai had already recovered from his injuries before he was taken away. He might still be alive now. Are we also want to look for it?" After hearing this, Shen Feng shook his head without hesitation, and said, "No, you absolutely can't do this. Among other things, if we dare to search for Yu Hangai with the great fanfare, it is equivalent to directly telling the world that Yu Hangai hasn't if you are dead, and if you search secretly, it will be useless. This is Taihang Mountain. I don't know how tens of thousands of mountains there are. How do you search?" Lu Xian nodded. What Shen Feng was worried about was indeed a serious problem. After all, in the eyes of the world, Yu Hangai was an out-and-out villain. He had killed too many innocent people. It's continued to live? Shen Feng continued, "In addition, if Yu Hangai is still alive, he has probably recovered within 2 months. According to what Xiang said, Yu Hangai will take the initiative to look for Xiang. Those who believe, especially those who are serious about their feelings, will definitely do what they promised, but now, there is no news about Yu Hangai, so it is obvious, Yu Hangai probably died outside, so now there will be no news for a long time. If there is news, it has already appeared before our eyes." Shen Feng can also be considered to know Yu Hangai very well. After all, they have been together for more than half a year. Such a long time is enough to see a person clearly. Now that Yu Henggai has no news, if he is still alive, he will definitely find a way. Those who contact Sei Xiang will take the initiative to go to the What country if they fail. As a result, there is no news now, which means that Yu Henggai is probably dead. After Shen Feng analyzed Yu Henggai's state, Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan also nodded in agreement, thinking that Yu Henggai must have died in the hands of the owl at this moment. Sei Xiang had also woken up, and Shen Feng immediately persuaded him, people cannot be resurrected after death. Sei Xiang, you should just be sad, and besides, if Yu Henggai saw you like this in the spirit of the sky, he would not want to see you give up on yourself. And Sei Xiang was still lying on the bed at this time, without saying a word. Her eyes were blank, like a salted fish that had lost her dream. In fact, Sei Xiang knows everything. She is also an ice snow and smart woman. It's not that she doesn't understand anything. She is willing to accept the fact that Yu Henggai is dead, so she is deceiving herself, but her subconscious mind keeps saying that Yu Henggai is dead. These two conflicts in her mind directly led to problems with Sei Xiang's mental state and become a madman in the eyes of others' mother-in-law. Now at this time, Shen Feng directly told the truth, and after learning the news, Sei Xiang finally faced the reality directly, without saying anything, but started to cry silently, and was soon beaten by the quilt wet. At this point, Shen Feng could only take out Yu Henggai's Hyper Dragon Mace, handed it to Sei Xiang, and said, "This is the weapon Yu Henggai used before. Now, I will give it to you. If you have a little thought, don't continue. It's embarrassing for the people in this village, and the villagers are all poor people who make ends meet. Let them continue to live here." When Shen Feng found out Yu Henggai's weapon, Sei Xiang's eyes immediately shone brightly. After seeing the Kanglong mace, she recalled Yu Henggai back then. This weapon was often used by Yu Henggai, but now it appeared in front of her eyes. Thinking about people, he immediately thought of Yu Henggai's vigorous face. Next, Shen Feng continued to comfort. Sei Xiang finally cheered up. She said immediately, "I don't believe Master Yu Henggai will die like this. I will come here every year to search. Now I have to go back first. Shen Fuiao, my lord, if you have any news about Lord Yu Henggai, please notify me quickly, and I will definitely come here in the shortest possible time." Seeing that the other party finally calmed down, Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It is not always easy for the other party to accept the truth, especially the news of the death of a loved one. It is even more difficult to accept. But at this time, Sei Xiang said another message, "Lord Shen Fuiao, the people in this village are not good people. I was looking for someone in the mountains, but they jointly tricked me into coming here, saying that they can find me here. The person who wanted me to marry a bachelor in the village after I came. Isn't this a prison sentence? So I started killing people. If someone else was here, I would have been forced to become someone else's wife." After hearing the inside story, Shen Feng frowned suddenly and said, "I didn't expect it to be like this. You were tricked into coming here. It seems that these villagers are not so-called simple people, but I think this matter should be forgotten. You have burned half of their village, and their lives will be very painful in the future, so I don't want you to continue to revenge them." Shen Feng now also understands that these villagers have actually concealed the most important information, and used himself to retake the village for them. It is obvious that they are trying to find a wife for the bachelors in the village. Finally, after the accident, but she threw away all the responsibilities, and instead accused Sayaka of being a crazy woman. After Suzing heard the news, she showed an expression of disbelief at the time. She never expected such a reversal. In this way, isn't her sympathy being used? Sei Xiang nodded, and said, "Master Shen Fuiao, I understand. I will leave from here, but I will never come to this place again. This world, no matter where it is, has become extremely dangerous." Sei Xiang hugged the Kanglong mace tightly, as if she was hugging Yu Henggai. Her whole body had fallen into memories. This Yu Henggai who she spent only a month with each other, let her never forget, because when she was most desperate, it was Yu Henggai who helped her. So at this moment, Sei Xiang also wants to repay Yu Henggai with her own strength, but the opportunity is gone, and Shen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Sei Xiang can return to normal, it will be a good thing. As for Sei Xiang, she will come to look for it every year in the future. Obviously, she has not given up, so she can only let her go. The time is it will dilute everything, and I hope Sayaka can get out of the shadows as soon as possible. Originally, Shen Feng was going to bring the Kanglong mace back to Yazhao and hand it over to Yu Henggai's parents, but right now, Sei Xiang obviously needed comfort more, So at this time, Shen Feng could only hand over the Kanglong mace to Yu Henggai on his own initiative. Next, Shen Feng will continue to set off, but before leaving, Shen Feng said to the villagers in the village, "In the future, if you still want to imprison the passing women and make them daughter-in-laws for the bachelors in the village, then look, this is what will happen to you." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng condensed hundreds of wind blades, and after flying out, he directly hit the charred skeleton of the house on one side, and the black skeleton immediately fell down, stirring up countless dust. This scene was shocking everyone in the village. Everyone said quickly, "We dare not, we will never dare again." In many TV dramas and even novels, the villagers are actually described as that kind of simple image, but in fact, the villagers often have their own plans. These villagers are also shady behind the scenes, especially in the ancient society where close relatives concealed each other. Everyone would hide from each other, while showing unity to the outside world. Therefore, in ancient times, women often disappeared. As for where the missing women went, it is often unknown. Maybe they were arrested by bachelors to become daughter-in-laws, or they were locked up by many people. And that's what a country thieves who don't often exist in the books do. Apparently Xiang also encountered this kind of situation. A bachelor thought she was a crazy woman, so he tricked her to the mountain in the name of helping find someone, and planned to distribute it to the bachelors in the village. But unexpectedly, she entered the village. The woman in the movie turned out to be a supernatural being. Chapter 752. The existence of country thieves, let alone in the doomsday, existed even before the doomsday. The most typical thing is abduction and trafficking. When the police go to rescue abducted women, they often encounter surrounded. The whole village is united like never before. Even a police car can smash it for you. It is obviously wrong to say that these people are uneducated, because many people who hinder the police are high school students or even college students. In the village, high school students and college students absolutely represent people with high education. People of this kind are always educated people, right? But even these people will participate in it, and the reason can only be called a village thief. The appearance of thieves is due to historical reasons, and has little to do with the level of education. The reason why thieves exist is because thieves gather and act through the slogan of clan unity. Most people are attracted by such slogans. It is almost impossible to get out of it if you are trapped in it. A village bandit is actually a kind of sect bandit, because in the underdeveloped situation in ancient times, the village sages had the right to speak, so they also had to intervene in all affairs in the village, such as weddings and funerals, marrying, dividing houses and land, and when it's time to plant crops, they all have to listen to these people. So those who have the right to speak can coerce public opinion. When the village encounters difficulties, it is often that the whole family is in trouble, and the whole village will help. The reason is very simple. If you don't help, you will be rejected. If there is something going on at home, other people will ignore you, even if you ask you to shout loudly. And now Shen Feng began to directly threaten the villagers. If you still dare to imprison the passers-by, then I can only treat you as robbers. I hope you can take care of yourself. Many villagers kowtowed quickly. They didn't expect that the matter would be revealed directly, and they also knew the woman who burned the village. If Shen Feng was angered, the whole village would be destroyed. Fortunately, Shen Feng only threatened, but if it was just a threat, the villagers would naturally agree, saying that they would never make this mistake again in the future. Shen Feng will continue on his way after dealing with the matter here. As for Xiang, he plans to return to his hometown after the injury on his foot is healed. I don't have any unreasonable thoughts about Sayaka. Just as Shen Feng was about to set off, the village had said to Shen Feng, "Master Fengshen, if you pass by the Guanyin Temple in the south, be careful. A month ago there appeared an extremely powerful monster in the Guanyin Temple. People with a group of people are setting up checkpoints over there to collect tolls. If you want to pass through the road he occupies, you have to pay." After hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help sighing. It's really shallow water. There are big brothers everywhere, and people who block the road, and robbers everywhere. The world changes too fast. In the former land of China, bandits have been wiped out. When the country was founded, bandits were suppressed all over the country. There were at least hundreds of thousands of bandits in each province. People went up the mountain with torches to catch bandits, and finally under the vast ocean of the people, the profession of bandits was wiped out. As a result, now that the doomsday has come, it has only been 3 years, and there are already bandits and robbers everywhere. The changes of the times, it's just too big. Su Xing was eager to try it now. If she dared to charge tolls, It would be obvious that the other party must be a real bandit, so in this case it was time for her to show her fists, and then she said seriously, "City Lord, let's go south. I can really kill bandits. If you don't believe me, I'll show you." Shen Feng waved his hand and said, "There is something wrong. If you continue to walk in the mountains, you will only be robbed. Walking all the way is a waste of time. When will we go back? Next, let's leave Taihang Mountain and go to the plains, and go back earlier." Shen Feng can understand Su Xing's desire to prove herself. After all, Su Xing has not given up on killing bandits. Now killing bandits can prove her ability and determination, but Shen Feng doesn't want to spend time outside anymore. Bandits, they are all in the Pearl Mountains and bad waters, so why should I look for trouble when I have nothing to do? I just go out of the mountains. The roads in the plains are wide and safe. Not to mention, as soon as Su Xing heard this, he immediately showed a disappointed expression, obviously feeling that he would have no chance to perform in the future. From ancient times to the present, plain areas have been a symbol of prosperity and peace, because these places are the easiest to develop economically, but they are also the easiest to control. Going to the plains is always much safer. Of course, the name of taxation will become more righteous. Shen Feng originally didn't want to be exposed to others. After all, the relationship with the headquarters is not very good now. If someone is against you, it is really impossible to guard against, but now, the world is full of bandits and robbers. If you continue to walk in the mountains, you will encounter danger in the future. It is better to go to the plains. At most, you will not live in other people's cities. All the mountains and rivers in the world are the same. Not only there are bandits near Yashao, even in the Taihang Mountains, there are also many bandits, and there are quite a few of them. In this case, Shen Feng and his party left the mountain directly. Going to the plains and going directly south, the speed is also much faster, and on this side of an important traffic road in the Taihang Mountains, a group of professional bandits are lighting a fire by the side of the road to warm up. In the middle of the road there are two wooden frames. It was removed from the inside, and there were still some moths and cracks on it. At this time, the pillars were placed horizontally, directly blocking the driveway. No matter who it is, as long as they want to pass through here, they need to pay first, and if they don't pay, they are not allowed to pass. At this time, a group of bandits were warming up the fire, and a dozen sweet potatoes were thrown into the fire, and they were stewing the sweet potatoes while roasting, and the aroma could be smelled from time to time. The leader of the bandit is a man with scars all over his face, and he can't see his true face anymore, but looking at his appearance other than the scars, he doesn't look very old, because there are not many wrinkles on his face. But even if he is young, the people around can only respectfully address the scarred person as big brother, and a young man then said to the boss, "Brother, it's winter now, we have been waiting here and we can't find anyone. Why don't you take us to a nearby village to borrow food? It's better than collecting food. Much better." Towels, bandits are not good stubblers, they just block roads and rob. When there are no passers-by, they will stare at the nearby villages. Let alone rabbits don't eat grass by the side of the nest. Bandits don't care about these things. They don't care if they are full or not. The so-called borrowing of food is naturally going to blackmail them now. Xiaoluo said that he would borrow food so as not to wait for passers-by by the side of the road. This can be regarded as a return to tradition. However, after hearing this, the elder brother with a face full of scars slapped him with a slap. Then he said, "Are you treating me as a fool? I have to listen to your advice in everything." After receiving this slap, Xiaoluo hurriedly said aggrievedly, "Brother, I am loyal to you. How can I have two hearts with you? I am also kind, and I am giving you advice." After the eldest brother heard this, he immediately said angrily, "You know what? If you really borrow food, you are really a bandit. I know that someone has ambitions, not the kind of bandit who robs houses." The young man looked at his elder brother puzzled, and asked, "But elder brother, aren't we just bandits now? Blocking roads and robbing are also bandits, and borrowing food is also a bandit. What's the difference?" This sentence is a good question, but other people are also very puzzled. Blocking roads and robbing is a bandit, and borrowing food is also a bandit. The same is a bandit. The latter one is still worthless business, making more money, but the elder brother doesn't do it. I really can't figure it out." And the eldest brother Bai Shiansi said at this time, "Are you all a bunch of fools? You don't understand this? We collect tolls in accordance with the rules." What are the rules? The rules are about trustworthiness. In the future, there will definitely be caravans from us. After that, we can continue to grow as long as we collect tolls. Instead, what you say is receiving food, buying and selling without money, and having no credit at all, will eventually be replaced by others. I want to build a base. Base? Many bandits were stunned when they heard this. The name of the base is not simple. It takes at least 2,000 people to be called a base, right? Moreover, the base is official. Can these bandits build a base? Bai Xianxi continued, that's right, even in the mountains you have to have lofty aspirations. Being a bandit will end badly, and you will either be wiped out by others in the future, or you can't survive and die naturally. The only way to build a base, only then can there be a profit. After hearing the boss's speech, everyone immediately fell in admiration, because the boss's knowledge is too broad, and he has such lofty ideals. Even if he is a bandit, he is not an ordinary bandit, and he can think of so many things afterwards. Someone flattered him knowingly, brother is amazing, even if you lose your memory, you can still know so much. If you can restore your memory, will you be able to pay it back? Everyone has also heard about the glorious deeds of the boss. It was a person who appeared in front of everyone from the sky 2 months ago, and was picked up by their current sister-in-law after that, because it was the sister-in-law who asked for a gift from heaven, and the result was lost. In the Avalokitesvara temple, so it was named Xianxi, with infinite power, even if it is a second-order evolutionary. In front of him, that little strength is nothing, so people continue to admire Xianxi's prestige. Then he joined Xianxi's subordinates, and the most important thing is that when Bai Xianxi fell from the sky, his face was already covered with blood, especially there was a gap in the head, and Bai Sensen's brain could be seen from the gap, but, even under such a serious injury, he survived. He didn't die from infection, nor did he die from excessive blood loss. It's a miracle that he survived, so if you look closely, you can still see that there is a piece of Xianxi's head missing, and there is a sunken place after waking up. Xianxi immediately lost his memory and forgot everything he had experienced before, but luckily he did not become a fool after Bai Xianxi heard the flattery of his subordinates. He said lightly, leave the past alone. Maybe the past made me sad and frightened. It's better to forget everything. Afterwards, Bai Xianxi said to his subordinates, your vision is too short-sighted, you can't just focus on the present, understand? When my base develops, I will marry you all, and live a good life in the future. As for grabbing food, I don't allow this kind of thing to happen in my territory. After hearing the words of the boss, everyone nodded quickly. Although it is a bit hard now, it is really not easy for the boss to have such a long-term perspective. Following such a boss will definitely have a better future, so they hurriedly agree to come down at this time. The sweet potatoes were already cooked in the charcoal fire. Xianxi found a branch and started pulling the charcoal fire. The aroma immediately filled the air, and then everyone ate sweet potatoes one by one. I have to say, this is really sweet. Period. Chapter 753 The Melon Thief. Shen Feng and his group were driving on the plain, and their speed suddenly became very fast. Wherever they passed, many people were welcoming Shen Feng's arrival. It seemed that the blockade of Shen Feng from the headquarters did not exist. This made Su Jing see, I have to admire it in my eyes. City Master, you are really famous all over the world. No matter where you go, you can always be welcomed by others. It would be really great if I could reach this level. Su Jing said to Shen Feng immediately. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, the times make heroes. Who made me famous too early? If you killed the Corpse King, you would be known by others. Besides, if you work hard in the future, it's not necessarily impossible to be more famous than me. The reason why Shen Feng is famous all over the country is that it was broadcast live nationwide when he supported Rongchen. If the person who killed the Corpse King at that time became Su Jing, I believe Su Jing is also famous all over the world, and Su Jing's current strength is definitely stronger than Shen Feng, who fought against the Corpse King back then. So, after all, wanting to be famous also has something to do with luck. After hearing what Shen Feng said, Su Jing smiled wryly. Ifs do not exist in the world, and even at the beginning, Su Jing was only a first-order evolutionary. Zombies are no opponents, let alone fighting the Corpse King afterwards. Su Jing could only say helplessly, if I'm not strong enough, even if the opportunity is in front of me, I can't grasp it, but as long as I can kill the bandits, my reputation will definitely be in the mouths of everyone in the future. Spread the word, City Lord, look, do you agree with me to kill the bandits? Shen Feng didn't know how many times he had heard Su Jing talk about his dreams, and now he was really entangled by Su Jing and had no choice but to do so. Originally, Shen Feng hoped that Su Xing could become a bodyguard like Luo Qing. At that time, he would be able to fight at critical moments, and he would not be underestimated by others in normal times, but Su Xing wanted to fight, so at this moment, Shen Feng was so entangled by Su Xing that he couldn't help it, so he could only nod his head in agreement and said, okay, we will discuss this matter when we return to Yazhou. Go out to kill the bandits when you have time, but you have to go back to Yazhou to fight at the critical moment, understand? After getting this answer, Su Xing immediately felt grateful to Shen Feng, because she didn't expect her request to be in vain in the end, and then said emotionally, Brother Shen Feng, I knew you could understand my feelings, don't worry, I will definitely not live up to your expectations. Shen Feng shrugged and said nothing, while Su Xing began to fantasize about his reputation spreading among the rescued people. Su Xing also dreams of becoming a hero, and the purpose of becoming a hero is not for the common people in the world, she simply enjoys the feeling of being praised by others at this time. Su Xing had already begun to fantasize about the moment when she became famous, but at this moment, Shen Feng thought, little girl, it's probably just a 3-minute popularity, and when I know the difficulty, I will choose facing the difficulties. He retreated. Next, Shen Feng left the Shaanxi region from the plain between Taihang Mountain and Lulian Mountain. Originally, Shen Feng planned to stop by to see who the 13 Taibao in Lulian Mountain belonged to, but the strength on his side it was not enough, so after careful consideration, Shen Feng still chose to give up, planning to take another look when he had time later. However, when Shen Feng crossed the Henan border and arrived in the Hubei area, he found someone hanging himself. This is a woman in her 30s and 40s, with many wrinkles on her face. She looks like a person who has experienced many vicissitudes of life. At this time, she has found a crooked neck tree by the roadside, tied a rope to the tree, and under the rope is a noose. As long as you put your head in the noose, after your feet leave the ground, your body will fall down, and the noose will shrink more and more tightly. And beside the middle-aged woman who hanged herself, there was a little child who looked ignorant. At this time, the child was still gnawing her fingers and looked at the mother next to her with a puzzled expression into the noose. After seeing this scene, Su Xing immediately became excited and said, look, city lord, someone is going to hang himself over there. Before that, Su Xing had always thought that hanging himself was the kind of thing in TV dramas where he threw the white silk on the beam of the house and stood on the stool, and nothing happened. But at this moment, Su Xing saw it with his own eyes. Seeing the real process of hanging himself, it was necessary to put his head in the noose. He was stunned, and this woman wanted to abandon her child to die. What happened? Why can't you think about it so much? At this time, the woman had already put her neck in the noose, and the next thing was to leave her feet off the ground, and she was about to commit suicide. Fortunately, at this time, Shen Feng flew out with a wind blade, cutting the rope directly, and the woman then fell to the ground. Qi Lingshan stopped immediately, while Su Xing quickly got out of the car, walked over to the Q&A search. Big sister, why don't you think about it? You still have a child now. If you die, what will happen to the child? At this time, the woman also sat up slowly from the ground, saw Su Xing asking, and immediately cried out, I don't want to live anymore. This world is too cruel. I can't live anymore. I am now. As for the child, it depends on which kind-hearted person can adopt him, and I have no ability to continue to raise him. After the woman cried, the 4 or 5-year-old child seemed to feel something, and also cried. Seeing this situation, Su Xing quickly persuaded the other party, Big sister, don't get excited. Death can't solve the problem. There is no obstacle in the world, so you must cheer up. Don't give up and live hope. What happened? Shen Feng and others also got out of the car at this time. The three of them also wanted to know why this woman wanted to die. Now that the mutated birds have basically gone to the southern hemisphere, they should not be threatened at present. Then, what is the difficulty? The woman slowly explained at this time. Little girl, you don't know. The reason why I wanted to die was because I was kicked out of the village here, and I couldn't live anymore. They even snatched me away. I really don't know what to do in the future. Winter is coming now. We don't have food. We will die sooner or later. It's better to end this life by ourselves. Next, the woman explained the reason. It turned out that this year she had planted a 5th of pumpkins and planned to sell them. After hearing the news of the emergence of mutated birds, the woman used a lot of twigs. Cover the pumpkin, and when the mutated bird went down the mountain later, the food in the village was basically eaten by the birds, but it's no wonder that nothing happened to the ones she planted, and the people in the village didn't want to be hungry, So they spotted the pumpkin. The young people in the village still want face and don't want to do such things as stealing, but those old people don't know what face is at all, so they start stealing pumpkins directly. This matter was finally discovered by the woman, so they directly I just scolded a few old men and women who stole pumpkins. I'm not dead. As a result, one old man died of excitement, so the whole village started targeting women and drove her out. As for the pumpkins, they were all detained down ever since. The woman who left the village was unable to support herself and her child at all, and finally chose to hang herself by the side of the road, while the child was left to God to take care of. By the way, take the child away, maybe you can raise it into an adult. After hearing such a narration, Su Xing became angry at the time, and immediately scolded, "This is not old, this is completely a ghost, stealing pumpkins while old," and after being scolded, "I'm so excited, but I still want to drive others out. Isn't this just blatant blackmail? A village like this should really be wiped out." When there was a shortage of food, he focused on stealing food from other people's homes. This was obviously premeditated, and the method was too low-handed. Su Xing was very angry. People in a village were robbing orphans and widows of food, and it is also life-saving food. From this point of view, the people in the whole village are not good people. After Shen Feng heard what happened, he could only sigh helplessly, and said, "Nine-headed birds in the sky, and Hubei guys on the ground. It really is a well-deserved reputation. Group steal pumpkins. It was like this before the end of the day, and it's the same during the end of the day." So, Shen Feng also heard that there were frequent looting incidents in this area, but that was before the end of the world. At that time, a company contracted the land in the village to plant peanuts and other crops. As a result, when it was about to be harvested, there will be looting immediately. The villagers will all loot the avatar of planting, and if your police want to arrest people, then arrest the whole village, and at this time, everyone will often choose to calm down. As for the company that has contracted the land in the village has no choice but to admit that it is unlucky. This is a very helpless thing, and before the doomsday, the food in dozens of acres of land was not worth much money, at most more than 1 million yuan. No one would care, but now at this time, it turns out that the pumpkins in the 5-point field of orphans and widows cost a lot of money. Snatching, this is really shameless. It was the family's rations for the next half a year, and it was shamelessly taken away. No matter who heard about it, it would be crazy. Su Xing immediately looked at Shen Feng and asked, "City Master, shall we teach these people a lesson? At least we want to uphold justice." After Shen Feng heard this, he shook his head helplessly and said, "Administer justice? Now that they have been kicked out, it is obviously impossible to go back, even if the villagers are under the threat of our force. Promise, and when we leave, they will still be kicked out." Su Xing immediately felt embarrassed. For bandits and the like, Su Xing could directly kill them because they were not worthy of pity. However, it was obviously impossible for Su Xing to do anything to the villagers. Moreover, facing a group of hobsmeat, if you do it, it is equivalent to desperately facing the whole village. You can't kill everyone in a village, right? At this time, the woman who hanged herself knelt in front of Su Xing, and begged bitterly, "Miss, I see that you are a kind-hearted lady, and I ask you to adopt my child. I will miss you again next time, please promise this matter." When Su Xing heard this, she became anxious immediately, and quickly said, No, this is absolutely impossible. I'm not married yet, how can I adopt a child? I really can't do this." Facing the request of the dying person, Su Xing was very embarrassed. She wanted to help, but she was powerless. She was not yet 18 years old, and she was still a minor, so she adopted someone else at this time. It's completely unreasonable, but I still can't turn a blind eye to the other party's request, so I almost entered a dilemma. Fortunately, Shen Feng rescued Su Xing at this time. "Big sister, don't be like this. I can provide you with some food and weapons here. You can find a more tolerant village and continue to live. We can even give you a gift, Chang. You still have hope of surviving in the future." Shen Feng has already reached this point, and the woman can only nod helplessly, because she can also see that these people in front of her will not adopt her own children, so now that they can continue to live on, they should continue to take care of their children. In the end, the woman could only nod her head in agreement, and said, "Then I will trouble the gentlemen and ladies." The only thing Shen Feng can do is to bring the woman to a village that is willing to accept her. The other Shen Feng will do nothing, and it is impossible for him to bring her back to Yazhao, because there are so many people in need of help in this world. There are too many. If you see one and take it away, Yazhao will become overcrowded sooner or later. Chapter 754. Shen Feng has also discovered that famine has already occurred across the country. If this year is the same as last year, everyone may be hungry, but it will not be particularly serious. But in this autumn, the number of birds has skyrocketed exponentially. Not only the number of mutated birds in China has skyrocketed, but also many migratory birds in Siberia are also moving south. The number is tens of millions at least, and hundreds of millions at most. Mutant birds gather in China, and mutated birds can also eat grain, especially in the 1950s and 1960s. Sparrows were one of the four pests. Because sparrows can eat grains, the mutated bird is still an omnivore. It eats meat if it has meat, and seeds if it has seeds, and the Chinese harvest is in autumn, and a large amount of food is directly eaten by the mutated bird, and then famine broke out. The woman Shen Feng met on the road, who was kicked out of the village, was actually a victim of the famine. If there was no famine, she would still be able to continue living in the village with her children. In the end, Shen Feng took the woman to a village by the water. The village here mainly grows water chestnut and lotus root, which can barely be counted as food after drying. After explaining the situation, the village chief agreed. After thinking about it, the village head's idea is very simple. There are still a few bachelors in the village who don't have wives, and my nephew is still single. If this continues, I don't know when I will find a wife. It's better to leave this orphan and widow. It will also increase the population of the village in the future, so, the village head said directly, then stay here. Next year, you will follow the men in our village to plant water chestnuts and raise fish. As long as there is something to eat in the village, you two will not die of hunger. After the village chief said these words, the woman immediately burst into tears of gratitude, and now it is great to find a group that is willing to accept her at this time. The village chief looked at Shen Feng instead, and said suspiciously, "It's strange, why do I feel that you look familiar?" Shen Feng smiled and said, "There are too many people in the world who look alike. Village chief, you may have misremembered, that's why you think I look familiar." Shen Feng thinks this village is pretty good and can accept women from outside, but after all, there is still food in this village, so it can accept others. The village Shen Feng asked about before does not even have enough food for himself, let alone helping others. When Shen Feng said this, the village had no doubts, and then he took the mother and son to live in an idle room in the village. Shen Feng then went to Yazhao. Just after entering Yazhao, Shen Feng saw that there are many people digging wild vegetables in the field. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng was shocked immediately and asked, "Is there also a famine in Yazhao?" In doubt, Shen Feng got out of the car and asked, "Is there a famine in Yazhao now?" When everyone saw Shen Feng appearing here, they knew that the city lord had returned. They were shocked immediately, and then replied, "Report to the city lord, there is no famine in Yazhao. Besides, if there is a famine, there will be no wild vegetables on the mountain. We don't have the opportunity to dig wild vegetables like this now." After hearing this answer, Shen Feng also understood that if there really was a famine, there would be nothing left of the wild vegetables during the famines in the past dynasties, no matter in the mountains or in the water. As long as they were edible, they were all eaten, not to mention wild vegetables, even the bark and grass roots would be eaten. So the other way around, as long as wild vegetables can be found in the wild, it means that there is still food to eat, and there is no famine. Then Shen Feng continued to ask, "Since there is no famine in Yazhao, why do you still dig wild vegetables?" After Shen Feng asked this question, the person in front of him then replied, "The city owner doesn't know, it's almost winter now, and those of us don't have any work to farm the fields. Not much. In order to reduce food consumption, we can only dig wild vegetables, at least we can save a little." Shen Feng suddenly realized that it turned out to be like this. There was no work to do in winter, so he had nothing to do, so he had to choose to dig wild vegetables. After learning the truth of the matter, Shen Feng also wanted to continue to understand the situation in Yazhao, so he continued to ask, "Then can you still live? Will there be any difficulties in life?" When asked this question, the villager who was asked immediately said, "Thanks to the care of the city lord, we can still live now. As long as we are strong, we can live with our hands and eat food every month. Order meat. There has been no famine in Yazhao, not to mention the city lord. I will continue to dig wild vegetables." After finishing speaking, the person who is questioned set off with a small hoe and a backpack. Fortunately, this is the south, and wild vegetables can be found even in winter. If it was in the north, the entire ground would be bare, let alone wild vegetables. Even weeds may not be able to be found. Shen Feng then got into the car in a good mood. After learning that there was no threat of famine in Yazhou, he was in a better mood, because as long as the people below can eat enough, there will be no major disturbances in Yazhou. However, when Shen Feng was in the car, Su Xing suddenly asked, "City Lord, tell me, if there is no food anywhere else, are you going to run to Yazhou?" After hearing this, the smile on Shen Feng's face disappeared immediately, because he knew that it must be like this. When the areas around Yazhou have no food, only Yazhou still has food, and Yazhou at that time, there will inevitably be a large influx of refugees, and the food in Yazhou will still be in a hurry. After being reminded by Su Xing, Shen Feng immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. At this moment, he can't be complacent, because there are more crises hidden in the future. Then, let's go back to Yazhou as soon as possible. Lu Xian, inform the city lord's mansion and say that there is no need to greet him. This time is not a triumph anyway, so there is no need to make a big fuss every time we come back. Shen Feng immediately said to Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded, and immediately informed Yazhou that the city lord's mansion did not need to welcome him. This time, it only took 2 months to set off, which is not a long time. After Shen Feng came back, the fields had already planted winter wheat, as the name suggests, is wheat that grows in winter and is harvested in spring, and the greater the snow in winter, the better the harvest. After returning to Yazhou, everyone went back to their respective homes, and Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan had also received the news, and specially greeted Shen Feng at home, and at this time Shen Xingzi was already babbling. After arriving at Shen Feng, he kept calling Dad. After hearing this, Shen Feng immediately hugged the child happily and talked. Chang Jianyi then said softly, "It should be fine recently, so you can live in Yazhou with peace of mind. The family should be reunited, and Sister Chaoyan's stomach has not moved at all." Hearing this, Shen Feng quickly looked at Chu Chaoyan, and then saw Chu Chaoyan with resentful eyes at this time, and there was still a bit of resentment in her eyes. Shen Feng then said helplessly, "Recently nothing has happened, but I am worried that there will be a steady stream of refugees in those places suffering from famine in the future, and there may be problems at that time." When Shen Feng said this, Chu Chaoyan replied, "This matter has been discussed in the city lord's mansion for a month. In short, we also have a way to deal with it. You don't need to worry about this matter. You just need to worry about it. You just need to do things with peace of mind." At this time, Chang Haoji also appeared with Hua Jingren, but Hua Jingren was more restrained at this time. Facing Shen Feng, he could only shout, "Hello, city lord." Shen Feng smiled and said, "Don't call me the city owner anymore, just call my brother-in-law like Xiaoji. You can appear here, which means that you won the first place in the orphanage exam." When Hua Jingren heard this, he immediately lowered his head in shame and said, "It's not the first place, it's the third place. I disappointed you, the city lord." Chang Jianyi said lightly, "Let's not talk about it. Anyway, Hua Jingren will live here in the future, and I need you to present awards to the male and female students who won the first place in the orphanage exam. You mean if you want to give the supernatural potion, don't forget." After hearing what Chang Jianyi said, Shen Feng immediately understood. Under the current situation, it must be that Hua Jingren's grades were not good, but Chang Haoji couldn't stand Chang Haoji's begging, so in the end Chang Jianyi accepted it. Hua Jingren, from this incident, it can be seen that Chang Jianyi has changed a lot, and now he is able to accept people he doesn't like. However, at this moment, Shen Feng thought of something, and quickly asked, "By the way, where's Zhang Zixi? Why didn't you see her?" Shen Feng also knew that his return was not all good news, especially for Zhang Zixi. What he announced next was particularly bad news, but helplessly, Shen Feng could only tell Zhang Zixi about it, because there are always some cruel things that need to be faced. "Zixi, she should be helping in the kitchen now. Xiaolong has caught a cold recently, so Sister Du is taking care of her every step of the way. The things in the kitchen are just Zixi watching. I can see you later when I eat. We're here." Chu Chaoyan said hastily. Almost all the affairs in Fengshan Palace have been handed over to Du Xinqi for management. After all, such a key position must be held by a confidant, and Du Xinqi is a very good choice. The most important thing in Fengshan Palace is nothing else but food and drink. Ever since the poisoning incident, Chang Jianyi never handed over the food and drink to others. Before that, Du Xinqi was always watching. For the chef, the censorship is also very strict. to ensure that the chefs who have entered Fengshan Palace are reliable, and now that Du Xinxi needs to take care of her son, Zhang Zixi can only take care of the food. Shen Feng sighed helplessly, and said, Chaoyan, go and exchange Zixi, I have something to tell her. While talking, Shen Feng found a cloth bag from the car. No one knew what was inside, and seeing Shen Feng's serious appearance, Chu Chaoyan also realized the seriousness of the matter, and then went to relieve Zhang Zixi. Come over. After seeing Shen Feng appearing, Zhang Zixi hurriedly asked, Brother Shen Feng, did you give my letter to my big brother? Did he say anything? With a serious face, Shen Feng handed the cloth bag to Zhang Zixi, and said, No. Your big brother is a hero. In order to protect the family members from escaping, your big brother sacrificed himself. My condolences. When Zhang Zixi heard this, her eyes became dull immediately, and the light in her eyes disappeared. Then she snatched a cloth bag from Shen Feng's hand and opened it. It turned out to be a few broken bones and an undelivered letter. After seeing this scene, Zhang Zixi couldn't restrain the sadness in her heart immediately. She just knelt on the ground and cried. Seeing her very sad now, Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi also quickly comforted her. The world is fickle, and no one knows whether we can see each other after parting, especially for a certain parting. Maybe we think we can meet again in the future, but these careless farewells are often the last farewell, and only after the fact can we understand this truth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755, A Lonely Grave. When Zhang Zixi saw Bai Sensen's bones in the cloth bag with her own eyes, she couldn't hold back her grief and burst into tears. She couldn't imagine that what appeared before her eyes were the bones of her dearest relatives. Being able to talk on the phone meant that the family would be reunited soon, but in the end they couldn't even send a letter, and in the end they got a few broken bones. After seeing the skeleton, Zhang Zixi cried bitterly. She would rather believe that Shen Feng was joking with herself, so she deliberately used this kind of thing to deceive herself, but Zhang Zixi also knew that Shen Feng was not such a boring person. If you give something to yourself, it means that the thing is absolutely right. This is the skeleton of the big brother. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi hurriedly comforted Zhang Zixi, who was crying, and at this time Shen Xingzi was still reaching out to Zhang Zixi, saying, Auntie, hug me. Chang Jianyi quickly handed the child to Chang Haoji, and said, Take Xiaohu and play while we come here to comfort you. After Chang Haoji and Huo Jingren learned of this sad incident, they also knew that Zhang Zixi urgently needed other people's comfort at this time, so they immediately took the 1-year-old Shen Xingzi to a distant place, so that the children would not be here make trouble. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi then began to comfort Zhang Zixi. The pain of losing a loved one is unimaginable. At this time there must be constant comfort from close people, otherwise, it is difficult for ordinary people to get out of the shadow in their hearts, let alone it is said that Zhang Zixi and Zhang Ju are already dependent on each other. They are the last relatives, and now Zhang Ju is dead, which means that there is only Zhang Zixi left in this world. Zhang Zixi cried for a while, and then asked, Brother Shen Feng, how did my big brother die? Zhang Zixi didn't understand why the big brother died. Obviously the big brother Zhang Ju had the ability to fly, but he couldn't escape in the end. This is really strange, especially in such an open area on the grassland. He wanted to fly away. It's not a difficult thing. Even if you take your wife with you, you can leave, but the big brother just died. This is something that Zhang Zixi can't understand no matter what. Shen Feng didn't want to hide anything, and then he told what happened in the coal mine. It happened when the mutated bird went south. The coal mine itself was also guarded. The coal mine on the grassland is an important source of energy for the power plant. So Zhangju, a supernatural being, also appeared here. Anyway, he is one of the top 10 heroes, and protecting the coal mine is also a very prestigious thing, but in the end Zhangju acted in order to cover the family members of the miners in the attack of the wolves, and finally used a grenade to self-destruct and caused a killing effect on the Wolf King. One of the Wolf King's eyes was blinded, but Zhangju was already smashed to pieces. Well, even these broken bones were picked up by the soldiers desperately. Your big brother Zhangju is a hero. He died in battle, but I'm ashamed. I haven't found your sister-in-law and nephew, but I have asked the Ability Management Bureau to help find them. If they find them, they will send them to you. You were sent to Yazhou. You can continue to live here from now on. I will treat you like my own sister." Shen Feng said hastily after Zhang Zixi got Shen Feng's answer. She was very sad. Although she already knew that the big brother died heroically, but after all, it was a relative who passed away, so she couldn't accept it for a while. The bone-broken cloth bag left, and said as he walked, "I want to be quiet." Seeing Zhang Zixi like this, both Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi wanted to comfort her, but Zhang Zixi closed the door after returning to the room. Chang Jianyi immediately looked at Shen Feng and said, "If you talk about this matter after eating, wouldn't it be much better? Now you talk about such sad things as soon as you come back. Who is not heartbroken? In the future, you will still." Let's take a look at the atmosphere. Hearing what Chang Jianyi said, Shen Feng could only smile wryly, and then said, "Zhang Zixi's big brother is already dead. If I have to wait until after dinner to talk about this matter, wouldn't it make Zhang Zixi experience great sorrow and great joy? I can't do this kind of thing." Now that Shen Feng said this, Chang Jianyi immediately figured it out. It is indeed the case. Good news can be hidden for a while, and then suddenly surprise the other party. But if such sad things are still hidden, and finally told Zhang Zixi that it was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, such a bad news would break a person's psychological defense. Therefore, Shen Feng could only choose to tell Zhang Zixi the whole thing at the first time, and sooner or later Zhang Zixi would be able to get out of the sadness when it was time to eat. Du Xinshi also appeared holding Xiaolong. Xiaolong was wearing thick clothes, and his nose was still running at this time. When he saw Shen Feng at this time, his eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Daddy, hug me." Shen Feng quickly asked, "Sister Du, how is Xiaolong's situation?" After all, he is his godson. Shen Feng also needs to ask a little bit, and Du Xinshi looked a little haggard at this time, and then said, "Now Xiaolong's condition is not bad. Just a few days ago, he suddenly had a fever, and it came to 41 degrees. I was almost terrified at the time. Fortunately, it is a child, and the body temperature is higher than that of adults. If an adult has a fever of 41 degrees, he will probably become an idiot now." This is not scaremongering, but something that really happened. Fever in adults and fever in children is not a matter of degree. While eating, Chang Jianyi continued to say to Shen Feng, "Have you heard? Now the major countries in the world are preparing to deal with the mutant bird incident. That is, the whole world is united in action." Shen Feng then shook his head and said, "I don't know, we've been on the road these days, and we haven't heard of such a thing on the radio." Chang Jianyi explained, "In addition to China, there are many other places. There is also the problem of mutated birds, especially this year. The reproduction speed of migratory birds is too fast. Even Europe and North America are suffering from it, so in this case, everyone can only choose to cooperate." And although this matter was not mentioned on the radio, it is said that high-level officials from various countries have already held meetings to discuss cooperation. Hearing this, Shen Feng felt that the decisions of various countries were also reasonable. The mutated birds are too mobile, and the reproduction speed is also very fast, so in this situation, each country cannot be alone. It is also necessary to cooperate to solve the problem of mutant birds. But then Shen Feng thought about this matter clearly, and said, "Anyway, I think this matter will have no results in a short time. Now even China has become a chaotic world, and most parts of the world are even in chaos. There is no organization and no government. The so-called global action, in fact, means that the main countries are capable of doing it, and the so-called global cooperation is probably just talk. Don't care about it." When Shen Feng said this, Chang Jianyi suddenly said in amazement, "You can even think about this clearly?" In fact, Mr. Shan Zhangming also said the same thing. "It seems that you are really different from what you used to be." Chang Jianyi is the most obvious about Shen Feng's progress and changes. After all, Shen Feng was a dead otaku back then, and he didn't care about anything else except the knowledge of games and animation. Now, at this time, Shen Feng can already see clearly the international trend has changed, and this change is too obvious. Chang Jianyi also found that Shen Feng is gradually becoming better. Shen Feng said proudly, "Of course, I don't even look at who I am. I have spent most of this year outside, and I have seen everything that should be seen." During the meal, Xiaolong was always reaching out to Shen Feng, and Shen Feng also hugged Xiaolong lovingly, feeding his godson with a spoon. When Shen Feng did this, Chang Jianyi was immediately taken aback, and then said flatly, "You don't hug your own son, but your godson instead. You are so fair." Shen Feng immediately became embarrassed, and immediately hugged Shen Xingzi in his arms. As for Xiaolong, He returned it to Du Xinshi, and Du Xinshi also felt something, and quickly left the cafeteria with Xiaolong in his arms, saying, "I'm going to take the child to take medicine." Chang Jianyi looked at Shen Feng at this moment, and said deeply, "Shen Feng, you'd better be fair, otherwise, just be careful." Shen Feng pretended not to hear, and fed porridge to Xiaohu. Xiaohu didn't like to eat, so he resisted Shen Feng. Zhang Zixi stayed in the room for 3 days. During this period, a special servant delivered the food outside Zhang Zixi's room, but Zhang Zixi didn't eat a sip. She cried in the room and then went to sleep. After 3 days of crying, she finally regained her calmness, and this calmness was only temporary, because she had that indifferent look on her face, as if she had seen the truth of this world clearly. Zhang Zixi's first words after finding Shen Feng were, "Brother Shen Feng, I am going to repair my big brother's grave, please agree." Shen Feng quickly said, "No problem, I will definitely hold a grand funeral for Zhangju, and there will be many people reporting it, and by the way, invite monks to chant scriptures, so that everyone in Yazhou can mourn." Shen Feng thought that Zhang Zixi wanted to bury Zhangju with a grand funeral, but Shen Feng immediately agreed to this matter. Anyway, Zhangju was also one of the top 10 heroes who stood on the award ceremony back then. It is not too much to announce that Zhangju has passed away. However, Zhang Zixi quickly said, "Brother Shen Feng, there is no need to hold a grand funeral. The funeral is only for the living, and the only relative of the big brother is me. It doesn't make any sense for others to know, so, as long as you find me a place in the cemetery, there is no need for a grand funeral, as long as I can always remember the big brother." Shen Feng didn't expect that what Zhang Zixi wanted was not a grand funeral, but a silent burial. This request made Shen Feng feel unexpected. However, Shen Feng still agreed to Zhang Zixi's request, and said immediately, "No problem, I will let someone inform the cemetery. In addition, you can rest for a month, relax around Yazhou, and don't be too tired gone." But Zhang Zixi said, "No need, I will go to work tomorrow, and I will continue to work in Yazhou in the future. Please brother Shen Feng, don't drive me away." "What's that called? You were entrusted by Zhangju to take care of me. You are like my own sister. How could I drive you away?" Shen Feng immediately said, dissatisfied. At this moment, Shen Feng couldn't understand why Zhang Zixi had such an idea. Could it be that he was such a heartless person in Zhang Zixi's eyes? Could it be that other people are no longer useful to me, so should I just drive away the matter? This is really too exaggerated. Shen Feng actually didn't understand Zhang Zixi's psychology. When she was entrusted by Zhangju to Shen Feng's care, she actually felt like being dependent on others. No matter how good the Fengshan Palace is, it is not a home for Zhang Zixi. Shen Feng didn't know this feeling, and what Zhang Zixi was most worried about now was being driven away, so he didn't even have a temporary residence. After receiving Shen Feng's answer, Zhang Zixi left immediately and came to the cemetery at noon. A cemetery has been prepared here. It is on the top of the mountain and the surrounding scenery is very good. If you don't have 1 million, don't even think about buying it. From this aspect, the residence of the dead is more expensive than the living. Zhang Zixi put the big brother's bones and a letter of his own in the tomb, covered it with a stone slab, and thought silently, "Big brother, go all the way." Chapter 756 Award Ceremony. When does a person die? It is said that human beings will die 3 times. First, the first death is in the biological sense, which is the so-called brain death. At this time, human beings are already dead in the biological sense, and the second death is at the funeral. Telling others through a funeral that the person is dead is sociological death. The last death is the disappearance of all traces left by this person, including the death of all those who still remember him. At this time, the last imprint of this person in the world has disappeared, and human beings are completely dead at this time. In this sense, those human beings who became gods, such as Confucius and Newton, because their contributions are too great, so their names are passed down from generation to generation among human beings. As long as there are people alive, their names will not disappear, so the spirits of these people are already immortal, unless human beings are extinct. Otherwise, these people will always be gods. It was because of this kind of thinking that Zhang Zixi did not make a fuss at the big brother's funeral, because not many people would remember the big brother, so the only person who needs to remember him is himself. As long as Zhang Zixi, if he is still alive, then the traces of Zhangju in this world will not disappear. In the end, Zhang Zixi turned around and left, but the tears fell again, and he put the big brother's bones in the cemetery. It seemed that he had settled a concern, but it meant that the person he wanted to see would never be seen again. Zhang Zixi put the letter that she failed to deliver in the box, as well as Zhang Ju's remains. As for the tombstone, it was planned to be carved another day next. Zhang Zixi still needs to prove her ability and continue to live in Yazhou in the future. After returning to Yazhou, Shen Feng soon faced a lot of things that Shen Feng needed to deal with, the most important of which was to reward the children who performed well in the orphanage exams, because Shen Feng once promised that the orphans with the best test scores will get rich rewards, one male and one male respectively. On this day, an award ceremony was held in the stadium, and the children with the best test scores turned out to be a pair of siblings, namely Wang Ziqiang and Wang Ziran. Wang Ziqiang himself is the child king of the orphanage, but he didn't expect to get the first place in the exam. As for Wang Ziran, he was taught by Yu Rinshu before, and his grades were passable. When Shen Feng heard the news, he couldn't help asking Tu Zuhui, both of them are in their teens, right? Can they really get the first place in the exam? Could it be arranged by you? Tu Zuhui smiled slightly, and did not answer directly, but said with a smile, City Master, I think the first thing you need is not your academic performance, but the degree of loyalty to you, and Wang Ziqiang and his sister are the ones you personally. If you bring it back, you must be loyal. So, under Tu Zuhui's answer, Shen Feng has now figured out how Wang Ziqiang's brother and sister could easily get the first place in the exam. You must know that there are 80,000 orphans in Yazhou. If there are number 100,000, and 10, a child of 2 or 3 years old has a strong learning ability, and it is impossible for them to be surpassed by a pair of siblings in their teens. Therefore, these two must have been manipulated by Tu Zuhui and others. However, regarding this matter, Shen Feng became puzzled instead. Since it can be done in secret, why doesn't the senior sister do it and make Hu Jingren the number one? While Shen Feng was contemplating, Tu Zuhui continued to add, City Master, I forgot to tell you, these two people were handpicked by Madam. Among the girls, I remember that Hu Jingren was the first one, but there is no way, since Madam has made a request, we can only change it. After getting this answer, Shen Feng was startled immediately. According to what Tu Zuhui said, Hu Jingren would have been number one, but under Chang Jianyi's suppression, Hu Jingren became he won the third place, and finally agreed to Chang Haoji's pleading, and let Hu Jingren enter the house. This way of candy in one hand and a whip in the other is really amazing. Senior sister is so scheming, it's really scary. But I still can't tell Hu Jingren about this. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. The stadium is already full of children, and the camera is always pointing at Shen Feng on the stage. For the children who appear in the stadium now, many of them are seeing the appearance of the Santo for the first time, and they can't wait to stretch looked up the neck for today's gathering. The live broadcast was carried out in Yazhou. Of course, due to the problem of the network-based station, it can only be seen in the city, and before there was news that the first male and female in the orphanage would get a prize, and this prize was nothing but a supernatural potion. When the news got out, many people were immediately unconvinced, especially some of the management of Yazhou, who privately said that the city lord employs people like accumulated salaries, and the latecomers prevail. We people have worked so hard for you, the city lord, for so long, but in the end we couldn't get the supernatural potion, but a group of little kids could get the supernatural potion. What's the reason? After the meeting started, Shen Feng needed to speak. Before he could speak formally, countless reporters had already started taking pictures, because they could be used in newspapers. I promised before that the boy and girl who can get the first place in the orphanage exam will get rich prizes, but now, I can directly announce that there are two prizes. One is the supernatural potion, and the other one is to become my student, stay in Fengshan Palace, and accept my teachings personally. Shen Feng said loudly. As soon as this sentence was finished, strong applause erupted in the stadium, and the children applauded wildly. Obviously they were very happy after learning about this incident. Although they did not get the first place this time, there will always be opportunities in the future. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Maybe in the future, I will also be a student who can become a city lord. Behind Shen Feng, there were dozens of important people in Yazhou sitting, and at this time, they also started whispering. All of them were discussing this matter. Josiah Oxio moved to Yang Yi's side and whispered, "Have you thought of anything important after hearing the news?" Yang Yi immediately asked, "What's important? Your intuition is really too slow, even in terms of employing people. You can't even see this? The city lord is planning to train supernatural beings by himself, and these orphans are the most suitable targets." Josiah Oxio said in a low voice. Yang Yi said lightly, "Isn't this a very normal thing? Need to be so surprised? It was like this hundreds of years ago. Li Zichen, Zhang Xiantong, who didn't have a few godsons, and in the Republic of China, they just paid attention to the teacher-student relationship is broken, and now the city lord is just imitating these people." Yang Yi saw this matter very clearly. The leaders of the uprising peasant army did this hundreds of years ago. They took in a lot of godsons, and these people were their confidants. Now Shen Feng took these. The orphan who ranked first in the exam as a student naturally cultivated supernatural beings who are loyal to him. After 5 or 6 years, these children will be 15 or 16 years old at least, and they will be a new force at that time. At this time, Josiah Oxio also felt that the names of Wang Ziqiang and Wang Ziren were too familiar, so she couldn't help asking, "Why do I think these two children's names are familiar?" Yang Yi immediately said, "Of course it's because of Tu Zuhui. You probably don't know it yet, but actually these two people are determined by Tu Zuhui. Damn it, a sycophant, who usually only thinks about the thoughts of the city lord, and now he is our boss. It really makes people look uncomfortable." Josiah Oxio became angry when she heard this, thinking that she had joined the Self-Aid Association back then. At that time, Tu Zuhui's skill in trying to figure out people's hearts was very deep, and now, he is still like this. "Stop talking, the awards are about to start." Yang Yi interrupted Josiah Oxio's words at this time. In front of the podium, Wang Ziqiang stood proudly, and beside him was his younger sister Wang Ziren. Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Ziren couldn't help but bow his head. This stadium can accommodate 100,000 people. Under the gaze of many people, Wang Ziren still couldn't bear such a huge pressure. Shen Feng said, "Let us applaud for the first place this time. They are Wang Ziqiang and Wang Ziren." The crowd continued to applaud, and at this moment, a hostess lady in a cheongsam had already walked onto the stage carrying 2 plates, and on the plates were 2 bottles of light green liquid. After the 2 hostesses came up, everyone's eyes gathered. Although the cheongsams they were wearing were split up to the thighs, the eyes of 100,000 people were not staring at the hostesses. Instead, he was looking at the supernatural potion on the plate. As long as he drank the supernatural potion, he would be able to become a supernatural person without any surprises. Shen Feng handed the 2 supernatural potions to the brothers and sisters Wang Ziqiang and Wang Ziren, and then said, "Come on, both of you, I will be your teacher from now on. Don't let me down." Wang Ziqiang and Wang Ziren quickly took the supernatural potion and said, "We will definitely work hard in the future." After the awards are presented, there are still top 10 rewards to be awarded, 10 for each male and female, and there will be no supernatural potions, but evolution potions and other property rewards. This time, Chang Haoji's little girlfriend Hua Jingren among them. She was originally the first. After seeing this scene, Yu Zhiling couldn't help but said to the big brother beside her with some envy, "It would be great if I can be admitted to the top 10 in the future, but it's a pity that you can't take the exam, big brother, otherwise, the first place it must be you." Yu Zhiling believed in the intelligence of the big brother, because the big brother was a genuine genius. No matter what it was, he had already reached the level of a photographic memory. If he took the exam, he would definitely get the first place. However, at this time, Yu Zhijing has been studying under Bankson for a while, and his knowledge of life experience has improved a lot. At this time, he said directly, "First place? Impossible. No matter how smart I am, I can only take the second place in the exam. You will know this when you grow up, and in many cases, the first place is determined by default." After Yu Zhiling heard what the big brother said, although she didn't understand what it meant, she had already remembered it in her heart, and planned to study this matter slowly when she arrived. In fact, the scope of the awards still includes the top 100, but there are too many people, so they can only choose to distribute the awards in the future. Now, the city lord's speech is about to begin. Shen Feng stood on the stage and said impassionedly, "You are all the future flowers of Yazhao, and you are still the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock. Although you have lost your family now and don't know what the future will be, don't give up. In the future, Yazhao it is your home, and as long as you work hard, you will be able to work in the relevant departments of the city lord's mansion. In the future I have a dream, that is turn this doomsday and make all mutant beasts and mutant birds disappear from the world. In the future, anyone can come and go in and out of the city at will. Not only that, you will not need to worry about food, education and medical care in the future. Worry I hope that the lives of people all over the world can be restored to before the doomsday. I believe this is your wish too." After Shen Feng said this, many children couldn't help crying, obviously remembering the life before the end. Living in the end for 3 years, they already understood what suffering is, and now, the children all extremely excited. The city lord wants to restore his former life, and this is what he often sees in his dreams. Shen Feng took a deep breath and continued to shout, "This dream is too great, because we can't see the hope of peace in front of us, but I believe that as long as you help me, this dream can be realized. Now, I know, would you like to help me?" "Yes." Shen Feng was greeted with a roar of mountains and tsunami, and when countless children in the venue looked at Shen Feng's direction, their eyes were full of enthusiasm. Chapter 757 Virus Attack. At the World Conference, the major powers in North America finally decided to use virus attacks to attack mutant birds by spreading viruses artificially, and this was the only move that North America could come up with. There are too many mutated birds nowadays, and as far as I know, there are not many countries in the southern hemisphere that can participate in killing mutated birds, and the global cooperation you discussed to kill mutated birds to deal with the crisis. In fact, this kind of thing does not exist at all. So, after our Congress's research and decision, we will use viruses to reduce the number of mutated birds. The North American side said the World Conference is held online. After all, there is no place for multiple countries to meet. So under such circumstances, the World Conference was held online, and the content of the discussion was how to deal with the situation brought by the mutant bird crisis, and this is the biggest crisis right now. However, when major countries in the world are discussing, they still can't find a particularly good plan, because the mobility of mutant birds is too strong, especially migratory birds, which can fly in the northern and southern hemispheres and on all continents. It takes half a day to prepare. The mutated bird flew away directly, and in the southern hemisphere, there are almost no areas that maintain national organizations. After all, the strength of the northern hemisphere before the end is huge. The countries in the northern hemisphere can maintain their strength, but the southern hemisphere cannot arrive. So, just as Shen Feng guessed, the countries were completely unable to negotiate a good way, because they didn't have this ability at all in the current world. There are countless giant sea beasts in the ocean, and the current ocean voyage has become a huge problem. Therefore, the plan to kill mutant birds can at most be carried out in the northern hemisphere, but as long as it is carried out in the northern hemisphere activities, then the mutated bird will move its old nest to the southern hemisphere. When the mutated bird rests in the southern hemisphere, it will return to the northern hemisphere in summer. This is no longer a regional problem, but a global problem. When zombies and mutant beasts appeared, the influence of the terrain could not be ignored. After all, whether it is walking on 4 legs or 2, it must be restricted by the terrain. But nowadays, mutant birds, especially mutant migratory birds, can move in a large range. In this case, in order to eliminate the mutant birds, it is actually necessary to work together globally, but the northern hemisphere has no such ability at all. And at this time, North America finally came up with a dirty trick. We can release viruses targeting birds. The genes of birds and humans are different. As long as the viruses are released, birds can be targeted to eliminate them, while humans won't get sick. Speaking from the North American side, almost all the people participating in the meeting began to object. No, absolutely not. This method is too dangerous, and the release of viruses will harm humans if they are not careful. We will not agree to this. Almost everyone is against this matter, because everyone has not forgotten the impact of the coronavirus 10 years ago. At that time, less than 50 million people were killed, and the sequelae left by the virus are too many. The reproductive capacity of many people has been affected. The North American side asked directly, then besides virus attack and bacterial attack, do you have any good solutions? Since we have rejected our proposal, please give your own answer, everyone. In the video conference was silent, because they had no way to deal with the global mutated birds. Most importantly, the time was getting tighter. The mutated birds have very strong fertility. With enough time left, the next time the mutated bird appears, it will be even bigger in scale. At this time, someone finally spoke and said seriously, I think it is impossible to use viruses and bacteria to attack birds, because the genes of birds are also very different, and a virus can only infect certain types of birds. There are too many species of birds in the world, and the effect of the virus will be reduced. In response to such objections, the North American side said confidently, You really underestimate the power of our virus laboratory in North America, whether it is flying in the sky or swimming in the water, whether it is running on the ground. It is still drilled in the soil. As long as there are animals that can carry viruses, we have studied them all, and the more than 20 virus laboratories in North America are used to weaken the number of mutated birds. Isn't it simple? As soon as this remark came out, people from all over the world fell silent, because they were obviously shocked by these words. Think about it carefully. North America has biological laboratories all over the world, and the research done on viruses and bacteria over the past few decades is really amazing. There are too many. In terms of using viruses and bacteria, North America is definitely far superior to other countries. The people in North America were still proud of this incident, and continued, "Don't worry, the strains in Detrick's laboratory alone can kill half of the mutated birds in the world. And this time the virus attack is absolutely foolproof." At the World Conference, everyone fell silent. Now there is only one way before everyone's eyes, and they have to choose this method. But, can it really have the expected effect? North America continued, "Don't worry, this time our virus attack will definitely not be aimed at the human body, it must be aimed at birds. Using the virus attack that birds will suffer from, we North America will save the entire human race. This time, North America will be the savior of all mankind, then. You can do it yourself. We will not participate in this matter. Viruses and bacteria are too dangerous." The people who participated in the meeting on Zhonghua's side hung up the phone directly. Zhonghua obviously disagreed with North America's way of doing, but in North America, they are determined to do this. After all, for North America, it is just a virus attack. They have no psychological burden at all, and they do have this ability. After all, in the biological laboratories established around the world, the final experimental data are all in their hands. Is it not a simple matter to release the virus? North America is doing what it says, ready to unleash the virus. How many flies can there be in a small world? Let's see what I can do. I will definitely be able to wipe out the mutated birds. Once the virus comes out, who will fight against it? Shen Feng didn't know what happened at the World Conference. After all, he was not qualified to attend, and it was impossible for ordinary people to know what was discussed at the World Conference. Only a few people could obtain such a level of events. You know, unless someone who participated in the meeting broke the news, otherwise, no one would know what was discussed. And after Shen Feng uttered impassioned words at the Yazhao Award ceremony, he directly made the 100,000 orphans decide to follow him wholeheartedly, because they all dreamed of the end, and they would definitely be able to have a better tomorrow. In fact, what Shen Feng said was borrowed from what He Qiming said when he was in Yanshan. At that time, He Qiming talked about his ideal. The ideal he said at that time was actually to end the troubled times, but Shen Feng felt that it was unrealistic, because He Qiming at that time had only one slogan for unity, and it was impossible to end the troubled times with one slogan. However, although Shen Feng disagreed with He Qiming's methods, it was still very easy to borrow He Qiming's ideals, so Shen Feng directly used these words to make countless people work hard. Shen Feng also set a goal next, which is to cultivate a force of its own in the apocalypse. Everyone has become a monkey spirit. It is too difficult to deceive people into giving themselves a dedicated job, but children are different. Children's minds are immature, especially orphans. Orphans experience homelessness. After the feeling of returning home, there will be a strong dependence on the orphanage. At this time, Shen Feng took the opportunity to speak and let these people have a sense of belonging. As a result, these children who have not experienced much in the world will give up their hearts. The half-immortal can see this very clearly, because Shen Feng's small thoughts can be easily figured out, and many other smart people can also see clearly. After seeing Shen Feng doing this, they already understand that Shen Feng wants to cultivate own lineage power. The people who saw this clearly didn't say anything, because Shen Feng's status in Yazhao is unshakable now, so no matter what Shen Feng does, he will get the support of others and oppose Shen Feng. Feng is equivalent to becoming the public enemy of Yazhao. Just after the awards ceremony this time, Su Xing pushed the wheelchair back to the orphanage. Wu Yilian is now a dean, and Su Xing changed jobs while walking on the road. Wu Yilian continued to say to her daughter earnestly, "Do you know what the award ceremony today means? It means that the city lord no longer trusts you. The reason why the city lord made you a supernatural power is for you to give him. It turns out that you are good at work. You are going to kill bandits, not to mention the benefits you will get from doing this. It doesn't matter if you stay in the army, or become your wife's bodyguard. Look at you, when It comes to this, Wu Yilian has a feeling of hating iron but not steel, because she finds that her daughter is really not enlightened. She has a good hand, but she will play badly in the end. After hearing her mother's dissatisfied words, Su Xing explained seriously, "Mom, I have really grown up. I know what the city lord expects of me, but I also have ideals. Many weak people are now being threatened by bandits. I can't just sit idly by. I want to become a real hero, and I want to punish the evil and promote the good. Just you? Others can deceive you with a few words, and you still become a hero? Just dream." Wu Yilian beat her daughter mercilessly. Su Xing continued to push the wheelchair forward in silence. Wu Yilian's legs were broken before, and they haven't recovered yet. Originally, Su Xing needed to be taken care of by her mother's side, which is also the duty of a child. But Su Xing still hasn't given up on her dream. In the end, Su Xing continued, "Mom, the city lord has promised to let me move freely. I will go out in a few days. I promise I will come back often. Mom, take care." Wu Yilian was silent, and she didn't say anything. Although her daughter would leave her parents sooner or later when she grew up, Wu Yilian still didn't expect this day to come so soon. It seems that her daughter has really grown up, but she doesn't know what she will do in the future. What kind of home will there be? You be careful. Run away when you encounter danger. In this world, face is not important, but survival is the most important thing. Wu Yilian finally said helplessly, and this said that she finally agreed with her daughter. This chapter is mainly due to the impact of the epidemic, and it contains a lighthouse country in North America. The poisoning caused a global epidemic and affected my life. As for what the lighthouse country did, it was all written on it. Chapter 758 Assessment Task. Su Xing has been entangled with Shen Feng, and must realize his dream of killing bandits. Ever since he saw the tragic situation in the bandit den, this idea has taken root in Su Xing's mind, and Shen Feng also reluctantly agreed under Su Xing's constant pestering, because if he didn't agree all the time, Su Xing would still pester him endlessly. The weather is sunny. Although it is winter, it can be regarded as a good weather in Yazhou. It snowed before, but it was not too heavy. Now the snow has melted, so in this case, the mountains and fields you can also find some wild vegetables here, which are the last sprouts before the midwinter, but they have been targeted by people when they first emerged. Seeing the beautiful weather, Su Xing took a deep breath and said in her heart, "Today is a good day." Su Xing's mood is like the clear sky now, with indescribable joy. Today, he's going to discuss with the city lord about killing the bandits. For Su Xing, this is a major event that can satisfy his wish. How can he not pay attention to it now? Su Xing immediately took advantage of the good weather to rush towards the city lord's mansion. Yesterday, Wu Yilian finally agreed to Su Xing's request and agreed to Su Xing's killing the bandits. She just hoped that Su Xing would be more careful when she was outside. Su Xing finally understands now that as long as she sticks to her dream, one day she can realize it. After arriving at the city lord's mansion, Su Xing said her purpose: "I want to find the city lord, please let me know, please." "Wait a moment, let's go to the living room first." The city lord is still talking to the three advisors. Immediately, someone took Su Xing aside. Shen Feng has no time to visit her in a short time, because Shen Feng is discussing the next thing to deal with, the famine. "Oh, yes, I will wait for the city lord to have free time," Su Xing said hastily. Shen Feng was relieved when he heard that the people from the city lord's mansion discussed how to face the famine, but after Shen Feng heard about the methods of these people, Shen Feng could no longer feel relieved, because these people, the method turned out to be to find a way to seal the passage into Yazhou, prohibiting outsiders from entering, and at the same time go outside to publicize that there is also a famine in Yazhou, so as to keep refugees away from Yazhou. Shen Feng really can't listen to the decisions of these people in the city lord's mansion. The reason is very simple. These so-called suggestions are all bad ideas, because as long as they are implemented, Yazhou itself will be safe. But the reputation of Yazhou, it's all broken, and Shen Feng immediately stopped the plan that the city lord's mansion was originally going to implement, and then began to discuss with three consultants what to do next. There are currently 5 million people in Yazhou, and 2 million of them came from other places. People living in Yazhou, and the food in Yazhou can barely feed the population here, but if more people come, the food in Yazhou will have problems. Shan Zhangming directly said to Shen Feng, "Although others call me a half-immortal, but you, the city lord, are still called Fengshen. Are we really immortals?" "Of course not," We are only human beings, so we also to consider the actual situation. It is impossible to transform food. When Bankson said this, Shen Feng immediately fell silent. It seems that if the influx of refugees is not stopped, the food in Yuzhou will definitely be in short supply, but it is not appropriate to keep countless hungry people out. After all, hungry people, if there is no food, it will directly starve to death. Is there no way to have the best of both worlds? These hungry people are also hungry because of natural disasters. If they ignore it, it would be too cruel. Snow will soon fall in Yuzhou. Once the heavy snow arrives, the hungry people will stop moving. But after the snow melts, hungry people will appear. Shen Feng then continued to ask, the so-called green and yellow crops are actually during this period, when the seedlings in the fields cannot be harvested, and the food at home has been eaten up, and everyone has no food. This kind of time is often the time when famine occurs. At this time, Yu Haijing said seriously, City Lord, it is the end of the day. The 5 million people in Yuzhou have already reached the limit. The result of farming now is to feed 5 million people. If more people come in, if there is not enough food, how can we feed them? Besides, the number of workers in the factory has reached saturation, and if the hungry people enter, they will also become jobless. Don't forget, the City Lord, the stability that Professor Chu told you at the beginning. The solution to the situation is to wipe out the vagrants. At this time, Shen Feng finally found out why the City Lord's mansion had bad ideas, and why it wanted to drive away the hungry people. Apart from keeping the hungry people out, the City Lord's mansion has no other options in this case. Shen Feng could only keep silent. Shen Feng wanted to save the hungry people, but due to the constraints of the conditions, he couldn't do more. City Lord, why don't you expand the scope of farming? Since we are short of food now, wouldn't it be good to expand the scope of farming? At this moment, Feng Shichen asked. Immediately after hearing this, Shen Feng could only reply helplessly, there are no more places to farm in Yuzhou. In the entire Jiangbei area, the places that can be farmed are already in farmland. Now, if you want to farm, so we can only farm in the southern mountains. When Shen Feng mentioned this, he suddenly understood the problem. Since there is a shortage of food, the scope of farming should be expanded. There is no land for farming in the north of the Yangtze River. There are still many mountainous areas in the south that can be farmed, and the mountains can also be cultivated. Feng Shichen tentatively said, City Master, although the south of the Yangtze River is not very safe, the hungry people don't care about this. They are going to starve to death, so as long as we recruit refugees to farm, we can not only save the hungry people, but also expand the farm. Isn't it the best of both worlds? In the south of the Yangtze River, there are many mountains. In fact, Yuzhou is surrounded by mountains. Even if the hungry people want to come to Yuzhou, they need to cross countless mountains to get there. Only those in Sichuan province it is easy for people to come to Yuzhou. After all, Chengdu and Chongqing are originally one. Later, Yuzhou was separated, but Sichuan province was not affected by the disaster. The crisis of mutated birds in Sichuan is not particularly serious, so people in Sichuan province will not arrive. Shen Feng hesitated for a moment. There were too many dangers in the mountains to the south. Except for the mercenaries who dared to enter the mountains to the south, no one dared to approach them at all. Letting the hungry people go to the south to farm fields seemed to be sending them to their deaths. However, if the hungry people really come, it can only be so. I'll discuss this matter with Tu Zuhui and the others, at least we will come to a conclusion. Shen Feng finally said hesitantly after discussing the plan to deal with the hungry people. Shen Feng looked at the time and found that he had been discussing for a long time, and today he had an appointment with Su Xing, but now he was late instead, so he hurriedly left the room. Go look for Su Xing. Su Xing, I'm sorry, it took me too long to talk and I kept you waiting. Shen Feng hurriedly said to Su Xing. Su Xing quickly waved her hands and said, it's not a problem, it's not a problem, the City Lord must be busy with big things, and it's not important to me. Shen Feng took Su Xing to his office and sat down. While Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan were still here, Shen Feng found a document from the table, handed it to Su Xing, and said, go and have a look. Go to the wine city, there is a cult over there, their boss killed the City Lord of the Steel City, and finally seized the ability to become a supernatural person. This is a test. After you complete this task, it means that you have the ability to kill the bandits. No problem, right, Su Xing originally thought that the City Lord called him here to let him kill the bandits and give him the power to act independently, But now that there is still a test, he was a little disappointed. But then she pulled herself together and said seriously, "City Master, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task, and this cult will definitely be destroyed by me." Shen Feng nodded and said, "This matter is a test, but it is impossible for you to complete it alone. This time Lin Yu will follow you. He is an examiner and will pay attention to your every move. He will not help you, so you how to carry out the task will be seen in the eyes, Lin Yu? He's the examiner? No problem." When Su Jing heard that the examiner was Lin Yu, she thought of something, but soon Su Jing put aside her distracting thoughts and prepared to finish the whole task beautifully, so as to give an explanation from the city lord. In fact, Su Jing had known Lin Yu a long time ago. At that time, Zheng Yang was still called La Xiao. At that time, there was a gentle and virtuous woman beside Lin Yu, but she died later when the city was surrounded by zombies. Needing to face the assessment, Su Jing immediately cheered up and prepared to set off today. Before setting off, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help reminding Su Jing, "This test is not based on whether you have completed the task in the end, but on how you solve problems when you encounter them, so you'd better figure this out." Shen Feng immediately criticized, "Don't leak the exam content casually, Su Jing, come on, I hope you can work hard to complete the task." Su Jing nodded and was ready to go, while Lin Yu was already waiting for Su Jing under the city lord's mansion. "Lin Yu, long time no see, haven't you married yet?" Su Jing couldn't help but jokingly ask after seeing Lin Yu. Lin Yu said flatly, "I am an examiner, please respect my profession. If you still jump like this, then don't blame me for marking the report as unqualified. Don't be so ruthless, I'm just joking. We're going to Wine City next, right? This is the gateway of Sichuan province and Yunnan province, so what kind of level is the enemy? This matter always needs to be told mine." Su Jing said with a smile. "And you didn't hide anything," and said directly, "There are mainly two leaders of the enemy, one is called Dong Zhao and the other is called Zuba. Dong Zhao founded a Huangxi sect and claimed to be a worshipper of Huangxi Buddha, but secretly working in a brothel, and occasionally selling some people. He is the leader of the cult. The other one, Zuba, is the boss of the Wine City. Lied to him, ambushed someone behind his back, killed him, and obtained the ability, which is the ability to use oxygen, after." Su Jing heard this answer, she nodded and said, "Understood, one cult leader, and the other is an ordinary supernatural person. Isn't this just that Zhang Fei eats bean sprouts, and it's a piece of cake?" After Su Jing heard this introduction, she immediately felt relieved. This task is very simple, as long as she sneaks into the Wine City, finds these two guys, and kills them, isn't it alright? The task is simple. However, after hearing what Su Jing said, Lin Yu said with a smile, "If you can kill the bandits just by killing people, then it's really too simple. Forget it, I won't say much. You can work hard on your own." When to set off, Su Jing heard Lin Yu's words at this time, and suddenly felt a little bit in her heart, thinking, isn't this task just to eliminate these two villains? There are other things to do? And other tasks are hidden in this matter. In the matter, do you need me to find out? Let's go now, but we have to put on makeup to avoid being discovered. I plan to observe the enemy first, Su Jing said immediately. Chapter 759 Unexpected Answer. Su Jing and Lin Yu set off immediately after putting on makeup. Chang Jianyi asked, "Is it really okay to let Su Jing face the two old foxes? This task is still very difficult, and you haven't given Su Jing the key yet. Information, won't she fail?" And Shen Feng said with a smile at this time, "It would be best if Su Jing's mission failed, so she can only honestly work for us in Yeziao. If she can complete the mission, then she will be considered outside in the future. Facing the bandits, Su Jing can handle it by herself." When Shen Feng said this, Chu Chaoyan immediately complained, "It seems too much for you to calculate Su Jing like this. The assessment is the assessment. You still hide key information. How can Su Jing know how to hide it at such a young age?" Task, at this time, Chu Chaoyan was obviously dissatisfied with Shen Feng's actions. She was sympathizing with Su Jing, but she was calculated by Shen Feng in such a way. Shen Feng said indifferently, "Su Jing has always regarded herself as a heroine, most likely because she has watched too much martial arts, so if she really has a chivalrous heart, she must be able to know what the hidden mission is. On the contrary, if she is only doing it for a good reputation, then failure is failure." A family of three chatted while processing documents in the office, and many of these documents were processed by Tu Zuhui and others. The three of them only need to sign on them. If there are any important documents, they should be kept. Discuss slowly, otherwise, no matter how big or small it is, if you are personally involved, let alone 3 people, it is impossible for 30 people to handle things for a whole day. After finishing everything, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that it was getting late, the 3 of Shen Feng returned to Fengshan Palace by car, and the car was still an electric car. There was no way, Yazhao didn't produce oil, and there is very little natural gas, so you can only drive an electric car. When Shen Feng came back, he happened to see Wang Ziqiang and his sister discussing something in the garden. They were still holding the supernatural potion in their hands and kept looking at it, as if hesitating whether to drink it or not. When Shen Feng passed by here, he happened to see the two talking, and immediately walked over and asked, "What are you two discussing? Can you tell me, Wang?" Ziqiang said embarrassingly, "Hello, teacher, we are discussing when to drink the supernatural potion, but we are also worried that we will not be able to act after drinking the supernatural potion, and we need someone else to take care of us, so I discussed with my sister. Drink it first, she will take care of me until I wake up, then she will drink it, and I will take care of her." Shen Feng didn't expect the 2 children to discuss such a trivial matter, so he couldn't help but shook his head and said, "You guys are nothing to worry about, just drink it tonight, I will have someone take care of you too. I guarantee that you will have nothing to do in the next few days, and it is almost time to eat now, let's go together, Wang." Ziqiang and Wang Ziran quickly followed Shen Feng's footsteps. Both brothers and sisters have just come to live in Fengshan Palace, so they don't understand a lot of things, but from today onwards, a special teacher will come to Fengshan Palace to teach them. There's a lot to learn, not to mention Chinese and mathematics. There are also physics and chemistry courses. Even if it is time to relax, they still need to learn music. The 2 of them just came out of the orphanage, and they were going to enjoy this kind of treatment. They immediately felt flattered after Wang Ziqiang received such luxurious treatment at this time. He was also very excited at this time. Now that he has fulfilled his wish and can follow the city lord, and he is about to become a supernatural person, then when he grows up, he will also you must find a way to repay the city lord. Chang Jianyi also said with a smile at this time, "You all need to study hard. Yazhao will rely on you to protect it in the future. You are also the hope of Yazhao's future, Wang." Ziqiang quickly said, "We know, we will definitely study hard in the future." After Wang Ziqiang finished speaking, Wang Ziran nodded quickly afterwards. Everyone went directly to the cafeteria. People like Shen Feng ate in a separate room, and the food they ate was also separated from other people in Fengshan Palace. This method was used to ensure food safety. Shen Feng came now when I was in the cafeteria. I happened to see Chang Haoji and Hua Jingren who were hugging Xiaolong and Xiaohu on one side of the sofa. In normal times, Shen Feng's children are taken care of by Du Xingxi, and Du Xingxi has to keep an eye on other things in Fengshan Palace. At this time, Xiaolong and Xiaohu will be taken care of by Chang Haoji. Chang Haoji regretted it very much at this time. Why did he talk about taking care of the children? Now the 2 children are arguing all day long, and sometimes they even fight. Xiaolong is 1 year older than Xiaohu, and often puts Xiaohu under him, so Chang Haoji had to keep an eye on the 2 children at all times, so as not to worry them. After Shen Feng sat down, he held Xiaohu in his arms and said, "Did you cry again today? Why is your face all bruised?" When Xiaohu saw his father appearing here, he immediately laughed, and when he grinned, the saliva dripped down, and finally landed on Shen Feng's pants. Shen Feng had no choice but to wipe his son's saliva clean, and said, "You better learn to speak quickly, don't drool here all day long." At this moment, Du Xingxi came out with the dishes in the kitchen. She was about to say something just now, but at this moment, she was blown by the cold wind, and suddenly her eyes went dark, and she fell to the ground directly. A plate of shredded pork with green peppers also fell to the ground. Crack! The plate was smashed to pieces. After seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. After Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi saw this scene, they thought on their hearts, could it be poisoned? Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi have experienced poisoning incidents. At that time, the cook was bribed, and then the cook was directly silenced. In the end, Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoan went to Jiangyang to play a game of luring the snake out of the hole. Kill the real murderer behind the scenes, And that guy happens to be Lin Yu's enemy, and now Du Xinqi's sudden fall at this time also made Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi start to wonder if Du Xinqi had been poisoned. Xiaoji, take the two children to hide in the basement of the castle. Senior sister, Chaoyan, you two control the chef, and I will take Sister Du to the hospital. After seeing the current situation, Shen Feng first it is suspected that Du Xinqi was poisoned, so the enemy is likely to be hiding in the dark, so we must be careful. And the two children are still the most vulnerable, so we must be taken care of. So the matter of taking care of the children is it needs to be handed over to Chang Haoji. Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan's reactions were also very quick, and they immediately started to act at this moment, controlling all the chefs, while Shen Feng left the cafeteria with Du Xinqi in his arms, heading towards the hospital. Rush to the chefs didn't expect such a thing to happen. They all panicked and said, "We are wronged, how dare we poison it? Besides, we tasted the dishes ourselves. If it is poisonous, they should be poisoned to death now." But Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan didn't care about these things. In short, at this moment, any potential danger cannot be ignored. Whether you have been wronged or not, you will know the result after a while. As for now, you should stop all actions and stay here honestly. Chu Chaoyan said directly. Chu Chaoyan felt that this matter was very strange. Would someone poison it at such a time? The expressions of these chefs didn't seem to be telling lies. Moreover, Du Xinqi, who was taken away just now, looked pale. On the contrary, she seemed to be poisoned and looked weaker. Sister, I don't think this matter has anything to do with poisoning. Could it be Sister Du's own fault? After all, she has a congenital heart disease, and it is very possible that something will happen at this time. Chu Chaoyan faced Chang Jianyi. Said Chang Jianyi thought for a while, and said, "Now we guess here and don't know the truth. Let's ask Xiaolong now. He is also 2 years old, he can barely speak, maybe Xiaolong knows something." Chu Chaoyan immediately felt that this matter was unreliable, and it was completely impossible to know Du Xinqi's physical condition from a child. However, at this moment, Chu Chaoyan had no other choice but to try it out and prepare to ask Xiaolong. At least he knew a general idea. The people in the Fengshan Palace immediately became vigilant because of Du Xinqi's fainting. The guards in the Fengshan Palace were Chang Jianyi's personal guards. Every day, 200 people patrolled the Fengshan Palace. Now, one by one, the female soldiers began to patrol the Fengshan Palace with their rifles in their hands. The safest place in the Fengshan Palace is the castle. The defense of the castle is very strong, and it is also designed with split floors, and the interior is like a maze. The corridors are still connected to each other. People who don't know the terrain will easily get lost when they walk in. There is also a basement under the castle. As long as you hide in the basement, then even if a missile comes, it will be able to withstand it. Of Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan went directly into the basement, and found Chang Haoji and others in a room. At this time, Xiao who was crying non-stop, while Xiaolong was sitting and playing with a toy. "Xiaolong, come to godmother. Let me ask you a question. How is your mother's health? Does she often faint?" Chang Jianyi asked Xiaolong with a smile. Although he didn't expect Xiaolong to answer clearly, but now I can only hope that Xiaolong can give key clues. Xiaolong bit his finger and said, "What is fainting, Chang?" Jianyi suddenly didn't know how to explain it. What can a 2-year-old child know? Now he doesn't even understand what fainting means, and his own inquiry seems to be useless now. Chu Chaoyan also squatted down at this time and said, "It just fell to the ground with a boom like just now. Did your mother have this kind of situation?" Xiaolong also started to think at this time. His little head was full of great doubts, and then he said vaguely, "Mom is often beaten down by Daddy. A few times when I fell asleep, I saw Daddy beating me with a stick. Mom said that this matter is not allowed to talk nonsense, and also, Dad always comes to find Mom at night, and would grab food from me, and Mom fell down several times at that time." After hearing such an answer, Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan immediately looked at each other in blank dismay. Originally they wanted to know about Du Xinqi's physical problems, but now that Xiaolong said this, it seemed that they had also learned something wrong. After hearing the news, children don't understand anything, they can only tell what they see. However, after these words fell into the ears of Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan, they restored the unbelievable truth. "Xiaolong, you said that father often goes to mother's room at night. Did you see clearly?" Chu Chaoyan then asked. Xiaolong tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, "I see clearly, and I can remember Dag's voice. When Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoan heard this, they immediately didn't know what to say. They wanted to know Du Xinqi's health condition, but now they learned something even more serious. Great. This matter must be made clear after Shen Feng returns at this time. Chang Haoji also hurried forward, hugged Xiaolong and said, "Children, don't talk nonsense. If you talk nonsense again, I will spank your ass." At this moment, Shen Feng from the hospital called back, "It's okay, Sister Du is anemic, it's a misunderstanding, please hurry up and eat, I'll take care of her in the hospital, at least let her get an IV in the hospital, don't starve yourself, it's okay, this is a misunderstanding, but there are some things that are not misunderstandings. We are waiting for you to come back at home," Chang Jianyi said lightly. Chapter 760. Shen Feng was also really frightened by the poisoning guy before, so when he saw Du Xinqi fall in the kitchen, he immediately suspected that someone was poisoning, so he didn't stop, and directly cast the as if the wind goes with and he sent Du Xinqi to the hospital. This process took less than a minute, and even passers-by on the street couldn't see it at all. Ordinary people just felt a gust of wind whizzing past them, but after Shen Feng arrived at the hospital, the doctor suspected that it was just anemia, because people with anemia are prone to fainting, and then they took a blood test. At this time, Du Xinqi woke up leisurely, but she didn't expect that she had already passed out. "It's on the hospital bed," Du Xinqi said. "Why did I come here? Wasn't I still in the kitchen just now?" Du Xinqi didn't remember very clearly what happened after she fainted, she just felt that she didn't know anything when her eyes went dark, and Shen Feng was finally relieved after seeing Du Xinqi wake up. Now it seems that the doctor's judgment is correct. This is the fainting caused by anemia. Then he said, "You fainted just now, I thought you were poisoned, it's fine now, you rest first, I will take you back with me later." Shen Feng then called Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoan to tell Du Xinqi that Du Xinqi was fine, and planned to let Du Xinqi take a good rest. However, at this moment, the doctor said cautiously at the door, "City Lord, come out if it's convenient." Shen Feng felt strange. He didn't know what the doctor was going to do now. Is there anything he couldn't say directly? Do you have to talk to yourself alone? Then Shen Feng walked out of the ward, wanting to know what the doctor wanted to tell him. The doctor saw that there was no one around at this time, so he said carefully, "After we tested the blood, we found that Ms. Du's anemia exists, but do you know why anemia occurs?" When Shen Feng heard this question, he immediately felt as if he was back in college, and then asked, "Are you testing the cause of my anemia? Generally speaking, isn't it because of insufficient intake of iron supplements? I am concerned about this." Still no, the City Lord is really powerful, and he knows such professional knowledge. The doctor said with a smile, "Although this question is very simple, but without this question, the next thing is really hard to say. City Master, have you heard of gestational anemia?" Shen Feng heard another professional term. Fortunately, Shen Feng also studied physiology, and immediately said, "I still know this, not even pregnant women will also suffer from anemia." When Shen Feng said this, he was immediately stunned, because he felt that something bad was about to happen from this proper term, pregnant. "Don't tell me, Du Xinqi is pregnant." Responding, Shen Feng looked at the doctor in disbelief. He couldn't believe his own imagination at this moment, but the doctor said helplessly, "I can only say that it is true, because Miss Du is pregnant." After Shen Feng heard this, he immediately felt both surprise and joy, and the surprise part was far higher than the joy, because at present, it seems that the fire cannot be contained by paper. Shen Feng looked at the doctor solemnly and said, "Don't talk nonsense about this matter, keep it a secret, and no one is allowed to tell it, understand?" When he said this, Shen Feng had been staring at the doctor. Although Shen Feng didn't let out any murderous aura at this time, the coercion of the superior still shocked the doctor. Directly after it was released, the doctor then said with cold sweat on his face, I know, I will definitely keep this matter a secret. I am a bottle without a mouth, and the news will never leak from my mouth." Shen Feng immediately became distressed. This matter seems difficult to deal with, especially if the senior sister and Chu Qiaoyan know about this matter. He will probably be ripped off, so Shen Feng felt very embarrassed at this moment. The doctor added, "Then what? Remember to ask Ms. Du to take more folic acid, it will be more beneficial." Shen Feng nodded and walked into the ward, closed the door of the ward, and sat on the edge of Du Xinqi's bed in a daze. Du Xinqi immediately wanted to stand up, and said in her mouth, "Isn't it just anemia? I'm much better now, It must be because I've been losing weight these days, so I ate less vegetables, that's why this is the case. Next time I will just eat more vegetarian dishes. As for rice and meat, I won't eat it for the time being. Don't, lie down, lie down. Be obedient, take a rest in the hospital now, and don't worry about losing weight or not. You must eat what you should eat, and you must maintain a balanced diet. Don't worry about such things. Shen Feng quickly asked Du Xinxi to lie down, and a nurse will come to give an injection later. Du Xinxi immediately said, but I am also a woman anyway. Seeing that everyone else is slender, if I become bloated, it will be bad. After all, the old saying is good, the servant of Israel fading and loving. Therefore, I must take good care of myself. What Du Xinxi is most worried about is being abandoned by Shen Feng, because compared to Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan, she has no foundation. If Shen Feng gets tired of her, he will kick her away. Things are likely to happen, but Du Xinxi needs to do his best to avoid such things from happening. Shen Feng smiled wryly, and said, can you stop thinking about it all day long? How can I treat you as a vase? And besides, when losing weight, you also need to think about the next generation. You have lost weight, but the child will starve to death gone. Upon hearing this, Du Xinxi couldn't help but said, why would the child starve to death? Xiaolong has already grown his teeth, he can eat by himself, don't interfere with my maintenance of my figure. Shen Feng didn't speak, just reached out and put his hand on Du Xinxi's abdomen, groping gently. Seeing Shen Feng's movements, Du Xinxi quickly said, don't do this, you are in the hospital now, someone may come in at any time, what if someone sees you doing what you are doing now? Du Xinxi thought that Shen Feng had other ideas, so she would caress at this time, but after Du Xinxi looked at Shen Feng's face seriously, she found that Shen Feng's face was full of kindness. After discovering this scene, Du Xinxi thought of Shen Feng's behavior and actions just now, and immediately had a guess. She couldn't help being startled, and then asked, could it be that I'm pregnant? Shen Feng nodded seriously, and said in distress, how can I go back and talk about this matter? It's just that the fire can't be contained. Shen Feng has already planned to let Du Xinxi hide outside Fengshan Palace for a year, and wait until after giving birth to a child before talking about other things, but the reason for leaving Fengshan Palace hasn't been thought out for a while, so she has been feeling a headache. Du Xinxi smiled and said, let's be honest, at worst I will be kicked out and live on the street, as long as you can take care of Xiaolong. Don't talk nonsense, isn't this the worst possible outcome? Besides, you are my woman, let me kick you out, do you think I am this kind of person? Shen Feng immediately began to question, he is not that the kind of people who start chaotically and end up abandoning themselves. Now that it's the 12th lunar month, maybe it will snow sometime, and if Du Xinxi, who has heart disease, is outside, won't he freeze to death soon? Shen Feng finally gave up thinking, and said, let's take one step at a time. There will definitely be a perfect solution to this matter, so you don't need to worry about it. Besides, you are not allowed to lose weight, understand? Du Xinxi nodded with a smile. The reason why she said that she was kicked out just now was to test Shen Feng's mind. Now it seems that Shen Feng still cares about her very much, and she is immediately satisfied afterwards. Shen Feng also lost his appetite, and while waiting for Du Xinxi's IV drip, he silently thought about countermeasures, and kept stroking Du Xinxi's lower abdomen with his palm. It was just a bulge, and Shen Feng couldn't feel anything through his clothes. In the end, Shen Feng returned to Fengshan Palace with Du Xinxi on his back. When he came to the hospital, Shen Feng's speed reached a level that was hard to distinguish with the naked eye, but when he went back, Shen Feng's speed was too slow. It took 20 minutes to arrive at Fengshan Palace. It was already late at night. In Shen Feng's thinking, Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan were probably asleep. However, when Shen Feng returned to the castle, there was Chang Jian sitting upright in the hall. Yai Chu Chaoyan, Shen Feng's heart shuddered, and then he slowly put down the Du Xinxi on his back. Senior sister, Chaoyan, you haven't slept yet? It's getting late, let's go back to sleep, and we have to work tomorrow, right? Shen Feng then said with a smile, wanting to get away with it. It was like this before maid. However, Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan were unmoved, they just looked coldly at Shen Feng and Du Xinxi, who had just walked in. Du Xinxi hid behind Shen Feng and lowered her head, and did not move. Sleep? Then let's have a good talk about sleep today, but well, the target of this matter is not us, Shen Feng. Shen Feng, rabbits don't eat grass beside their nests, You don't understand this truth. Why don't you? I know you by catching the grass beside the nest to eat, so what do you need to justify now? Chang Jianyi immediately began to criticize Chu Qiao and was also very angry, and said immediately, I just said why you often go out in the middle of the night. I didn't expect you to hang out, you always said to go to the study to read. I really thought you were so eager to learn. After hearing the words of the two, Shen Feng was stunned immediately, and then asked, do you all know this? Who told you? At this time, Shen Feng thought that Du Xinqi's pregnancy had been exposed, so it was likely that the doctor had told her about it. No one except the doctor knew about her, but before Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan were just suspicious. After all, what a child said could not be counted. What if it was a child dreaming? But at this time, after Shen Feng said these words, it was equivalent to not calling himself immediately. Chang Jianyi was furious, and said, okay, you really admitted it, Shen Feng, you bastard, you still like widows. Only then did Shen Feng realize that he had been scammed, but the two of them didn't know the truth of the matter. Then Shen Feng had to defend himself. Actually, this incident was a very coincidental incident. At that time, the atmosphere was so high that I would not be a man if I didn't do it. But, the most important thing now is to let Sister Du give birth to a child. Now that it's the 12th lunar month, the safety of Sister Du and her children must be guaranteed. When Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan heard this, they immediately said, the two thought that Shen Feng was just having an affair, and it was easy to deal with, and it would be good to let the two separate. But now they accidentally learned about the child. Chu Qiaoyan immediately questioned, okay, you guys have children, Shen Feng, you are a ruthless person. I am not even pregnant, other women are pregnant. Shen Feng couldn't help but licked his mouth, and said in his heart, you stinky mouth, what are you talking about? Then Shen Feng will explain. Don't get excited. In fact, the two of us only found out about having a baby today. The main reason is that we haven't been pregnant before. Bah. Shen Feng didn't know how to explain it at all now. As if he couldn't hide anything, he said, it would be better not to say anything, so that the exposure would be slower. Invincible Chapter 761. When Shen Feng found that his description was getting darker and darker, he had completely given up struggling. Now that the deal is done, no matter how he explained it, it was useless. Shen Feng is also very regretful at this moment. If he hadn't blew up two key pieces of information, then the matter might really be able to get away with it, but now that the matter has developed to the present point, Shen Feng can only resign himself to fate. I just hope that senior sister and Zhao Yan will be merciful, especially when dealing with Du Xinqi. But now, Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan felt betrayed. They thought that Du Xinqi was just staying here in Yazhao, and the reason why Du Xinqi entered Fengshan Palace was because Chang Jianyi wanted to match up her younger brother and Zhang Zixi, and Du Xinqi was just an incidental item at that time. But now, Zhang Zixi has nothing to do, and Du Xinqi is stealing the house instead. Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan are also very kind in normal times. They will smile no matter who they are with. Treating others politely can leave a good impression, but Shen Feng is also very clear. When the two people next to the pillow are angry, it's also a terrible thing, and at this moment, it's time for Chu Qiaoyan and Chang Jianyi to explode. Chang Jianyi first started the yin and yang weirdness, but the object of the yin and yang strangeness was not Shen Feng, but Du Xinqi, who was hiding behind Shen Feng. Sister Du, I thought you were just a child struggling to survive in the apocalypse. I am a woman, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. I didn't expect that your scheming is hidden so deeply. After hearing this, Du Xinqi's face immediately became ugly. Facing Chang Jianyi's verbal offensive, she was so powerless. Chang Jianyi continued, Qiaoyan once told me that when you came to Yazhao with Shen Feng, you played a fairy dance, right? Knowing that Shen Feng was just a fledgling, you set up a trap for Shen Feng. Then she also used Shen Feng to cover up Mu Ying's assassination incident. It can be said that this is the extreme use of Shen Feng, and almost ruined Shen Feng's reputation, right? Shen Feng ignored the past and took you in. Unexpectedly, you are now repaying kindness with revenge, but colluding with Shen Feng. Du Xinqi's complexion was paler than before, and her lips were trembling. Obviously, she had bad memories at this time. Chu Qiaoyan also continued, that's right, you haven't had any peace of mind since you set your sights on Shen Feng. You were obviously married and had a child before, but it turned out that you died less than a year after your husband died. I fell in love with other excellent men, and pretended to be weak on the outside, but I was actually thinking about how to find an even better man. For a man like you, even if there's a greasy, pot-bellied man in front of you, middle-aged uncle, as long as he has money, you will greet him with a smile, because you are a woman who is easygoing and can be a husband. Chu Chaoyan's words were merciless. She directly seized on Du Xinqi's shortcomings and attacked. Who told you that you were married before? As a result, less than a year after her husband's death, she began to form a new relationship, and she did not hesitate to use her body as bait, just to hang men. That's enough. Don't insult others by saying such words. Shen Feng really couldn't listen anymore. He knew that Du Xinqi was not such a person. Chang Jianyi looked at Shen Feng jokingly, and asked, "What's the matter? Now you can't help defending your mistress? You are not a good person, and I will scold you later." Shen Feng exploded immediately, and then said, "Shut up, you can beat me and scold me, but you all keep your mouths clean. I respect you, so I haven't said much, but now, I will tell you directly. You, Du Xinqi, I must stay here, and you don't want to attack her. If Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan were insulting him, Shen Feng would have endured it silently, but what these two said was too much, especially when it was aimed at a pregnant woman. Xin Shike fainted because of anemia, but at this moment, she was still being targeted like this. Shen Feng also knew that if he didn't stand up, he wouldn't be a man at all. But when Shen Feng stood up to defend Du Xinqi, Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan were about to explode, because in their eyes, Shen Feng and Du Xinqi had been hooking up for a long time. And now at this time, he still refuses to admit his mistakes, and he doesn't even want to accept being scolded. Then Chang Jianyi continued, "I'm not wrong at all. The two of you are the relationship between concubine and concubine. One is not satisfied, and you want more after having two wives. You treat us as objects, is it? The other person is shameless, seduces a married man, obviously has a child, but now he just flirts with another person. I really don't know how your husband feels underground." Du Xinqi couldn't refute at this time, and her emotions gradually became agitated. When the sadness reaches the extreme, people will feel pain in the heart, and Du Xinqi couldn't help squatting on the ground holding her chest at this time. But even the pain in the heart is completely inferior to the pain in the heart, and the attack of words far exceeds the attack of weapons. Shen Feng turned around and saw Du Xinqi like this. He couldn't help gritting his teeth. He knew that it would not be a good thing after it was exposed, but now the situation has become irreparable. Shen Feng is very angry now. "Sister Du, how are you doing now?" Shen Feng hurriedly asked Du Xinqi's status while crying. Du Xinqi said, "I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Let's get out of here first." Chang Jianyi continued, "Sure enough, you are really scheming. My heart feels uncomfortable at this moment. It's a good trick to retreat and advance. I want to see if you are going to die in the end." Shen Feng couldn't bear it any longer, so he walked up to Chang Jianyi and asked, "You keep saying that other people's actions are dirty, so you are clean. What did I do wrong? Did I do anything to apologize to you?" Chang Jianyi looked at Shen Feng coldly. Chang Jianyi didn't feel that she had done anything wrong, especially when she dealt with Shen Feng. She didn't make any mistakes, so she didn't feel that Shen Feng had any reason to blame her at this time. Even if she was scolding, he must also have the upper hand at this time. Chu Qiaoyan felt the escalation of the conflict. Now that Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi were getting angry, if the quarrel continued, it would be impossible to end. But at this moment, Chu Qiaoyan didn't know how to dissuade him. Period. Shen Feng then said coldly, "What you did to apologize to me was the remarriage you announced a few months ago. Do you know that when I heard the news, I felt my head ache, the presence of a head on it, after?" Chang Jianyi heard this. She argued, "Don't you already know? That's because the child and Xiaoji were kidnapped. I just want to rescue the child, and I'm also fighting for time to find someone to help." "Really? Then ask someone to go out and find out how many people in the folk are rumoring that you and the gang from the Xianlong Bureau did something you shouldn't do. Some people even rumored that you disappeared in Yuzhou for a week. I was drinking at the residence of the Xianlong Bureau, and I didn't come out from morning to night, saying that the more than 20 supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau can't satisfy you. Do you think you've given me a good reputation?" Shen Feng immediately started digging up old scores. When Chang Jianyi heard these rumors, her eyes widened immediately. She didn't expect that the folk rumors turned out to be like this. She obviously did nothing, but she was slandered for no reason. This is all slander. If you love me, don't believe these rumors. Also, I've never heard of these rumors. You must be making them up. Shen Feng continued without mercy. Am I talking nonsense? That's because I chose to believe in you, so I arrested the person who spread these rumors and sent them to the mine. If I don't love you, if so, I would have confronted you face to face. Chu Chaoyin didn't want the matter to come to an end, so she stopped in front of Shen Feng immediately, and said, Feng, you have to calm down, take sister due to rest quickly, don't talk about it, and, sister, don't bother. It's okay, let's just let this matter go. Chu Chaoyin did not intend to stop, but continued, you clearly know the truth of the matter, but you are still using these rumors to accuse me. This is making trouble for no reason, making trouble for no reason. Shen Feng didn't mean to calm down, but sneered and said, then you weren't making trouble for no reason just now? After splashing so much dirty water out, you always said how much you love me, but now, you can't stand it just by telling some rumors. But have you ever thought about it? These rumors against you will eventually fall on my head. Since you announced that you want to remarry, there have been countless rumors in the market, they are all talking about your cheating. I have been missing for half a year, and you announced your remarriage. Can it be said that you are easygoing and a good man? And I am the green-haired turtle in those people's rumors. The most shameful thing for a man is to listen to his wife having fun in someone else's mouth. After being squeezed out by Shen Feng's call, Chang Jianyi's face immediately turned ugly, and tears flowed down her eyes before she could speak. She didn't know about these rumors in Shen Feng's mouth, because these rumors had never appeared in her, but now she realizes that, according to some people, her reputation has actually been ruined, and it's all because of her decision a few months ago. Shen Feng, I misread you. Chang Jianyi slapped Shen Feng's face with a crisp sound. Shen Feng didn't dodge, he also regretted it now. Why did he say so much in a fit of anger? But that was also seeing Chang Jianyi being aggressive, constantly saying insulting words, and even using the words everyone can do it on Du Xinshi. Now Shen Feng just wants to make Chang Jianyi know what it's like to be abused and slandered by others. Therefore, when Chang Jianyi slapped him, Shen Feng didn't dodge, because it was unnecessary, and Shen Feng could bear the slap. After seeing this scene, Chu Chaoyin was stunned. The relationship between the two who were so affectionate before has reached this point now. Feng, hurry up, take Du Xinshi away quickly, I'll come here to comfort you. Chu Chaoyin said hastily. At this moment, Chang Jianyi had already started to cry bitterly. Chu Chaoyin had never seen such a sad look before, and Shen Feng's silence at this moment also seemed unusual. Chu Chaoyin didn't want this family to be broken, so he hurriedly tried to dissuade her. Now, Chu Chaoyin did not want the quarrel to continue, otherwise more radical things might happen later. Shen Feng looked back, and suddenly saw Du Xinshi lying on the ground at this time, as if she had lost consciousness. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng hurriedly checked Du Xinshi's condition, only to find that Du Xinshi was covered in sweat and her breathing was weak. Shen Feng was startled immediately, and rushed towards the hospital with Du Xinshi. Chaoyin, I was always there for him, but now he is using these rumors to attack me, he is too much. Chang Jianyi couldn't help crying bitterly while hugging Chu Chaoyin. Tears were what in an instant took off Chu Chaoyin's clothes, and Chu Chaoyin hurriedly comforted her. Sister, it's okay. Shen Feng is talking angry. When you all calm down, everyone will be fine. Chu Chaoyin said quickly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762. When Shen Feng sent Du Xinshi to the hospital, the doctor quickly checked Du Xinshi's condition, thinking it was anemia, but after doing the electrocardiogram, he found something abnormal in an instant. Du Xinshi's heart rate had a problem. Du Xinshi's heart sometimes beats fast, sometimes it beats slowly. Doctor, she suffers from a congenital heart disease. Does she need an operation now? Shen Feng said hastily after the doctor's examination. He quickly asked, City Master, it was fine before, how did it become like this now? The situation is not particularly serious now, and it can still recover. If it is serious, come to the hospital on the way. Miss Du is about to go into cardiac arrest. Heart disease may be very serious when it occurs. At this time, nitroglycerin should be taken sublingually. If it is not possible, A heart bypass or even a heart replacement should be performed, but Du Xinxi's ability to persist in the hospital meant that her condition was not as serious as it is now. When a heart attack occurs, a person may die within 10 minutes. Without first aid, the mortality rate is very high. Shen Feng said helplessly, "It's because of emotional agitation, so I had a heart attack. Doctor, how do you see the situation?" The doctor immediately said, "City Master, I can't say whether this situation is good or bad. Now the situation can be maintained after the injection, but it's best not to have too much mood swings in the future. After all, great sadness and joy are not good for the heart. And there is another bad news." "What? Bad news?" Shen Feng asked hastily. The doctor has also seen the slap print on Shen Feng's face now. He doesn't know who slapped it, and he didn't dare to ask. In addition, Du Xinxi went back and forth. "It's better to pretend that you don't know, except for the illness. It's best not to worry about anything else, City Master. Ms. Du's condition is okay now. If she maintains her emotional stability, she will probably be able to continue her life. However, the child in her womb should be induced. Otherwise, she may not be able to survive the delivery," doctor said carefully. When Shen Feng heard the news, he was immediately shocked, because he had never expected such a thing to happen, and this kind of thing had never happened before. But at this moment, he heard such other news. Shen Feng unexpected immediately. Shen Feng couldn't help asking, "Why is this happening? You obviously said it's fine before. Why can't you have a baby now?" The doctor immediately replied seriously, "City Master, listen to my explanation. I naturally dare not lie to you. The current situation, first of all, is because Ms. Du suffers from heart disease, and giving birth to a child is a matter of course. It is a very risky thing. Considering that Ms. Du had successfully given birth to a child before, it is no problem to have a second child. But now, pregnancy is a very heavy burden for heart disease patients, especially when they have just developed a disease. Now I really can't take the risk of having a baby." After Shen Feng heard such an answer, he immediately hesitated. It is a big problem for supernatural beings to have children. He and Chang Jianyi have only had one child after 3 years together, and Chu Chaoan has never had one. Signs of pregnancy. Now that Du Xinxi is finally pregnant, if she just knocks it out like this, it seems that she will lose something important. The doctor continued, "City Master, please think carefully, because the earlier you induce labor, the less harm it will do to the pregnant woman. Now the child is only 3 months old. If you continue to let the embryo develop, even if it is an operation, there will be risks of after." Hearing this, Shen Feng suddenly smiled wryly. Although a child is very important, Du Xinxi's safety cannot be ignored. In the end, he could only helplessly say, "Then destroy it. Fortunately, it is only an embryo. Fortunately, it has not yet formed. Fortunately, it has no soul, and it will not blame me in the future." For the safety of Du Xinxi, Shen Feng can only reluctantly give up the child. It is never a problem whether to keep the child safe or not. What Shen Feng cares about is always the people by his side. However, at this moment, a weak voice came, "No, I want to give birth to the child." Shen Feng hurriedly looked towards Du Xinxi, who was on the hospital bed. At this time, Du Xinxi had woken up. Her condition was much better now. Her heart rate had returned to normal, but her complexion was still pale. Her eyes were full of firmness now, and this kind of firmness is incompatible with her weakness at this time. "But your body doesn't allow it," Shen Feng said hastily. "I will definitely give birth to the baby safely. Don't worry about that. I know my physical condition," Du Xinxi said seriously. Shen Feng couldn't help smiling wryly. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. It can be said that since Du Xinxi fainted today, the development of things has exceeded Shen Feng's expectation. Now he can only take one step. Look at one step. Nothing else can be done. There's no need for this. Your body is the most important thing. As for the child in your womb, it's just an embryo right now, without any consciousness. This isn't important anymore." Shen Feng quickly persuaded. While speaking, Shen Feng secretly stretched out his finger and pointed to the outside of the ward. The doctor nodded and understood what Shen Feng meant now, so the doctor then walked out of the ward, closing the door behind him before going out, and letting the people in the room. Shen Feng and Du Xinxi remained behind. Du Xinxi immediately said, "I have no other way to prove my love for you. Just like Madam said, I may just be greedy for your power. If I can't even keep my child, then there is really no way to prove my love for you in the end." But who made me ill? Who made me congenitally deficient? I am different from the two ladies. The things I can help you are really too little. I'm just a vase. Shen Feng obviously didn't expect Du Xinshi to have so many worries, and after knowing Du Xinshi's concerns, Shen Feng also had no reason to continue persuading. In the end, Shen Feng asked people to prepare a small building in Yuzhou City, and placed Du Xinshi here, and then asked Zhang Zixi to take care of Du Xinshi, and brought Xiaolong along. By the way, Xiaolong's name is Du Fanshin, and the meaning is very simple. The surname also follows his mother. As for the meaning of the name, it is ordinary but great. Du Xinshi also hopes that his son Xiaolong can have an ordinary life. If possible, he will live an ordinary life to do a great thing. Zhang Zixi didn't know what happened, but after learning that Du Xinshi was pregnant, she immediately looked at Shen Feng with strange eyes, apparently thinking of many rumors, some of which were about Shen Feng. People actually like mature women who are older than themselves, and Du Xinshi is in such a situation. From this point of view, it seems that the rumors in the market are true. Shen Feng didn't know what Zhang Zixi was thinking. He just said seriously, I have to work during normal hours, and I can't take care of Sister Du, so I will take care of you at this time, and I will send servants here, but you are more considerate. Do you understand? Zhang Zixi could only nod silently, and Shen Feng lived outside the Fengshan Palace. Although she went to the city lord's mansion to deal with official business every day, Chang Jianyi found a new office and chose not to meet with Shen Feng. In this case, there was something important. It needs to be discussed, and Chu Chaoyan needs to be in the middle of the contact. When Chang Jianyi learned that Shen Feng was living outside, she was very annoyed. She was annoyed that Shen Feng had alienated herself because of other women, but deep in Chang Jianyi's heart, there was still fear lurking. She was afraid what's more, Shen Feng never came back again. Zhao Yan, go and tell Shen Feng that as long as he apologizes, I'm willing to let him and Du Xinshi return to live in Fengshan Palace, and I'll treat it as if nothing happened. In the end, Chang Jianyi decided to retreat, as the saying goes, endure the calm for a while, and take a step back to open up the sea and the sky. Chu Chaoyan then reported the matter to Shen Feng, and at the same time persuaded, Feng, isn't it just an apology? As long as you apologize, nothing will happen. It's not good for everyone to make things stiff. Besides, Sister Du can also get better care in Fengshan Palace, so just keep your head down. After Shen Feng learned the content of Chu Chaoyan's report, she also understood that the senior sister was giving in. This kind of concession is very rare. After all, Shen Feng and Du Xinshi were the ones who did the wrong thing. Now she already willing to accept Du Xinshi. In this way, all the contradictions will be resolved. But Shen Feng thought about it. Now Du Xinshi can't be stimulated. If Du Xinshi returns to Fengshan Palace, if she remembers being insulted, it will be bad for her to fall ill again. Moreover, even if Du Xinshi was happy in her heart, it would be bad for her heart. Whether it's great sadness or great joy, it's not good for the heart. Shen Feng knows this and can't let Du Xinshi be stimulated. Then Shen Feng seriously said to Chu Chaoyan, apologize? I will, but not now. After a while I will personally go to my senior sister to apologize. Not now. Chu Chaoyan suddenly didn't know how to deal with the current situation. Although Chu Chaoyan was denouncing Shen Feng before, the quarrel came to the back. That is, Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi were arguing. Chu Chaoyan wanted to. He tried to persuade him to fight, but it was too late. Shen Feng was slapped by Chang Jianyi. After that, Shen Feng left Fengshan Palace. A few days passed, and he never went back. Hey, what should I do if my family has become like this? Chu Chaoyan sighed silently in her heart. At this moment she felt that she was really too tired. Chu Chaoyan then informed Chang Jianyi of Shen Feng's answer, but Chang Jianyi kept silent at this time, lowered his head and continued to process the documents, without a smile on his face anymore. Chu Chaoyan keenly noticed that Chang Jianyi's palm holding the pen was trembling slightly at this time, and guessed in his heart, could it be that Chang Jianyi is also afraid at this time? After receiving the task, Su Xing immediately rushed to the wine city in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. Going from Yuzhou to the wine city in the upper reaches was originally a very simple matter. As long as there is a small boat, it is normal to travel by water along the Yangtze River. How can the golden waterway be in vain? However, there is no gasoline in Yuzhou now, so Su Xing can only go upstream by bicycle, and you also followed by riding a bicycle. The journey ahead is still very wonderful. Driving in the mountains and forests, you can see many beautiful scenery around you. In the end of the world, Everything is not withered as imagined. On the contrary, there are infinite beautiful scenery of mountains, rivers and rivers. It seems that the environment destroyed by human beings has been restored in just 3 years. Although it is winter, half of the trees in the surrounding forest have become bare, but this place is always in the south, and there are still many evergreen trees, so there's still a lot of green on the mountain. It's just that when Su Jing passed through many mountain villages and small towns, he could only see broken walls and ruins. Inhabited mountain villages, no matter how old they are, can always feel a kind of vitality. The countryside inhabited by humans has become dilapidated in just a few years, and weeds can even grow among the concrete pillars. Every time Su Jing sees such a picture, many emotions will appear in Su Jing's heart. Human beings used to be so prosperous, but now, except for the cities, everywhere has become desolate. Perhaps, the seemingly prosperous human beings in the face of natural disasters, it is nothing but false. As long as natural disasters come, the prosperity of mankind will become a dream. Chapter 763. Su Jing thought that the scenes he could see were just the same. The wine city was not very far from Yazhou, and the scenery would probably be the same, but when Su Jing entered the area of the wine city, he was immediately stunned. Yes, because she saw hungry people in ragged clothes all over the mountains and plains, and these hungry people were still peeling bark. Su Jing immediately stopped the bicycle and asked the hungry people, "What are you doing?" Seeing Su Jing's bright clothes at this time, the hungry people gathered together and begged, "Give us something to eat, we are really hungry." Su Jing looked at the people who were peeling the bark all over the mountains and plains, and couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Then, he found the food he was carrying, which were 20 flatbreads in his backpack. After finding the flatbreads, Su Jing was about to distribute it, but the big cake was snatched away just as soon as it was taken out. Su Jing said quickly, "No more, really no more, the pancake is gone now." There can be hundreds of hungry people on the mountain, all of them are in the same state, with ragged clothes and yellow and thin faces. It seems that they have not eaten for many days. Among the hungry people, there are children crying, but the crying and shouting are hoarse, looks very pitiful at this time. Everyone saw that Su Jing had no food in his hands, and then they stared at Lin Yu, who was beside Su Jing. From the people's point of view, Lin Yu also appeared with Su Jing. So since Su Jing's body is if there is food, Lin Yu also has food. The hungry people who didn't grab the big pie then began to beg Lin Yu, hoping that Lin Yu could lend a helping hand at this time. But at this time, Lin Yu was unmoved, sitting on the bicycle, and said lightly, "I have food." But no, Lin Yu was not as kind as Su Jing. The food was his own, and if he didn't want to give it, no one would be able to force him. After the hungry people saw that the begging failed, they showed a fierce side. Someone took out a knife from his body and threatened Lin Yu, "Boy, I advise you to hand over the food, otherwise, we will have to eat meat." Human beings in a famine can do anything, and now Lin Yu was facing the threat of the hungry people. In the eyes of the hungry people, food is more important than anything else. If others don't give it, then he can only robbery. Even cannibalism is not out of the question. Still unmoved, Lin Yu looked at the group of people with folded arms and said, "Sure enough, there is no food and no order. Isn't this just robbery?" Su Jing also persuaded, "They are so pitiful, can't you use big cakes to relieve their hunger?" Regarding Su Jing's words, Lin Yu replied flatly, "I am the examiner, don't treat me as your teammate, and don't try to interfere with any of my actions, understand?" Su Jing was helpless. It was impossible for him to ask Lin Yu to hand over his rations on his own initiative. Moreover, Lin Yu was not his subordinate, but his own examiner. Whether the task was qualified or not depended on Lin Yu's score. However, after Su Jing's current persuasion was ineffective, a group of hungry people who surrounded Lin Yu became angry from the bottom of their hearts, and their evil turned to the guts. The guy in the lead directly stabbed in Lin Yu's direction with a knife, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. "Don't!" Su Jing quickly stopped her, but it was too late. A cold light flashed in the air. Many hungry people didn't see anything clearly at this time. They found that at this time the leader had fallen to the ground, there was a knife on his chest, and blood was continuously spraying from the wound come out, like a fountain. After seeing this scene, everyone was terrified and backed away. At this moment, Lin Yu said nonchalantly, "Go ahead. I'm not a kind of bloodthirsty person, but if someone wants to kill me, I'll still fight back." Su Jing also knew that it was too late for him to stop him. "You must know that Lin Yu is a supernatural being, and these people are just ordinary people. The moment he strikes at a supernatural being, he can actually declare their death. If you are quicker, this person will not die. Su Xing couldn't help complaining to Lin Yu. Are you willing to attack so hard? They can't possibly kill you. Regarding this statement, Lin Yu said lightly, from the moment they attacked me, they were not hungry people, but sinners. This time they can attack me for food. If they attack me, what about someone who has no strength to bind a chicken? At this time, who will fall? After hearing this, Su Xing couldn't refute it, as if it was indeed the case, and after Lin Yu killed the man, the rest of the starving people never dared to approach again, because at this time they have already seen that the pair of men and women who appeared here are not simple characters, maybe they are evolutionaries, otherwise, how could the shot be so vicious? Su Xing was helpless, and continued to ask others, why did you peel off the bark? Su Xing knew that the bark could be used to make rope, but it was obviously not right that so many hungry people were picking up the bark. Besides, Su Xing is a thin and yellow man. Just now, he snatched half a pancake and stuffed it into his mouth. If he didn't do this, the pancake would be snatched away by someone else in the next second. And now, the man is swallowing hard, swallowing all the big cake stuffed into his mouth. As he swallowed, the hungry man's throat immediately swelled up. At this moment, Su Xing was even worried whether this guy would be choked to death. If he could be lubricated with water, it might be much more comfortable, but now this who dares to drink water at that time? The food can only be regarded as their own if it is eaten in the stomach. After swallowing with difficulty, the hungry man finally said, Miss Report, we are peeling bark for dinner. When Su Xing heard this, he was shocked. Is the bark edible? Su Xing had heard about eating grass roots and bark, but Su Xing always thought it was fake. After all, these things were not nutritious, and even if they were eaten, they might not be able to digest them. However, the hungry people said helplessly, we don't want to eat bark, but there is no way. If we don't eat bark, we will die. We have no food. The older generation said that eating bark can save lives. Then I can only follow the example of the older generation. I just hope that I can survive. Isn't that too much to ask? Not too much, not too much? So you don't have any food? I heard that there was no disaster here. The mutated bird didn't pass by here, and I didn't hear of floods or droughts. Su Xing was still puzzled. Logically, it is said that there is no disaster in the wine city, and it should be safe to harvest in autumn, but now, there is a famine, which is really strange. Speaking of this sad incident, the uncle who was questioned was very sad, and then said, why is there no food? Originally, there was a good harvest here in the wine city, but the food does not belong to us, and it was all taken away by the city lord. If you want to eat, you have to work for the city lord, build a palace for him, and enjoy life for him. You have to work 18 hours a day to barely fill your stomach, but even if it is such a job, we can't find it work. After hearing this, Su Xing immediately felt disgusted with the lord of the wine city who hadn't met yet. This guy is really nothing. Now that he is so extravagant, he actually ignores the people at the bottom. Now there are hungry people. Yes, you can still enjoy life, can't you resist? Su Xing continued to ask, resistance. After the uncle talked about this incident, he immediately thought of the sad thing, and then said, why didn't you resist? Tens of thousands of people went to protest outside the palace, asking for food, but it turned out that those under the hands of the city lord people just shot. 5 or 6,000 people were killed in the street, and the others all fled? We don't have weapons, how can we resist? Su Xing couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable when he heard such a narration. In this way, it is really dark in the wine city, and people are living in dire straits. The owner of the wine city must be killed, so that the city can be completely destroyed. Solve the crisis faced by people, and then open the warehouse to release food. This kind of dog is really damned. It seems to be called Zuba. HMPH, I have already remembered. Su Xing murmured. At this moment, anger appeared in Su Xing's eyes. At this time, the uncle also saw that Su Xing was not a local, so he continued, little girl, seeing that you are still young and in the mood for youth, you should leave here as soon as possible. If you are shown by the city lord's dog legs, if you arrive, you will be snatched away. Those things are not human. I don't know how many girls have ruined their hands. Su Xing nodded and said, I know, I will be careful. Afterwards, Su Xing rode his bicycle and continued towards the wine city. Lin Yu still didn't say anything. He just watched Su Xing's reaction silently, wanting to know what kind of means Su Xing would use. When Su Xing came to the outside of the city wall of the wine city, he immediately saw the 5-meter-high city wall. Many houses outside the city wall had been demolished, and the surrounding houses had to be demolished to build a wall buffer. Approaching, Su-Jing dressed up, rolled in the mud, stained the clothes on her body, found a scarf in the backpack, folded it into a triangle, wrapped her head, and then used cosmetics to brighten her complexion. The makeup is rather ugly, and at this moment, no one can see that Su-Jing is a young girl in her prime. Brother Lin Yu, if you don't wear makeup, you will expose me. Su-Jing then looked at Lin Yu, hoping that Lin Yu could wear makeup, but Lin Yu threw the bicycle into the tree, and said calmly, I won't go through the city gate, I'll go in through the city wall. It's just a 5-meter high wall, and there is no difficulty at all. Lin Yu didn't plan to enter the city through the city gate, so as not to arouse suspicion, and he didn't need to make up like Su-Jing. As for the bicycle, it had been thrown on a tree and hung on it. As long as most people don't look up, they can't see it. Even if it raises its head, it may not be able to take it down. Su-Jing immediately walked towards the city gate. As for Lin Yu, he and Su-Jing temporarily separated and planned to contact again in the city. Su-Jing pushed his bicycle to the outside of the wine city, and then wanted to enter, but was stopped immediately when he was about to enter. After the two soldiers looked up and down Su-Jing, they saw that Su-Jing was dirty at this time. Yes, and there is a turban on her head, which is obviously a village girl. As a result, the soldier suddenly lost his mind about making moves, but directly said, if you want to enter the city, then pay the entry fee, and hand over what you have before. Su-Jing was not too surprised when he heard that he had to pay the entry fee. After all, it was the same in Yuzhou. If a person who came to Yuzhou for the first time did not have a residence permit in Yuzhou, he would need to pay the entry fee, but it was done. Documents are not required. Su-Jing found a gold ring from her body. She has no food on her body, so now she can only reluctantly use the gold ring. Can I change the money now? Su-Jing asked immediately. Change? You haven't paid poll tax, road maintenance fee, consumption tax, and walking tax yet. You still have change? What do you think? The soldier stuffed the gold ring into his pocket and said arrogantly. Chapter 764 Hell on Earth. Now that Su-Jing heard that she had to pay more taxes, she immediately became angry, and asked directly, I haven't even entered yet, why do I have to pay so much tax? Why do you have so much tax here? When Su-Jing heard that he had to pay so much tax when he entered the city, he was shocked. Also, what does this so-called walking tax mean? Walking in the city is a tax, and there is also a consumption tax. If you don't consume, how do you pay the tax? Also, isn't consumption tax paid when purchasing goods? Seeing Su-Jing's shock at this time, the soldier's guard in the city immediately laughed, and then said disdainfully, it's really long hair and short knowledge. Either pay the tax or get out. At this time, Su-Jing also regretted it. She should have known why Lin Yu entered the city over the wall. As a result, we are now facing the situation of being taxed. If we overturn the wall, we will definitely not encounter such a situation. Obviously, with our own strength, it is not difficult to knock down the city wall. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret now. Lin Yu must have known about what happened in the wine city long ago, but he just didn't tell me. It's disgusting. After seeing him later, he must be taught a lesson. Su-Jing said. I thought silently in my heart. Then Su-Jing said to the group of people guarding the city gate, give me back the ring, I won't go in. However, after several people heard this, they couldn't help laughing immediately. Where are you from, a village girl? I've never heard that things that fall into our hands can be taken back, or this sentence. If you want to enter the city, you can continue to pay, and if you don't have money, you can leave. When Su-Jing heard this, she hated secretly. She just came to Wine City and encountered such a dark thing. Isn't this just blackmail? The zodiac signs of these bastards guarding the city are definitely Pixiu. They can only get in and out, and when I enter the city, I will definitely find a way to get back to where I am today in order to avoid further losses. Su-Jing immediately said, I won't go in, goodbye. After talking, Su-Jing wanted to leave. This could be regarded as a timely stop loss. At present, this is the only way to do it. If we continue to entangle, I really don't know what kind of taxes to pay. After all, how much tax to collect is up to the other party. However, after seeing this scene, several soldiers guarding the city immediately whispered, Captain, it seems that this village girl really has no money, and the gold ring may be the last property. Do you want to continue hugging money? At this time, The captain said calmly, "What are you thinking about? Isn't there a bicycle here? Besides, don't look at the village girl as ugly, she has a good figure." After hearing this, many soldiers immediately called the captain wise. He has a good mind. As expected of the captain, he can think of things that most people can't think of afterwards. A group of soldiers rushed forward and snatched the bicycle that Su Xing was pushing, and they were still muttering, "Now we see you are very pitiful, so we let you pass, and you thank us for your great kindness. Well, this bicycle will be confiscated, let's go in." Su Xing just watched helplessly as the bicycle in his hand was taken away, but he didn't dare to do it, so he could only shout unwillingly, "My bicycle, if you want a bicycle, let me go in quickly, stop talking nonsense." Several soldiers guarding the city took the bicycle away and drove Su Xing into the city. By the way, Su Xing secretly gritted her teeth, looked deeply at this group of people, and said in her heart, "Just wait for me, I will let you know the price of blackmailing me." At this moment, Su Xing can't reveal her identity, otherwise, at this moment just now, Su Xing can directly kill these people. After going through this incident, Su Xing also knows what it is like for Qin Kaiyong to sell horses. "I'm in a bad mood, obviously possessing a unique skill, but being targeted by villains and being constantly blackmailed, this kind of feeling makes people feel very bad." Long Gaiao was beaten by shrimps in shallow water, and dogs bullied tigers in Pangyang. A tiger with its teeth pulled out is not as good as a dog, and a phoenix that loses its hair is not as good as a chicken. Su Xing sighed in her heart. After that, Su Xing began to observe the situation in the city. The original wine city was also an important city. After all, it was a city connecting Sichuan province and Yunnan province. But even so, the city still has a population of 200,000 to 300,000. As long as it can be occupied, it can become a party figure. After all, Shen Feng had only one Jiangyang in his hands back then, and the surrounding counties have not yet been able to control it. But now, in Su Xing's eyes, the wine city has become desolate. The people walking on the street here are all sallow, thin, and their feet are weak, as if they may fall down at any time, and beggars can be seen everywhere, and there are even dead people on the street who have died. After seeing this scene, Su Xing also knew how abominable the city lord of Jiacheng was. The people under him were all starved to death, and they were still trying to find ways to search for property. It was not for the sake of the people below. Before Lin Yu, it was nothing more than a lot of evil when he described it in his mouth, but after seeing it with his own eyes, Su Xing knew, how could this be a lot of evil? This is completely the rebirth of the demon, and the people living in the wine city are really suffering. While Su Xing was observing the surroundings, a voice came from behind, "Where's your bicycle?" Su Xing looked back, and immediately saw Lin Yu with a narrow face, and after seeing such a smile, Su Xing directly questioned, "Are you so embarrassed to say that? There are so many exorbitant taxes in the wine city. Don't you tell me?" And my bicycle was also taken away. In the apocalypse, bicycles are still very precious, especially in areas lacking oil. A bicycle can provide the ability to move quickly. This is completely the horse in ancient times, even more important than the horse, because the horse they also need to be fed grass, and they may lose weight if they run too far. But now, the precious bicycle has been taken away. For Su Xing, it is also very valuable. Her salary is still not enough, and she has no chance to make meritorious service before, so her position is relatively low, and her salary cannot be raised. Lin Yu withdrew his narrow smile just now, and then said, "Inquiring about information is part of the content of the assessment. You have entered the wine city in such a hurry. If the interrogation is a little stricter, your identity may be exposed. So, for now look, I can only give you 30 points in this regard. You only have the awareness to hide information, but you don't have the ability to inquire about information." Su Xing immediately gritted her teeth after hearing the serious words from Lin Yu's mouth. She now feels that Lin Yu is too insidious. "It's too much to threaten me as an examiner, HMPH, I don't care about you, as long as I can complete the task, isn't that alright?" Su Xing immediately stopped talking to Lin Yu and was ready to kill someone. Su Xing didn't forget the task she needed to perform. There were two tasks, one of which was to kill the guy who organized the cult, and the other was to kill the evil lord of Wine City. These two tasks needed to be solved. And killing people is the simplest and most effective method. Then, go ahead, I won't intervene, I will just watch you silently to see if you can complete the task, and finally give a score. Lin Yu said with a smile. Su Xing didn't want to talk to Lin Yu anymore. At this moment, Su Xing first wanted to inquire about the location of the mayor of the wine city. If possible, he would know where the leader of the cult was. Make sure the other person is okay. Su Xing just inquired a little bit, and someone immediately told the location of the city lord. As for the leader, who is also a highly anticipated figure in the wine city, he knew the location easily. However, in these two places, both it is difficult to enter, and it is a problem to get close, let alone assassinate two important people. Little girl, you are also a foreigner, so don't stay here, leave earlier, this city is dead. The old beggar on the side of the road said to Su Xing. Su Xing nodded and said, I see, I will leave here soon. Then, Su Xing continued to move forward unmoved, preparing to complete the unfinished task. Su Xing planned to observe the enemy's whereabouts first, and it would be best if he could find a chance for these two villains to be together, and then find a way to mix in. Kill these two villains. However, after Lin Yu saw Su Xing's straightforward actions, he escaped from the notebook he was carrying and began to record on it. Insufficient ability to collect information. In addition, acting recklessly is not good for others. Unconditional trust in his words. In Lin Yu's eyes, Su Xing is unqualified at this time. If Su Xing performs the mission alone, Su Xing will fail the mission under certain circumstances, especially when it comes to intelligence collection. Doubt Su Xing's fighting power. I heard that Su Xing caused an earthquake when he was in Siberia, which directly changed the situation of the battle. In terms of fighting power, he was even stronger than Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu was still good at finding out information. However, if you want to perform missions alone, it is not enough to be powerful. In addition to being powerful, you also need to have the ability to collect and analyze intelligence. If this ability is not enough, you may be designed by the enemy when performing missions. And Su Xing just killed the two villains. That's not enough. When Su Xing approached the city lord's palace, he saw the tragic situation in the city. It was a bustling city, but it felt desolate at this moment, and when Su Xing came to the outside of the palace, he was immediately shocked, because in contrast to the streets of the wine city, there was a luxurious palace. There was a huge city wall in the center of the city, and the huge city wall directly surrounded the entire city. In a large area, the walls are taller than the city walls, up to 10 meters high, while the city walls are only 5 meters high. It can be said that the defense capability of the palace that appeared in front of Su Xing is higher than that of the city walls. Su Xing immediately began to recall the Fengshan Palace in Yeziao. Although it is called a palace, it is actually only 80 or 90 mu of land. Even some universities occupy an area larger than the palace, and there are 500 acres of land in Yeziao. With a population of 10,000, Shen Feng could only live in this ordinary palace under such circumstances, but now, the palace in front of Su Xing was already 10 times the size of Fengshan Palace in terms of area. The red walls and yellow tiles are right in front of Su Xing's eyes, and what appears in front of Su Xing is a luxurious palace, and this palace occupies almost a quarter of the area of the wine city. Infinite majesty, there are still many people patrolling on the city wall. How many people are needed to build such a luxurious place, and it's still in such a poor city? Su Xing murmured. The situation that appeared in Su Xing's eyes at this time was a very strong contrast. Outside the palace walls were countless starving people, and even outside the city, many people were reduced to the level of eating tree bark. At this time, a luxurious city has appeared in front of her eyes, with towering palace walls, bright and luxurious. Even after Su Xing, a supernatural being, felt ashamed of herself after seeing it. It is impossible for a palace to appear out of thin air. It is conceivable that this luxurious palace must have been stained with the blood of countless people. It's really a world like purgatory. It's really abhorrent to do evil to such a degree. Su Xing immediately revealed a fierce look in his eyes. Chapter 765 Brainwashing. Su Xing took a deep look at the palace, and from the bottom of her heart, she was disgusted with this thing that was stained with people's fat and people's ointment. No wonder people here can't eat enough. No wonder I can see people who are frozen to death on the side of the road, living in it. Guy, damn it. However, after Su Xing saw the monitoring on the city wall, she chose to retreat. With the monitoring, most people would be found if they approached the palace, and Su Xing did not have the speed of Shen Feng, so it was difficult to enter the palace at a speed that is difficult to discern with the naked eye. Let's go. Let's go to another Huangxi temple. Don't worry about it for now. Su Xing looked at this palace full of sins, and didn't choose to act rashly. Instead, he went to check another place to see the next guy. Could it be a loophole? Lin Yu didn't say anything. After all, It was Su Xing who took the action this time, and it was up to Su Xing whether the task was completed or not. Lin Yu followed Su Xing's footsteps. If Su Xing was in danger, then Lin Yu also responsible for rescue Su Xing then walked towards another direction in the city, but near the Huangxi temple, Su Xing saw many beggars on the side of the road looking better, much better than the beggars he saw before. After this change, I suddenly felt a surprise. It seems that the closer to Huangxi temple, the better life of beggars here. While Su Xing was wondering, suddenly a voice came from the street far away. The porridge is served, the monks are serving the porridge. When the beggars on the side of the road heard this, they immediately became excited, jumped up from the ground, and rushed towards the direction of the sound. Su Xing also hurriedly followed to have a look, wanting to know what happened ahead. What outside a huge temple in the distance, more than a dozen monks wearing yellow and red monk uniforms pushed a small cart out of the side door. The moment they appeared, the beggars were already queuing spontaneously. Already very skilled, there are many barrels on the cart, all of which are white rice porridge. In the eyes of beggars, these white rice porridge is extremely attractive, and such a good thing is already in front of them. How can they be indifferent? At this time, the monks also began to shout, Amitabha, after you have eaten the porridge, you need to thank Duangzhao for the kindness. This is the kindness given under the instruction of the great Huangxi Buddha. It takes hard work to practice. Here are the teachings of my Tantra. Please study carefully and comprehend. Next, after Su Xing saw this scene, perhaps she felt that the contrast was too great. Other places were hungry and cold. On the contrary, there were people in the temple who could drink porridge. Starving people to death. In this way, not all cults are evil, at least this sect is to persuade people to be good. Although Su Xing is a junior high school student, Su Xing also has an understanding of Tantric Buddhism. Among martial arts, people in Tantric Buddhism often appear as villains, such as Yishin Tulongji and Xianlong Babu, let alone, and there are also many evil Buddhas enshrined in Tantric Buddhism, that is, unscrupulous Buddhas, and the Huangxi Buddha is an evil Buddha. Su Xing thought, I still don't know the details of this cult outside, why don't I go in and have a look? Thinking of this, Su Xing immediately began to approach the temple. This temple also looks very luxurious, covering a large area. It seems that it has just been established, and this is also a normal thing. An evil Buddha like Huangxi Buddha is completely. It is impossible to have an audience in the central plains, and it is impossible for this kind of Buddha to appear in ancient temples. After Su Xing got close, she said to the lamas, can I go in and take a look? After hearing this, the lamas immediately nodded and said, Benefactor, please come in, you can go in. Junior brother, you come and take this benefactor. Oh, two benefactors, go in and have a look. The lama thought that Su Xing was alone, but then he saw Lin Yu behind Su Xing, and Lin Yu was still carrying a backpack at this time, and then realized that these two people should be together. It seems that they are the first came here once. Su Xing suddenly thought of something, so he said quickly, we don't have any money with us. If we collect incense money, we don't have any. Su Xing really suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. He was charged a lot of money at the gate of the city and his bicycle was taken away. In this case, Su Xing was worried that he would still be arrested after entering the temple collecting money. After all, I heard that in some temples, fortune-telling requires money, and offering incense requires money. Even if you want to enter the Dakshin Hall to see the Buddha, you still have to give 10 yuan. Now if you are blackmailed again, that would be even more uncomfortable. So Su Xing directly explained that he had no money. The Lama smiled slightly and said, it's okay, Buddhism is open to anyone. As for the incense money, if you are rich, you can naturally give a little or two. If you are poor, you can also feel the glory of the Buddha. Knowing this answer, Su Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't cost money, let's go in and have a look. Next, a Lama brought Su Xing and Lin Yu to visit the temple, but at this moment, the Lama brought a basin of water and said, please wash your face before entering the temple. The face is filthy, and the Buddha needs to be respected. After Su Xing heard such a statement, she immediately hesitated. At this moment, Su Xing is actually wearing makeup, so it is not easy to be seen in front of others, but at this moment she wants to enter the temple, still needs to wash the face. If the face is cleaned, wouldn't the real face have been revealed? But things have come to this. In order to be able to complete the task, it is best to take a look inside today, otherwise, you will not know what the situation inside is like. So Su Xing can only choose to wash his face, and use handmade water on his face casually. After wiping it twice, The makeup and dust on his face were washed off on the spot, and his original face appeared in everyone's eyes after seeing Su Xing's face. The lamas around were stunned, because they thought that the one who appeared in front of them was an ordinary village girl who had not looked too good looking, but after Su Xing finished washing her face, the true face was also revealed, and everyone was immediately stunned by Su Xing's beauty, because they saw a fair-skinned and beautiful woman appearing here. Su Xing is not very old, that is, 17 years old, youthful, and she is still a supernatural person. She will naturally exude an elegant and pure temperament, even without makeup. She can be regarded as a natural beauty. Now after appearing in front of the Lama, several people were shocked immediately. Junior brother, hurry up and take the two benefactors in for a visit? What are you waiting for? An older Lama then began towards the little Lama, nodded, took the two of them and then entered the temple. The temple here is very huge, but it looks similar to other temples in the same shape, and it is also the same as other temples. It was almost the same, but Su Xing was taken to visit one after another Buddhist temples, and the painting style was not right at this time. In fact, there are special adjectives for Buddha statues, such as the majesty of the treasure. Whether it is a clay Buddha statue or a wooden Buddha statue, they are all sitting upright with a kind face, but the Buddha statues seen in this Huangxi temple now have there are countless statues of women around them in unsightly poses. These statues are still naked. The strange thing is that these Buddha statues are all smiling. The little Lama also began to explain directly at this time, don't be shocked, both of you, this is the teaching of our Huangxi sect. When people are born, they have sins, and this kind of sins can be done even if they spend money to do good deeds. Impossible to remove. If you want to get rid of the sins on your body, you must fight with joy. And what is joy? The greatest joy in the world is to enjoy the pleasure of the body. If the benefactor is willing, I can give it now. You perform the ceremony of joy. After Su Xing heard this nonsense, she quickly shook her head. She is still a big girl, how could she do such a shameless thing? And now Su Xing also knows why this sect is a cult. The teachings of this cult are completely brainwashing people, and they also require others to voluntarily sacrifice their bodies. This is simply controlling the minds of normal people and satisfying the Lama's desire. No, I won't do this kind of thing. If you take me to visit, then go on, otherwise, I will leave. Su Xing said directly. In fact, when Su Xing saw the various unsightly postures of these Huangxi Buddhas, he wanted to turn around and leave, but in order to continue to learn more information, Su Xing looked at it with a red face. At this time, Su Xing, even the earlobe has turned red, obviously shocked by the scene in front of him. After the little Lama heard this, he immediately called it a pity. It must be a great thing if such a beautiful girl could hold a ceremony for her, but especially when he saw Su Xing's face flushed before, he even knew that Su Xing was a young girl, but it was a pity that the other party refused. This man has no expression on his face. Could it be this woman's husband? With him around, there are fewer chances to attack. The little Lama felt a little tricky about Lin Yu's reaction. There were other people present, especially if there was a man present. Sometimes, many words are difficult to use afterwards. The little Lama took Su Xing to another Buddhist hall. There are many murals in this Buddhist hall. These are not those unclothed men and women, but the pictures of the 18th floor of hell. Here there are nose-cutting hell, skinning hell, eye-gouging hell, tongue-pulling hell. Layers of hell are presented in front of Su Xing's eyes, and these pictures are all terrifying and gloomy, especially the light in the Buddhist hall is relatively dim. Looking at these murals, even those with supernatural powers will feel infiltrating. Su Xing was looking at the picture of the 18th floor of hell, and felt uneasy, because whether it was those who were skinned or those who fell into the frying pan, they all had grim expressions and horrible appearances, as if they had endured a huge burden. Painful at this time, the little Lama continued, the two benefactors should have seen it now. This is the scene of sinners falling into hell. It depends on the severity of the crime. The person who committed the most serious crime will be in the 18 levels of hell. Go through it once and accept the torture of the 18 layers of hell in turn, and if you want to alleviate the crimes on your body, you need joy, and only joy can redeem you. After hearing this, Su Xing immediately started to ask, then how do you know the things in the 18th floor of hell? You are still alive, and you can't enter hell. However, regarding Su Xing's question now, the little Lama said in a calm manner, of course, the master who has penetrated the heavens and the earth has supernatural powers. My master is merciful, and the Buddha gave him a pair of wisdom eyes. When you open your eyes, you can see through the 33 heavens, and when you look down, You can see the 18 hells and the 10 halls of Yama, so why is it so difficult to know what is going on in the hells, Su? Xing frowned when she saw that the other party's answer was impeccable. What these people do is a cult. As a result, there are really many ways to deceive people. If you want to expose them, you will have to spend a lot of effort. Let's keep going. The scene of Huangxi Buddha saving the world is ahead. The little Lama continued. Chapter 766 Useless Man. The little Lama continued to lead Su Xing forward, and then saw the scene of the world being redeemed, and Lin Yu had already received a detailed report from his subordinates, so he was mentally prepared, but Su Xing saw this after the screen. I was disgusted because the final picture turned out to be a mountain, and this mountain is composed of a person who doesn't wear clothes. On the top of the mountain is a resplendent Buddha statue, but this is obviously not a serious Buddha statue, because the golden statue that appeared in front of Su Xing the Buddha is also naked, and the people below are all reaching up, as if trying to catch the Huangxi Buddha. Su Xing couldn't help closing her eyes. At this moment, Su Xing no longer had the slightest liking for this cult. Even if these people were giving rice porridge to beggars, it would not be worth their crime of demagogy. This temple, it's a combination of darkness. When the little Lama saw Su Xing close his eyes, he thought that Su Xing was being shy, and then continued, let's move on. My mentor is still holding an open meeting in the temple. If you participate, we will guide you. The unsheltered assembly was originally a kind of Buddhist altar meeting where monks listened to the lectures, but later, the meaning of the word changed, and it became the meaning of a multi-person movement, and the scale was also special. It is large, even hundreds of thousands of people will participate, and the meeting that the Lama said at this time will definitely not mean the previous one. Su Xing couldn't stand it anymore, and said directly, no, I won't visit anymore, I want to go out. Afterwards, Su Xing turned around and left. Lin Yu followed unhurriedly. Lin Yu said silently in his heart, we are weak against the enemy, and can't carry out the plan. These 2 items will be written down later on the notebook. After seeing Su Xing's reaction, the little Lama felt a little annoyed in his heart. I'm still using too much force. I have to eat the food one bite at a time. I actually forgot this truth. Damn it, I really shouldn't. However, the little Lama suddenly remembered something, so he hurriedly caught up with Su Xing and said, Master, here are the scriptures compiled by the suzerain, please accept them, and this gentleman, please accept them too. Our Huangxi sect accepts both men and women, and we will welcome anyone who wants to get started. Su Xing didn't touch this Lama at all, because Su Xing felt that the guy in front of him was disgusting from head to toe, and this kind of person should be killed directly, so he said coldly, no, I don't need it. I don't want to learn your teachings either, but at this moment, Lin Yu took a small pocket scripture and said with a smile, I want to know more about this sect. After hearing this kind of words, the little Lama was overjoyed and said in his heart, it's good to be hooked, it's good to be hooked. As long as this woman's family members are hooked, then this person can be used, and women will be hooked sooner or later. It's just a matter of being patient. Then, the little Lama said seriously, since you are interested in our sect, please study it carefully. If you are willing to join, you can come to join us at any time. We also have female disciples who can hold a joy ceremony for you. Lin Yu nodded, said nothing, put the booklet on his body, and then walked away, and the little Lama sent the 2 of them out directly, which was also a form of surveillance in disguise, which could prevent the 2 of them from wandering around in the temple. After leaving the temple, Su Xing directly complained, Brother Lin Yu, what are you doing with this pamphlet? Could it be that you have really been brainwashed by this sect? This cult directly wiped out his last well, you are still accepting the teachings of the other party, which is too much. Lin Yu said lightly, I'm here to prevent you from being exposed. Do you know that you were easily plotted against when you just washed your face? What if there is poison in the water? If you lighten your eyes, you will lose your sight. If it is heavier, your whole body will die, and your defense is too weak. I took this booklet for your own good, and the other party will think that I am tempted. Otherwise, you are so beautiful. I personally don't accept this brochure. In the eyes of the other party, it is very likely that you are here to inquire about information, and you are not calm enough. When Su Xing heard what Lin Yu said, she immediately understood what Lin Yu meant. Lin Yu was trying to avoid being exposed. From this point of view, she still needed to thank Lin Yu for her help. Her heart is restless. She really wants to kill people now. She wants to kill all the people who should be killed, and then destroy the city, but subconsciously, Su Xing feels something is wrong again. This kind of something is not right. But it made Su Xing unable to do anything. Su Xing, after entering the temple, I heard crying, many women's crying. Do you know what this means? Lin Yu rarely revealed a little information at this time, and Su Xing also quickly realized that she certainly knew what it meant. It must be a woman who had been imprisoned a lot in the temple. Su Xing also remembered an old saying at this time, which is called, one person does not enter the temple, two people do not look at the well, and three people do not lift logs. Now, Su Xing finally understands the first sentence of the old saying. The so-called temples are places outside the law, especially those places where evil Buddhas are enshrined. If a person enters alone, he will be caught immediately. It's a very difficult thing. There is no one by my side, and it's hard to say when it will disappear. What should I do? Su Xing asked Lin Yu. Immediately Lin Yu replied flatly, this is a task entrusted to you. This should be entrusted to you to perform. I will not give suggestions. In fact, this is the first time Lin Yu has encountered this kind of situation, and he also finds it very tricky, not to mention the fledgling Su Xing. Even the well-informed Lin Yu can't give anything good at this moment. It is not so easy to solve the deadlock in Wine City. Su Xing scratched her head and scratched her head, not knowing what to do. The pain in her heart was unspeakable. She watched the people here suffer, but after thinking about it, she had no choice but to assassinate the leader of the enemy. There is a way, however. Even assassination would not achieve the goal of saving these suffering people at all. Su Xing had no choice but to walk aimlessly on the street. At this time, Su Xing didn't have any appetite. Looking at the beggars everywhere on the street, Su Xing didn't know what he was thinking now at this time. Su Xing really wants to use the supernatural ability to directly collapse the entire Wine City. In this way, even if the task is completed, and this city full of crimes can also be wiped out, but Su Xing does not have this kind of power now. With such strength, she can knock down the city walls, but it is still too difficult to destroy a city of 200,000 people. Perhaps Andorf in Europe can do this, but unfortunately I'm not as powerful as him, and I don't have the centenarian seeds in my hands, so I can't explode at this time. Su Xing thought silently in her heart. Su Xing walked up and down the street. The sky gradually became dark, and there was no one left on the street except beggars at this time. In a nearby building, a man covered in scars shouted, "What are you two young people doing on the street? Why don't you hide now? Forget it, come to my house." After finishing speaking, the man opened the door and let Su Xing and Lin Yu in. When Su Xing saw the crowds in the surrounding streets were sparse, he remembered that many cities now have curfews. Most cities also have curfews, so there are fewer people on the streets. So Su Xing hurried into the man's house, and then saw the middle-aged man. There were still many scars on his body, some had scabs over, and some were new wounds. Could this be a mercenary? Su Xing thought silently in his heart. In Su Xing's view, only the mercenary's body was covered in scars. The middle-aged man began to accuse. Right now, you two young people must have come here for the first time. You dare to walk outside at night. If you are found out, you will be arrested immediately. Let's go. Little girl, if you are beautiful, you will be sold to a kill. Young man, if you are strong, you will be caught and sent to a brick kill. Su Xing immediately asked, then why are the beggars on the street not captured? The man replied, these beggars are dead. Even if they are beaten to death on the spot, there is no problem. Those bastards are too lazy to care about beggars. Moreover, even if you are lucky enough to not be caught outside, you will definitely be killed in the end. If you are targeted by beggars, don't think that these beggars are good people. If they go crazy, they will defile you on the street. It was only then that Su Xing realized how dangerous it was to appear on the streets of Wine City at night. Su Xing then asked, then, uncle, do you live alone? Su Xing originally wanted to know if there were other people in this small building, so he asked casually, but after Su Xing asked such a question, the uncle's expression changed, and at this moment, he hugged the pillar next to him. It started to crash crazily, and immediately after the collision between the head and the pillar, there was a dong 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 sound. After seeing this scene, Su Xing quickly stopped her and said, uncle, don't hurt yourself. I'm just asking casually, not to poke your sadness. At this time, Su Xing thought that the uncle was manic, otherwise, how could he start self-harm after a few casual words? And looking at the injuries on this uncle's body, it is obvious that this kind of self-mutilation has been done many times. It is not the injuries left by fighting with mutant beasts at all, but the body has become scarred due to continuous self-mutilation. After the uncle was stopped, His head was punctured, and blood flowed down his cheeks. Then the uncle said helplessly, I have a family, I have a wife and a daughter, but they all work outside. Go to work? Then it's not a bad thing. Why do you still have to go to school? Su Xing asked immediately. The uncle didn't answer at this time, but shook his head and said, I'll prepare a room for you, you stay here first. As for what happened tonight, don't come out. Su Xing nodded, and the guest is up to the host. Now that the host has already said so, she has no reason to object. Next, Su Xing and Lin Yu were arranged in the same room. Lin Yu was very gentlemanly, so he gave the bed to Su Xing, while he leaned on the chair and prepared to sleep, but Su Xing still had an eye. In order to understand the situation of the family, Su Xing did not choose to sleep, but left from the window, entered the corridor from the roof, and found a corner to hide. As for Lin Yu, he didn't keep up. As long as Lin Yu used his abilities, the surrounding voices would be impossible to hide from him. The uncle just sat in the room and didn't sleep. Instead, he found a lot of knives from the corner and started to sharpen them. Su Xing said, Is this guy trying to get rich and kill himself? He has already started sharpening his knife. However, the uncle who sharpened the knife had no intention of doing anything at all. After sharpening the knife, he tried it on his arm, and blood flowed profusely immediately. Looking at the newly added wound on his hand, the uncle laughed wildly, ha ha ha. What a waste. Chapter 767, Prairie. When Su Xing saw the uncle sharpen the knife and use the knife to cut flesh, he felt that something was wrong with the man in front of him, because after sharpening the knife, he must have used the knife to attack the enemy. How could it be useful to self-mutilate? This guy is indeed a mentally abnormal guy, otherwise how could he be like this? Su Xing thought silently in his heart. Su Xing felt that the guy who led him into the house was mentally abnormal. In the middle of the night, how could there be such a guy who immediately started sharpening his knife? Before, there was a guy who sharpened his knife and killed pigs in the middle of the night, but the whole family was killed by the guests at night. Therefore, such things as knife sharpening should not be done at night, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. By the way, the guy who sharpens the knife in the middle of the night is called Lu Bosh. Su Xing is now worried that the other party will be unfavorable to him. If the other party makes a move, Su Xing will do it directly. However, after sharpening the knife, the man hid the knife instead, and then found a chair to sit down, just like this at home in a daze. At this time, Su Xing also saw a chicken cover in the stairwell, which was specially used to cover the chicken, so that the chicken could not run around. Su Xing then lifted the chicken cover and hid inside. As long as you hide, it will be difficult to be found. After all, it is very dark in the stairwell, and the wine city is still in a state of power outage. If you want to illuminate at home, you can only use oil lamps, and the lighting effect of oil lamps is even worse. Up at this moment, a voice came from outside the door of the small building. Open the door, I'm back. The uncle then opened a door, and a woman in revealing clothes walked in. It was winter, but she was still wearing revealing clothes. She looked about 40 years old, but she was well maintained and looked charming. It still looks like it's still there, but it's just walking staggeringly, apparently unable to stand firmly. Are you drinking again? After the uncle saw his wife like this, a trace of guilt flashed across his face, and there was also a sense of complaint in his tone. And this middle-aged woman is naturally the uncle's wife. She then handed over the handbag on her body and said, I can't help it, I have to drink. If I don't drink, the guests won't order me. This is hide your income today. The uncle looked at the handbag handed over by his wife, which contained several caddies and hundreds of rice. In today's city, food is the most precious thing. There is no one way to get food is above board, so the uncle will naturally not have any psychological burden, but now all the food he can get is brought back by his wife as a wine hostess, and every time his wife comes back he brought enough food, but his body was full of alcohol, and there were many hickey marks on his neck. If he said that work was simply to accompany wine, it must be impossible. As long as he was a man, he would not entirely convinced. However, the uncle can't help it. In a city where people's livelihood is dying, even if you want to find a job, you can't support yourself at all. Otherwise, why are there so many beggars in the wine city? If you don't lie for yourself, it's better to wait for others to give you alms. Holding the food exchanged for by his wife after drinking with him, the uncle had mixed feelings in his heart, and under the dim light, he couldn't see the specific expression. After Su Xing saw this scene, she immediately reacted, and said in her heart, no wonder she is going to hurt herself. My wife has to go out and sell jokes in order to make money. Isn't this just cuckolding myself? It is very uncomfortable to be able to hold back the anger now. Easy. At this time, the woman continued to ask, by the way, where's Xiaoqing? Has she not come back yet? Yet. The uncle didn't say anything, just nodded slightly afterwards. The woman went upstairs to sleep, and when she passed by the stairs, Susan could smell the strong smell of alcohol. She must have drunk a lot, and maybe she was covered in alcohol. The uncle continued to sit in the room with his head down, not knowing what he was thinking, and Susan could only see the uncle's clenched fists, and he could see that the uncle was very angry. Susan decided to continue to observe, and suddenly a new doubt arose in her heart. Since the uncle's wife is a wine hostess, what kind of work is her daughter doing? Is it also such a dishonest job? After waiting for another hour, at this time, there was also a knock on the door, and a pleasant voice appeared. Old man, open the door, I'm back. After hearing his daughter's voice, the uncle got up slowly, opened the door, and a young girl walked in. Susan couldn't help but look, but found that this girl was about the same age as him, even older than him. Even younger. It's hard to imagine what she can do outside at such a young age at this time. Xiaoqi also handed over the food she brought back to her father, and then said with a smile, Old man, you don't know, the suzerain is very kind to me. I accepted the purification ceremony of the suzerain today, and I can also give it to you. Pilgrims purify sins. Today, I have purified sins for 5 pilgrims. They all left with a smile. If the Buddha knows about me, he will be very satisfied with me. However, after the uncle heard his daughter Xiaoqi's words, he immediately grabbed her into the house and closed the door behind him without saying a word. Seeing how furious her father was, Xiaoqi quickly said, the suzerain said that violent anger is also a crime, and a violent person will enter Abi hell after death. Let me purify your sins for you. Take off your clothes first. As she said that, Xiaoqi wanted to do a purification ceremony for her father, and she had to take off her clothes, but at this time, the uncle slapped his daughter with a backhand, knocking her down to the ground, and the white flower that Xiaoqi brought back fell on the ground. You shameless thing, you have been tricked by others to pick up the guests and you don't know, you are still complacent, you go back to sleep, and from tomorrow on, you will stay at home honestly, otherwise I'll kill you. The uncle was about to explode with anger at his daughter's unsatisfactory behavior. He was tricked into joining the religion by others, and that's all. However, since her daughter Xiaoqi was tricked into becoming a Christian, she went home again as if she had been brainwashed. She even talked about crimes and atonements all day long, and she brought back a lot of food, and this kind of thing is degenerate in the eyes of the uncle. Isn't it just letting others spend money to get lucky by purifying pilgrims? Susan, who was hiding in the dark, was even more shocked after hearing this, and said in her heart, that is to say, the uncle is now relying on his wife and daughter to support himself, and the place where they work is either a tavern or a cult temple? What kind of suffering master is this? Susan was shocked at this moment. She never thought that this kind of thing would happen. The uncle is already very strong without mental breakdown. The head is shiny green. After Xiaoqi was beaten, she stood up silently, put down the food she brought back, and said immediately, you are not from the Buddhist sect, you don't understand our teachings. I'll go back to sleep first, but I will go to bed tomorrow. I will still accept the suzerain's purification, and I will come back with the suzerain's gift. After my death, I will definitely be able to go to the world of bliss, and the merits will continue to benefit my family. You are my parents, and I will continue to purify the sins of the pilgrims and accumulate merit, so that you will not fall into hell. Afterwards, Xiaoqi walked upstairs, smiling as she walked, as if she was firmly convinced that she would go to bliss. When passing the corridor, Susan smelled a strong fishy smell, and this smell was unique to men at this time. Susan has also figured out the family situation of the uncle who took her in. In such a special family situation, it is already very good to be able to stay awake and not crazy, and it is also true for the uncle to self-mutilate in this situation. Very normal, even suicide is not a problem. Suddenly, the uncle found the short knife hidden in the corner. This knife is already looking like a cold light, obviously it has been polished very sharp, and it is very easy to kill people. The uncle wanted to go upstairs with a knife, as if he really wanted to kill, but in the end he still couldn't make up his mind, so he put down the knife again. Susan then went back to her room through the window, only to find that Lin Yu was using a flashlight to look at the pamphlet presented by the Lama during the daytime. Susan felt disgusted when he saw the existence of this thing. Women were harmed by this cult, and at this moment, Lin Yu was still reading the teachings of the other party. This was completely heartless, so Su Xing snatched the booklet and used it. Violent shocks shattered into pieces. This kind of thing has no effect other than harming people. Destroy it as soon as possible. If you watch this kind of thing again, I will break up with you. Su Xing said angrily. Lin Yu shrugged. Of course he is not such a heartless person, and it is impossible for him to have thoughts about the treatment of cults. Instead, he wants to find the loopholes of cults in the pamphlet at this time, to see if they can destroy the cult's way. But now that the booklet has been destroyed, forget it. Su Xing said seriously. We must act quickly. Brother Lin Yu, you helped me once. You go and kill the damned city lord here. I will kill the cult leader, and then open a warehouse to release food, which can save thousands of people. Thousands of people. At this moment, Su Xing still insisted on the method of assassination. Killing is not the most correct way, but killing is the easiest way. As long as the culprit is killed, everything will be over. But Su Xing also knows that even the simplest assassination is problematic, because the two bastards actually live in two places. If something happens to one person, the next person will know immediately. If another person is allowed to escape, then the mission will be considered a failure. So at this moment, Su Xing directly asked Lin Yu for help, hoping that Lin Yu could help him at this moment. In this way, the two bastards could be killed, and the other helpers, as long as they surrendered. Enough. However, regarding Su Xing's request for help at this time, Lin Yu said lightly, I will not help, I will only ensure your safety, and this matter is actually your task, and things will eventually develop. To what extent, only you can decide. Lin Yu knew that it was cruel for a little girl to handle this matter. After all, Su Xing lived in the city before. With Shen Feng's protection, many dark things would automatically stay away from Su Xing. Yes, even Su Xing was taken care of by Shen Feng when she went out before, and she didn't need to make decisions by herself, but now it's Su Xing's turn to decide what to do next, which is beyond Su Xing's ability. After Su Xing learned of Lin Yu's answer, she gritted her teeth and said, okay, one person is one person. Until tomorrow, I will kill the guy hiding in the palace first, and then go kill the leader of the cult. No matter who dares to stop me during this period, I will kill whoever. Su Xing was already giving up on himself at this time. Chapter 768 on the hidden mission. When Su Xing learned that Lin Yu would not help her, she started to go to extremes. What Su Xing had to do was to kill her all the way, so she didn't need to think about anything superfluous. One of her enemies was letting go. The bastard city lord who collects taxes at will, and the other enemy is the leader of the cult who keeps brainwashing the faithful men and women in the city. These two people are the chief culprits. Only by killing these two people can the Wine City return to normal. Regarding Su Xing's current decision, Lin Yu didn't say anything. He himself has no solution, let alone Su Xing, and Lin Yu also knows what the hidden mission left by the city lord is. Killing people is very simple. Su Xing's ability can be easily achieved, but it is also very difficult to complete the hidden task. It seems that Su Xing is going to fail the mission at this time. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart. Later, Lin Yu recorded in his notebook, Su Xing is very impulsive when encountering difficulties, and likes to smash cans and smash things. When it was almost dawn, Su Xing was ready to go out, but at this time the uncle was sitting on the chair very haggard. Maybe the uncle couldn't fall asleep anymore, so the whole person looked haggard. Uncle, lend me your weapon and I'll solve your troubles. Su Xing said directly to the uncle. The uncle looked at Su Xing blankly, not knowing what the girl in front of him meant. Yesterday, the uncle also saw this girl who was about the same age as his daughter appearing on the street, so he couldn't help but remind him and took him in, but now, he didn't know what Su Xing said and Su Xing didn't explain at this time, and found a short knife with a cold light behind the door, but it was only 30 centimeters long. This kind of short knife should have been used to split wood before, and it was forged by hand. Just very strong. Su Xing went out after speaking. The uncle wanted to stop her, but at this moment Lin Yu said, Uncle, wait a moment, there will be good news in a while. The uncle didn't know what these two young people were going to do, especially this girl who looked weak and was going out with a knife. Could it be that she was looking for revenge? But how could the knife he had be found? Su Xing held the short knife in her arms after going out. The long knife has the advantages of the long knife, and the short knife also has the benefits of the short knife. The power of the long knife must be stronger than the short knife, especially for Su Xing. For beginners, it is not easy to learn spears, and as long as the long knife is slashed and combined with its own abilities, it is invincible. but the target of the long knife is too big. Su Xing is not easy to carry body, but at this moment, Su Xing could just hide the short knife on his body, and his next actions would not be easily stopped. The area of the palace in the central area of the wine city is as large as 1/3 of the wine city, and Su Xing doesn't know where the enemy lives, but Su Xing doesn't care. Just grab two people and ask up. Su Xing came to the bottom of a palace wall, and then started to climb directly. Her fingers can be buckled directly on the wall. Even if it is a blue brick, it can be easily inserted by her fingers. Now the sky is just bright, and no one is watching to the situation here. Lin Yu also used the same method to reach the city wall. It is impossible for ordinary people to climb the nearly 10-meter-long city wall with bare hands, especially since there are surveillance cameras protruding from the city wall. Palace, that is almost impossible. Su Xing wore a mask on her face. After reaching the top of the wall, she soon saw two soldiers sleeping wrapped in quilts. The night in the wine city was still very cold, and it was difficult to fall asleep without a quilt, while Su Xing pulled out his dagger at this moment, killing a sleeping soldier with one blow. Hey, if you don't want to die, tell me directly, where's your city lord? Su Xing woke up another soldier, and then began to ask directly. Lin Yu was alert to possible dangers around him, but the danger did not appear. Perhaps it was because the city wall was too large, and the defense force on the city wall was not particularly strong. On duty, and there has never been anyone who dared to attack the palace before, so the person on duty also directly slept on the city wall. I didn't expect that the little girl Su Xing actually found the easiest way to enter by mistake. If she walked through the main entrance, the people inside would have been alarmed by now. Lin Yu thought silently in his heart, and after Su Xing woke up the soldier who was still alive, the soldier looked at the glaring knife in front of him, and suddenly he had no thought of resisting, and then replied, "Good man, please forgive me, the city lord lives in the harem. Every day they all flip the cards at once, and it is not clear which lady's palace they will stay overnight in. We just live in the front yard." Su Xing continued to ask, "Where's the harem?" The soldier quickly said, "Just go straight to the north. There are gardens and pools in the harem, and there are many women." After getting the other party's answer, Su Xing smiled and said, "I am very satisfied with your answer." After finishing speaking, Su Xing cut the opponent's neck with a short knife, and cut off the soldier's trachea. Su Xing also knew that the soldiers in the wine city were actually all the dogs of the bastard city lord. On weekdays, she was also bullying goodness, so it was impossible for Su Xing to let her go in this situation. The soldiers wore standard uniforms, and Su Xing and Lin Yu changed into military uniforms afterwards. The only downside was that the chest of the clothes on Lin Yu was stained red with blood, as long as others looked carefully. Then, it is not easy to get away with it. Su Xing then got two rifles. They were the old-fashioned single-shot rifles, and they were also the easiest guns to manufacture. As long as there was a small workshop, they could be manufactured. As long as there were military enthusiasts, such guns can be imitated. However, Su Xing hadn't studied the marksmanship carefully, and without practice, he was naturally inaccurate. Therefore, Su Xing's most important reliance was the dagger hidden on his body. After Su Xing and Lin Yu put on the standard military uniforms, they swaggered around in the palace. After seeing the clothes on these two people, other people immediately regarded them as their own people, not as one of them. What happened? Let the two walk around in the palace at will. This huge palace is already bigger than the Forbidden City. It is divided into two parts. One part is the front yard, where a bunch of dogs and their families under the city lord live. In addition, there are many workers working here. Many things are produced here, such as candles and paper. When passing by a factory building, Su Xing smelled the smell of wine and frowned immediately. It is normal to see wine in the wine city. In ancient times, this place was rich in liquor, but now it is in the end of the world. Even in Shen Feng, Yazhao, it is strictly forbidden to make wine from grain. If you want to make wine, you can use fruit to make a bar. However, in the wine city where people are starving to death, wine is still being made wantonly here, and food is not cherished at all. In the area of the front yard and the breeding area, there are people who raise chickens and pigs, and these people are naturally caught to work, and they can't get enough to eat every day. Although they are breeding animals, they already haven't eaten meat for a long time. Su Xing said to herself in her heart, as long as the culprit is killed, the situation here will be changed. Su Xing and Lin Yu then infiltrated the harem, and Su Xing knew nothing about Zuba except for what Zuba looked like, and there were more than a dozen palaces in the harem. Wanting to find Zuba, not so easy. Su Xing can only search palace by palace. Since this is a harem, ordinary people are forbidden to enter, so Su Xing needs to avoid being seen by others. Suddenly, Su Xing's stomach protested at this moment. Goo, calculated, Su Xing has not eaten for a day and a night, and the energy consumption of the supernatural being is very huge. At this time, Su Xing also feels that the stomach acid in the stomach has begun to overwhelm. Then starved to death. Su Xing quickly looked at Lin Yu and said, "Give me 2 biscuits, Lin." Yu shook his head. "I gave you dry food, but you gave it to the victims yourself. Who can blame this? Find your own way." Su Xing hated it secretly, and then held back her hunger, and continued to search. At this moment, Su Xing smelled the smell of food, and then Su Xing walked in the direction of the smell, and found a kitchen. At this time, a group of people still cooking, and here a man with a tall hat still said loudly, "All of you, be smart. If anyone dares to put their hair in it, be careful with your heads, and tell you that boiled cabbage is stewed with chicken, duck, ham and elbows. The soup is made, and the hibiscus blossoms need to be more clever, and the fish is used to form the shape of the lotus. This is the favorite dish of the city lord. If it is not done well, it is ready to pack up and roll away." Su Xing's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. These people cook for the city lord, so they must know which palace the city lord lives in. Bang! Su Xing just kicked the door open. A group of busy chefs were stunned after seeing this scene. Where did this rude person come from? How dare he kick the door here? Don't you know that this is a place dedicated to serving the city lord? Where did you come from, a disrespectful person? Why don't you get the hell out of me now? If you disturb our cooking progress, can you bear it? The chef saw that the people who broke into the door were 2 soldiers. After that, the yelling started directly. "Talk out!" Su Xing slapped him hard at this time, and the shock wave was sent out with just 1 slap. After the head chef was opened, his head exploded. PFFT. The exploded head splashed around like a watermelon, and the scene stunned everyone here. Su Xing said immediately, "Anyone who dares to yell will be the one whose head will explode next. So, whatever I ask, you can answer me." Many chefs nodded quickly. When they saw the head chef being beaten to death on the spot, these chefs knew that the other party was not kind. If they dared to resist, a vivid example was already in front of them at this time. Su Xing saw the white fungus and lotus seed porridge on the side, and immediately couldn't care about anything else. She picked up a bowl and filled 2 tablespoons without adding sugar, and just started drinking like this, asking questions while drinking. Said, "Where's your city lord now?" The cook then replied helplessly, "We don't know. The city lord will be notified shortly where to eat. Someone will come to pick it up at that time. We are only responsible for cooking." Knowing this answer, Su Xing rolled her eyes and asked, "Are you the one who delivered the food?" The chefs nodded and said, "Yes." After Su Xing got an affirmative answer, she immediately had an idea. Since the chef was in charge of delivering the food, it would be much easier. "Where is your locker room? Take me there." In addition, 2 people came to dispose of the corpse. In short, don't make people suspicious, Su Xing said with a smile, and then someone took Su Xing to the locker room, and Lin Yu is responsible for keeping an eye on the people here so that nothing goes wrong. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769 Under the Hidden Mission. Su Xing came out after changing her clothes, and then began to drink porridge. She was really hungry, and while drinking, she said to the chefs, "When I deliver the food later, you all should be smart, don't you? Expose me, otherwise I will kill you as easily as killing chickens." The chefs could only be obedient and did not dare to disobey Su Xing's orders, because they were also afraid that they would be slapped to death by Su Xing while Su Xing was drinking porridge. Lin Yu looked at Su Xing devouring the porridge and said, "Look at your current appearance, how can you be a lady of a big family? Besides, even if you eat it secretly, you can't directly pick it up. Eat and eat, precious." Su Xing then looked at Lin Yu and asked, "Then what are you talking about, precious?" Lin Yu pointed to the boiled water that needs to be used in the boiled cabbage, which is the soup stewed with chicken, duck and goose. He drank 2 tablespoons when he went up, and said, "This is a precious thing. Look at it, bumpkin. Seeing Lin Yu Guang drinking soup, Su Xing shrugged and said, then you continue to drink soup. I still like carbohydrates. The most important energy substance that humans need is always carbohydrates. But Su Xing is unmoved. No matter how delicious the soup you drink, I still drink porridge at this time. Someone threw all the leftovers after cooking into a large pot, such as rotten vegetables, rotten potatoes, and rotten rice. After a while, the rancid smell permeated the kitchen. Fortunately, at this time, the rest of the meals have been prepared, and all kinds of delicacies are covered with trays with lids, so as not to let the smell of swill be absorbed by other meals. After Su Xing saw this situation, she was stunned. She walked over to the guy who was making swill and said, does your city lord still have this kind of flavor? Isn't it too exaggerated to eat swill? As a result, the chef replied at this time, this is not what the city lords eat. Then, this is your food? Isn't your treatment really bad? Just eat this. Su Xing asked in surprise. The chef was still shaking his head and said, this is not for us to eat. To tell you the truth, there are no cooks who starve to death in the world, so we will not starve no matter what. And these slops are for the harem. Slave girl to eat, slave girl. Su Xing frowned immediately after hearing the news. It seemed that the soldiers before said that there were many women locked up in the harem. What does this mean? Next, Su Xing began to ask where these women were being held. The chef quickly told Su Xing where the women were being held, and Lin Yu wanted to follow, but Su Xing said, you keep an eye on this, otherwise these guys will report the news. Come back, don't follow me. So, Lin Yu stayed in the kitchen, while Su Xing went to observe the slaves. When Su Xing came to the house near where the female slaves were held, she found that there was no one guarding here, and the door was open, so she went in immediately, but after entering, she was stunned. She saw the most unforgettable scene in her life, because in this room there are cells one by one. Many women are held in these cells, and these women are still tied with chains around their necks and treated like dogs. No wonder you said they were female slaves, so they stabbed. Su Xing was furious. These women were no longer treated as human beings. In order to meet the perverted needs of others, these women were forced to live like pigs and dogs. At this moment, 5 or 6 soldiers in standard uniforms came out from the depths of the prison, discussing as they walked, I just said that bitch is strong enough? You just tried it, how is it? Nothing. It turned out that this prison was not guarded by anyone, but that it was guarded by itself, and these soldiers went to enjoy it. At this time, several soldiers had already seen Su Xing in the distance, and when they saw the white chef uniform on Su Xing, they immediately began to scold, why did you come here empty-handed? Where's the swill? Don't bring it with you. What if the swill comes and starves these bitches to death? Su Xing's eyes were cold, and she said, you scum, you deserve to die. After finishing speaking, Su Xing rushed forward and quickly punched everyone on the body, which directly shattered the hearts of several people, and several scumbags fell down in an instant. After solving these bastards, many women around immediately showed hopeful eyes, and then begged, save us, we want to get out. Su Xing trembled all over. She is also a woman, so she hates seeing women suffer the most. Then she asked, how are you doing here, eh? Woman with scars on her face replied, how are you doing? It can only be regarded as living. You eat slop every day, and you have to be let out by chains at any time, and then you have to satisfy the desires of those villains. We are living like pigs and dogs now. After receiving such an answer, Su Xing closed her eyes silently, and then said in her heart, now that you have seen the suffering of your compatriots with your own eyes, can you still act as if nothing happened? Or do you only want to kill the culprit? Is it? Or do you want to continue to escape? Su Xing also knew that she had been avoiding making decisions all the time, because she was afraid that the task would become very difficult, but she was not a killer, nor was she sympathetic. After entering the wine city yesterday, she already knew that this place was a hell on earth. It's just that Su Xing numbs herself in her heart. As long as she kills the 2 bastards, all problems can be solved, but until now, Su Xing finally understands that in Wine City, the bad guys are not just those 2. When Su Xing opened her eyes were full of determination at this time, and then Su Xing said seriously, sisters, bear with me, I will come back to save you in a few days. The women in the prison hurriedly cried for help, but the shackles and collars were tied around their necks, and it was completely impossible to break free. After Su Xing returned to the kitchen, she said to Lin Yu in a cold tone, let's go back, let's go. After finishing speaking, Su Xing turned around and left. Lin Yu hurriedly chased after her and asked, "Aren't you going to assassinate Su?" Xing walked for a while in silence, and then said, "Assassination? It's not important. I want to kill everyone who is doing evil in this palace, really." Lin Yu suddenly felt a little surprised at this moment. The assassination plan had already reached this point, but Su Xing still didn't choose to carry it out in the end. Su Xing said seriously as he walked, "Before, I always thought that Wine City would become what it is now. It must be that this bastard city lord and a cult leader are doing something wrong, but just now, after seeing many suffering women, I understand. The same as doing evil, the chief culprit naturally needs to be cleaned up, but do those who coerce the evildoers need to soften their hearts? Of course not. To make a bright future in this city full of crimes, then, do you have a solution?" Lin Yu continued to ask. Su Xing shook her head and said, "I don't know what to do, but I know that this is what I have to do, to get rid of the evil. Kill all the sinners in the world." When she said this, Su Xing's eyes became more determined. After she strengthened her belief, no one could stand in front of Su Xing. However, at this moment, Lin Yu stood in front of Su Xing solemnly and said, "Congratulations, Su Xing, you have clearly seen the hidden mission set by the city lord, and eliminated all evil." Hidden mission? City lord. After Su Xing heard the news from Lin Yu, she immediately felt extremely surprised. The reason is also very simple. She didn't expect that there were hidden missions waiting for her, and it was not on the game. It's an exaggeration that there will be such a thing as triggering a hidden mission. Lin Yu also explained at this time, actually, the city owner has already learned about what happened in the Wine City, but now that Yaziao is being blocked, it's best not to make too much of a move, otherwise, it will be dangerous. It aroused the fear of the headquarters, but this matter had to be dealt with, so I sent you here. The city lord means that no one who does evil will be spared. If you only kill the chief culprit, you will fail the test. However, as long as you discover the hidden mission, then this time your operation is already half successful. It turned out to be like this. The city lord actually used this method to test me. The city lord must have thought that I was only greedy for fame to kill the bandits, but now, I have understood that in the end of the world, crimes will happen at any time, and eradicate these breeding evils are my purpose. Su Xing suddenly realized that she only felt that the city lord had good intentions and used this method to test herself, so she must not let the city lord down. Hidden mission, get rid of all the evil, eradicate all the evil guys in the Wine City. Just as Su Xing was cheering up, a voice shouted from the harem, "An assassin has sneaked into the palace, find it quickly." Many soldiers started searching the palace, and it was probably the chef who reported the incident, so the soldiers in the harem reacted so quickly Su Xing and Lin Yu didn't dare to neglect. If they were entangled, it would be very difficult to carry out the task. Therefore, at this time, the two left the palace along the wall, and found a dilapidated temple. Enter and hide in it. After Su Xing entered the main hall, he quickly saw the Buddha statue on the stage. The appearance of this Buddha statue was painted with yellow paint, so it looked resplendent and resplendent. After seeing this Buddha statue, Su Xing was furious immediately. Pointing at the 4-meter-high Buddha statue, she cursed, "I beg you for what? Follow me." And Su Xing needed to vent his grievances at this moment, and at this moment, he saw a tall Buddha statue, and the big Buddha lowered his eyebrows at this moment, as if staring at Su Xing, but Su Xing couldn't take it anymore. "Normally, you are aloof, and you have to pay 10 yuan to get in if you want to observe closely. Now you are useless, and you dare to stare at me." Boom! Su Xing punched the golden Buddha statue. Immediately, the Buddha statue became torn apart, and fell to the ground with a boom. After destroying a Buddha statue, Su Xing's anger decreased a lot, and then just sat on the altar and started thinking about the next action. At this moment, an old monk who heard the sound of bang in the hall came in. After seeing the torn apart Buddha statue on the ground, he shook his head and sighed, "Amitabha, what a sin." Su Xing saw the temple's main lord appear, but sat on the altar in a calm manner, and said, "Old monk, it's useless to continue worshipping Buddha. If there is a Buddha here, he must have no face to face others. The decent temples are empty, but the temple of an evil Buddha is full of incense. Haha, the genuine ones can't beat the pirated ones." Su Xing is in a bad mood at this moment, so she speaks with deep resentment. After hearing Su Xing's words, the old monk shook his head helplessly, and said, "People in the world worship Buddha only for peace of mind, and uneasy hearts are easily taken advantage of by demons." Female benefactor, Your heart is extremely uneasy now, so you will use violence. Use violence to vent this anxiety. P.S. Regarding the cult part, I refer to real cases in South Korea. After all, art comes from life. If I write it myself, I will definitely not be able to imagine what a real cult looks like, so I can only refer to some real cases. Of course, follow-up it will make these guys die miserably. Chapter 770. After Su Xing heard what the old monk said, she said disdainfully, "What about my violence? I want to use violence to subdue violence. Just wait and see. You can't do anything without using violence, but now I use violence and I can change the world." Su Xing didn't speak against the old monk at this time. Wasn't he just saying that he was violent? Let's just say, anyway, the next thing is to kill. Even if it is not violent, it is impossible to complete the task. In the Wine City, there are at least 5,000 soldiers. If the family members of these people are counted, at least one will be killed. In this case, Su Xingze had no other means other than violence at this time. Lin Yu smiled wryly. "Old monk, I'm sorry, my girl is in a bad mood. You should go back first. We will hide here for a while before leaving. As for this Tathagata Buddha statue, I will find a way to compensate you in the future." At this time, Lin Yu and Su Xing are being wanted. Although they are not worried about being caught, after all, the two supernatural beings are fighting types, and Su Xing has no opponents in close combat. As long as it comes into contact with her, such a powerful shock wave can be transmitted to the opponent's body in an instant, so there may be no scars on the surface, but the fragile interior of the opponent's heart and brain will be destroyed in an instant. However, if the identities were exposed, letting these bastards in the Wine City run away would be a failure of the mission, so at this time, Lin Yu didn't want to offend the monk either. The old monk was wearing a dilapidated monk's uniform, which had been worn for a long time. It was not only patched, but also washed white. If you think about the desolation of this temple, maybe it is here except for an old monk. No one else exists, and Su Xing felt the strangeness of this world now. There are no people worshipping the Buddha even though the normal temple is here, and the evil Buddha that is so harmful can still deceive countless ignorant men and women. It shows that worshipping Buddha at a critical moment is useless. Where do you come from? The old monk has already realized that something is wrong at this time. It is naturally very uncomfortable for him to say that the Buddha statue was broken. After realizing it, how did these two young people smash the Buddha? Although the Buddha is made of clay, it was also rammed with lois, supported by grass stems and branches. It is not so easy to break it, and now Su Xing and Lin Yu are even empty-handed. At this time, the old man the monk could see that these two young people were definitely not easy to get along with. Su Xing said lightly, "What does this have to do with you? It's useless to tell you. You are at least 50 or 60. Even if you want to take revenge, you will just die in vain. I advise you to go back to the Buddha. At least you can do it. Live." The old monk looked at Su Xing, who was swaggering and sitting on the altar. This was a crime of disrespect to the Buddha, but seeing Su Xing's current state, he didn't care about offending the Buddha. For a while, the old monk didn't know the identity of the other party. What is the purpose of these two people appearing here? Are they evolutionaries? Or are they here to save Wine City? But, at this moment, who will come to save us? Su Xing didn't tell the old monk's identity, and now the old monk can only think about it. At present, he only knows that these two young people are not the subordinates of the city lord, but he still doesn't know where they came from. Su Xing and Lin Yu sneaked into the palace and killed several people. After Zuba found out about this, he was furious and severely punished hundreds of soldiers guarding the city. At this time, the temple also became the target of the search, and the door of the temple was knocked. Open the door quickly, and searched. Su Xing and Lin Yu were ready to leave after seeing it, but the old monk said at this moment, "You don't need to go, I will take you to hide." After Su Xing heard this, he was a little surprised. He even broke the Buddha statue, and this old monk actually wanted to help him. Su Xing had never encountered such a situation. Zhang Su Xing had never met her before. Su Xing looked at Lin Yu and asked, "How?" Lin Yu replied, "You decide." Su Xing then replied, "I decide? Then stay here. If the old man dares to play tricks, then I will do it directly." The old monk did not refute, but took Su Xing and Lin Yu to a hidden room, opened the floor tiles, and there was a cellar under the floor tiles, and Su Xing and Lin Yu looked at each other, and then jumped out. Going down, Su Xing is not worried at all. Even if she is locked in the cellar, Su Xing can still tear the cellar apart then. The old monk covered the floor tiles again, and the cellar was completely dark after that. Su Xing said quickly, "Brother Lin Yu, hurry up and listen to what happened outside, and see if the old monk will betray us." Lin Yu nodded, and then began to listen to the voices of the outside world, as if he wanted to know what happened outside, but Su Xing had a chance to think about it at this time, taking advantage of it now to think about how to complete it next. The mission, although the hidden mission was successfully discovered, but it is not easy to kill 5,000 to 10,000 people after the old monk hid the two of them. He immediately went to open the door, and a group of people with guns came in directly, looking around, and said, "Master Zizan, let's search here, please don't block it." The old monk said calmly, "Then go and search inside, but no one has come in here for a long time." The attitude of the soldiers towards the old monk was okay, and there was no incident of beating or scolding. After entering the temple, they began to look around. The temple was overgrown with weeds not found at this time. A soldier discovered that the Buddha statue in the Dakshin Palace had been broken. After discovering this, he quickly asked, "Elder, why is the Buddha statue here broken?" Elder Zizhan replied, "A few days ago, a few drunks ran in and made a big fuss, and as a result they pushed the Buddha statue off the stage, and it turned into what it is now. The drunks have left, but the Buddha statue has also been broken." After the soldiers heard this answer, they didn't pursue it any further. The drunks were just making trouble, so they didn't need to worry about it at all. They were only responsible for robbery. No, they were responsible for collecting taxes, and they didn't care about anything other than tax collection. Elder Zizan, you live alone in this temple. If you find two suspicious people, you must report to us. They are a man and a woman, and these two are still wearing chef's clothes. The dangerous guy will definitely endanger the safety of the wine city, so you must tell us when you see it." The soldier said to the old monk immediately after searching. Elder Zizhan asked back at this time, "Then what did these two people do? How are you going to search now?" "It's okay to tell you, these two bastards sneaked into the palace, almost murdered the city lord, and killed a lot of people along the way, most likely evolutionists. This kind of person is really terrifying. Several of them were killed. The people who were killed were all without scars on the outside, but their hearts were already broken, probably from the legendary 7 Scars fist." The soldier said with a serious face after hearing this. Elder Zizhan was surprised and said, "It turned out to be such a dangerous person. If I found these two people, I would definitely tell you. You should search other places quickly." The soldiers left here afterwards, without any doubt that other people would be hidden in this temple, because they had already observed in this temple and found no danger, and they also trusted them very much. He is a real elder, so he left directly at this moment. After the soldiers left, Elder Zizhan hurriedly opened the cellar, and said to the two people below, "You two, they have already left, you can come out now." Su Xing and Lin Yu then came out of the cellar, while Elder Zizhan knelt down in front of Su Xing and Lin Yu. His forehead was already pressed against the ground. This was almost the highest etiquette, showing respect. 5 bodies cast to the ground is often used to describe it, and 5 bodies refers to the limbs and head, hands, feet and forehead on the ground, which is called 5 bodies cast to the ground. And after the old monk made this movement, directly stunned Su Xing and Lin Yu. "What are you doing? You didn't betray me, and I won't kill you. You don't ask for mercy." Su Xing said quickly. As she said that, Su Xing wanted to help the elder to get up. According to folk belief, the younger generation cannot accept the elders kneeling and worshipping unexpectedly. Elder Zizhan said to Su Xing and Lin Yu, "I am not bowing down for myself. I am begging you for the sake of the 100,000 people in Wine City. I beg the two people who can save Wine City, please get rid of the evils of the city of wine." When Su Xing and Lin Yu heard this, they were both very surprised. This was the first person they met in Wine City and asked for it. Su Xing said immediately, "You don't have to do this. Even if you don't tell me, we will do it. To tell you the truth, I came from Yazhou. My city owner is the famous Feng Zhongjinko Shen Feng. I am those who came here under his order to eradicate evil." After Su Xing learned that Elder Zizhan did not betray him, Su Xing knew that the old monk in front of him was a good person. Not only did he not pursue the matter of the broken Buddha statue, but he also helped him hide his tracks, which is very rare at this time. Su Xing also directly informed the other party of her identity now. After Su Xing revealed his identity, Elder Zizhan burst into tears when he heard it, and said with emotion, "There is still justice in the world. It is really merciful and big-hearted for Mr. Fengshen to come to save Jia Chen. Su Xing and Lin Yu helped the old monk up, and then said, "Don't tell us about our Shen Feng, we are going to kill people next, although there are more than 5,000 enemies, but I kill 100 a day, and only 5 it will kill them all in 10 days, after." Finishing speaking, Su Xing wanted to leave. It seemed that even though Su Xing had learned about the hidden mission, her way of thinking was still the same old way. Apart from killing people, she had no other ideas. Lin Yu respected Su Xing's choice. Su Xing's recklessness was due to her personality. She was born with no knowledge of conspiracy and tricks, and no one taught her these things, so when she completed the task, she would start killing people, right? 10 days? Su Xing was exhausted. However, at this moment, Elders Hizhan hurriedly said, "Don't startle the snake. Once the 2 demons Dong Zhao and Zuba know the identity of your supernatural beings, they will definitely run away. At that time, these the demons will continue to kill people out there, and it has to be done once and for all." When Su Xing heard this, she was suddenly surprised, because she never thought that an old monk could understand such a thing. It seems that this old monk is not simple. Then, what do you mean? Su Xing asked immediately. Elder Zizhan said sincerely, "If you 2 adults don't dislike it, please ask the old monk to help you." Chapter 771. Su Xing was at a time when he didn't know what to do. Elder Zizhan expressed his intention to help her, and Su Xing stopped leaving the temple after that, and asked, "We are going to send all the 5,000 people to the temple. Killed, and there are cults to deal with. What can you do, Elder?" Zizhan said seriously, "I have lived in Wine City for more than 50 years, and I know many things in Wine City well. At this time, I can also give you a lot of advice. Besides, eradicating evil cults and maintaining justice is also what my Orthodox Buddhist sect has to do, so please accept my help." Su Xing pondered for a moment. Anyway, he has nothing to do now. At this moment, it is better to listen to the advice of the old monk. If what he said makes sense, then he can listen to it. If so, then there is no need to think about it. Therefore, Su Xing said directly, "Then you can give us suggestions, we will listen carefully. Brother Lin Yu, please monitor the surrounding voices." However, Elders Hizhan unhurriedly found 3 futons, took the 2 of them to the main hall, sat down here, and then said, "If you want to eradicate these 2 monsters, you need to know how they control their power. Means, and then draw from the bottom of the pot, and attack these means to eradicate the demons in one fell swoop." Su Xing and Lin Yu were also listening carefully. They could see now that this old monk was not a simple person. To have such an opinion, he must be very knowledgeable. Elder Zizhan continued, "First of all, let's talk about Zuba. He has the most means, but it can be concluded that he is coercion and temptation, and he will take by force." Su Xing listened carefully. Now someone is finally analyzing the enemy for her. Of course, it is necessary to listen carefully. Maybe the old monk really has insights and can help her complete the task. First of all, coercion and lure, that is to lead 5,000 villains to master the most powerful force in the Wine City, and lure is to give privileges to these people under him and many wealthy people in the city, so that those who have more advantageous resources will follow along with him. With power and resources in hand, no one can stop Zuba's rule in Wine City. Elder Zizhan said. Su Xing nodded and said, "That's right, the elder said it well." Then, there is plundering and plundering. The tricky aspect is naturally collecting taxes, using various reasons to search in the Wine City, and formulating a working system in the Wine City. You need to work for more than 15 hours a day, and you still can't eat enough. In this way, the hard-working people can barely guarantee that they don't have to starve to death, and they have no strength to resist. As for plundering, there are too many, such as directly occupying the cultivated land near the Wine City. Allowing others to plant, even if it is self-cultivation, will be harvested by force after discovery, so as to control all the food in the Wine City. Food and force are in the hands, naturally there will be no disadvantages. The elder said sadly. Su Xing nodded, and continued, "I know about these things, but I can't connect them. Besides, Dong Zhao, his method is the simplest, which is brainwashing, but this is the most difficult character, even more difficult than Zuba, because the power in the hands of Zuba, a demon, can be seen, yes, but Dong Zhao's method is to confuse people's hearts with fallacies and heresies. People who are bewitched will willingly serve Dong Zhao. Believe it or not, even if you take people to attack cults, there will be many people who are bewitched people standing in front of Dong Zhao. This kind of spiritual control is even more terrifying. Elder Zizhan said seriously. Su Xing and Lin Yu nodded. The uncle's house they stayed at last night, his daughter Xiaoke was mentally controlled. She voluntarily went to pick up the guests without knowing it, and she thought it was accumulating merit. Insidious. Lin Yu interjected, is there any solution, Elder? Zizhan said, it's difficult, at least it's impossible to do this in the city. Even if you two are unique supernatural beings, you can't eradicate these two demons. The food is controlled by the other party. The guns are controlled by the other party, and even many civilians are controlled spiritually, so it is almost impossible to do things in the city. Su Xing reacted quickly. After hearing what the old monk said, he immediately asked, what does the elder mean? If you want to completely eradicate these two demons, you need to start from outside the city, Elder. Zizhan nodded quickly and said, yes, please listen to my analysis. When Dong Zhao and Zubar were doing evil in the city, many people couldn't bear this kind of life and were forced to leave directly. People are actually victims of disasters outside the city, and because they have no money, they are even banned from entering the city, and there are at least 50,000 victims of disasters outside the city. 50,000 disaster victims. Su Xing couldn't help frowning. Could these disaster victims be of any use? These people can only eat bark. Elder Zizhan then said, when the 50,000 disaster victims left the wine city, they were full of resentment. As long as they can gather together, they can surround the wine city, and then launch a psychological offensive to instigate the people to rebel in the city. Come on, big things will come true, otherwise, no matter how powerful you two are, it is impossible to wipe out these two demons and their forces. Now, what do you two think of my suggestion? Originally, Su Xing had no choice but to act recklessly, but now after hearing the old monk's plan, he suddenly realized that the old monk had already grasped the victory while talking and laughing. It was really not easy. However, Su Xing has also discovered something is wrong, that is, the problem of gathering the victims, and then said, this method is really good, let the victims follow me, but they can't fill their stomachs. Will they still follow me? Why do I think it's impossible? When the refugees are in a hurry, they will indeed attack the city, but it is impossible to let these people go to war with them hungry, right? In addition, the victims had no weapons in their hands, and even if they surrounded the city, it would be useless. After hearing this, Elder Zizhan pondered for a moment and said, in this case, we need to solve the problem of food first. It doesn't need much, as long as we can have a week's ration, it is enough. Find a way to get a gun, otherwise, flesh and blood will not be able to hold a bullet. Su Xing looked at Lin Yu and asked, Brother Lin Yu, can I ask Yes how to help me? It doesn't take much, 50,000 people have food for a week, and there are 2,000 more. No, only 1,000 guns will do. When Su Xing heard about the need for food and guns, she immediately began to miss Yazhao, and this matter can definitely be solved perfectly after receiving Yazhao's support. However, for Su Xing's request, Lin Yu directly refused, saying, impossible, especially food. You don't know how important the city lord thinks food is, especially this year. There have been a lot of food all over the country. Famine. Yazhao has been importing food from the King Hong Gang. If it supports you now, what will Yazhao do? Besides, the city lord has made it very clear before, and let you complete this matter independently. After hearing this, Su Xing immediately showed a distressed expression. If Yazhao can't get support, what should I do next? At this time, Elder Zizhan said, you can go to borrow food. It is just under the wine city, which is Zhaotong. You can reach the opposite side after crossing the Yangtze River. You can go back and forth in half a day. As far as I know, Zhaotong has not been affected by the disaster. There is a surplus of food. What about the weapons? We need to give the victims some weapons, otherwise, the victims will not have the strength to fight back. Su Xing has another problem. Even if he can borrow food from Zhaotong in the south, he still has no weapons. Is it possible to borrow weapons in Zhaotong? By the way, Elder Zizhan frowned and thought for a while, and said, there must be some guns among the people, but they are not in the hands of the people. If it is really impossible, then we can only target the bandits around, and give the guns from the hands of the bandits. Grab it and arm the victims. Su Xing nodded and said, it seems that this is indeed the only way to go. Suddenly, Lin Yu asked, these soldiers still respected you just now, what's going on? Shouldn't these bastards be vicious guys? When he came to this point, the Elder Zizhan immediately showed a painful expression, and then said, it's still my fault that I don't know people well. In fact, the leader of the cult you are talking about is actually one of my apprentices, that is, Dong Zhao. This guy has been pretending to be a single-minded Buddha before, even I was deceived by him, and told him a lot of Buddhist teachings, and later he created the Huangxi sect, many of which are from the authentic Buddhist teachings it was obtained after distorting. This is the sin of the old monk. The appearance of this news immediately surprised Su Xing and Lin Yu. In their eyes, Elder Zhihan was considered an eminent monk. As a result, such an eminent monk was actually the master of the leader of the cult. The eminent monk taught us scum. This is really speechless, and I also know that this is the crime I committed, so I want to make up for my mistakes all the time. Although I am not harming people, countless people have been murdered because of me. I cannot escape the responsibility. As long as I can see it with my own eyes, if the demon Dong Zhao is killed, then I will be satisfied. Elder Zhihan finally said helplessly. In Elder Zhihan's opinion, the emergence of the cult was not caused by himself, but it was also related to his ignorance of people. It was because he failed to see Dong Zhao's true face at the beginning, so at this moment, he also has a heavy heart. Guilt. Su Xing pondered for a long time, and found that he could only follow Elder Zhihan's suggestion. Now he had no choice but to kill them one by one. As for the possible obstacles, there was nothing he could do to deal with it, and now Elder Zhihan has proposed a complete plan. At this time, it is naturally no problem to choose a complete plan. Then, let's do it. I'm going to borrow food now. Take care, Elder. If you can't do it, hide in the cellar. Su Xing then said to Elder Zhihan. Elder Zhihan nodded, stood up, clasped his hands together, and said, I only hope that you can kill demons and demons smoothly. After Su Xing and Lin Yu left the temple, at this moment, the whole city was on alert, and few people could be seen on the street. Su Xing and Lin Yu quickly walked away from the city wall. It was seen by several soldiers, and when these soldiers saw Su Xing and Lin Yu wearing shift uniforms, they shot directly. Su Xing and Lin Yu's reactions were very sharp. They could barely see the trajectory of the bullet when they dodged the bullet. Although they couldn't dodge the bullet, they could predict the direction of the bullet and escape when they came under the city wall. Su Xing and Lin Yu walked out along the city wall. The 5-meter-high city wall can reach the city wall with a single jump. At this time, the soldiers on the city wall have not reacted yet. Xing and Lin Yu left gracefully. The enemy has escaped. Hurry up and tell the city lord. These two people are definitely not simple. Maybe they are supernatural beings. The soldiers saw this scene. The enemy was even able to dodge the bullets, and under such circumstances, they ran directly to the city wall above. Such strength is still too exaggerated. After seeing such a character, the residents in the city also showed hope in their eyes. At this time, it seems that they can be saved. Chapter 772. The Avenger. The disaster victims can be seen everywhere outside the city. They have no food or money. At this time, they have no other way but to peel off the bark. Some people want to catch fish, but there are many mutant beasts in the Yangtze River. These mutated beasts hide in the water, and as long as they find animals approaching, they will come out of the water directly. People who are near the water's edge are easily dragged into the water by the mutated beasts. Coincidentally, winter has already arrived, and there is almost no food to be found in the mountains. Even the voles' holes have been dug over and over again. Voles store food in their holes, so the mice will not die of hunger in drought years, because the mice will stockpile food, and the victims know this, so the victims outside the city will dig as long as they see the caves. It is best to dig out food, and if you dig out voles or snakes, you can also add food. And what Su Xing saw was people racking their brains in the wild to find food. These people ate all the food they could find. Sometimes, even if they saw wild vegetables, they would scramble. Not much, but even so, there are people who are crazily fighting for it. Seeing these people doing whatever they can to survive, Su Xing couldn't help but smile wryly. These people shouldn't have become like this. They didn't encounter a natural disaster, but now they have encountered a man-made disaster. It would be nice if they could meet one. If the ruler is the leader, he will definitely not be reduced to this point. At this time, whoever can give them food will be able to recruit enough people, but at this time, there are really too few people who have food. Su Xing said with a sigh. However, at this moment, a voice came from a distance. Someone is distributing food. Let's go. After the victims heard the news of the food distribution, they rushed towards the direction of the sound frantically, with unconcealable enthusiasm in their eyes. Now, everyone has no food, and the cold wave has already moved south. At night, the temperature can even reach below zero. If you can't replenish the heating time in this case, you will be frozen to death. Therefore, as long as you have food, you can survive. Countless victims rushed towards the direction of the sound, but Su Xing was stunned after seeing this scene, because she didn't expect that someone would show up with food at such a time. Who is preparing to invite them? By people's hearts, Lin Yu quickly said, don't follow up and take a look? If you continue to read, you don't know anything. Su Xing came to her senses and hurriedly followed, wanting to know who was distributing food on the west of the city. Countless disaster victims gathered, and only one truck was surrounded. On the side of the truck, more than 20 people were still shouting, we only need 100 people, and each of us will give 50 caddies of food. No more people, listen clearly, only 50 people, but now, there are at least 3,000 people surrounding the truck. It is just a truck, and it has been surrounded 3 times in and 3 times out. Agitated, the strong man said, I'm coming, I'm in good health, I can do anything, and more people are soberly aware that the chance of being selected among so many people is still too small. In this case, someone shouted, if you rob them, how many people are there? Everyone should share the food equally. This group of people had rifles in their hands. Seeing the crowd around them, they immediately shouted, don't go forward. If anyone dares to rob, we will shoot. After finishing speaking, the guy in charge pointed his gun at the sky. A shuttle of bullets was fired, and the sound of gunfire resounded all around, and the crowd that was still in riot suddenly became quiet. The victims' fear of guns still existed. Although there were only a dozen people on the other side, they were all guns in their hands, and they were immediately suppressed. However, even if the victims dare not do anything now, since they learned that there may be food in the car, these people did not choose to leave, but looked at the truck silently, and this kind of silence directly frightened Li Yiqiang. A jump, because the number of people on my side is still too small, and it seems impossible to solve the dispute perfectly if the food is not divided equally. Wait a minute, everyone, there is plenty of food. As long as you are obedient and fight with us, you can have as much food as you want. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from the truck, and Li Yiqiang also quickly looked over the truck, but at some point, 2 people appeared on the top of the truck. They were a man and a woman. The man was handsome and stood aside with his arms folded, without saying a word, while the woman was beautiful, and the words just now were the same. The woman said it, do you know these 2 people? When Li Yiqiang saw the 2 people who appeared suddenly, he felt a little familiar for a while, but he couldn't remember it, and then he began to ask the people around him. However, the people around Li Yiqiang shook their heads quickly, obviously not knowing what the identities of these 2 people were, and Su Xing saw that the victims around him were looking at him, and said immediately, everyone listen to me, I am under Yeshao Fengshan Lord, my name is Su Xing, and I am a person with supernatural powers. I am here to help you. You follow my actions. Now the wine city has been occupied by 2 villains and their dogs, the food has been robbed, the land has been robbed, men have been reduced to beggars, women can only sell their lust, and you have been driven out. Do you want this kind of life? Now, follow me, and I will lead you to take everything back. After Su Xing revealed his identity in front of the victims, he immediately aroused the cheers of a large number of victims. They are also very close to Jiang Yang, and they have heard of the great achievements of Fengshan. Worried about safety, although it is not as good as the life before the apocalypse, but for the people who are suffering now, the life of Jiang Yang and Yezhao is also fascinating. And now Su Xing directly spoke about the experience of the victims in the past 2 years. Recalling the pain during this period, the victims couldn't help crying, and they were always looking forward to someone coming to change their lives. But 2 years have passed. Zuba and Dong Zhao are still doing whatever they want in Jiacheng, but the person who saved them has never appeared in the past. Everyone hoped that the people in the headquarters could save the wine city, but even if they begged in every possible way, the people in the headquarters did not respond to the people in the wine city. In the end, the desperate people could only leave from the wine city. They had no land and no money to live in the city. Pay taxes, but if you want to live, you can only be like pigs and dogs. As for dignity, it is worth a meal. Unwilling people started a demonstration, but after 5,000 soldiers arrived on the street, they started shooting. In the end, the team was helplessly dispersed. At this time, those who did not want to betray their dignity could only leave the wine city. No matter where you go, you will be stopped. It seems that you have fallen into a desperate situation in the wine city, but now at this time, Su Xing appeared in front of everyone, and she was Shen Feng's subordinate. They had heard of Lord Fengshen's reputation, and now they had the hope of surviving. Everyone immediately said, "Why are you here now?" "We have lived in hell for 2 years." After someone learned of Su Xing's identity, he couldn't help crying while sitting on the ground. Looking at him now, he was heartbroken. Su Xing said quickly, "Don't worry, as long as you follow us, you will definitely have food to eat, and I will also uphold justice for you." Afterwards, Su Xing jumped under the car and said to Li Yiqiang, "I'm sorry, I confiscated your food. Please leave your address, and I will return you a carload of food after this matter is over." It turned out that after Su Xing and Lin Yu came here, they realized that this was a rare opportunity to gather people's hearts, so they immediately began to cut off their beards. In short, they first gathered people together, and then they found ways to get food and guns. However, as for the food in the truck, it solved Su Xing's urgent need and just took over directly. At worst, it would be returned later. However, after Su Xing fell down, Li Yiqiang directly knelt down to Su Xing and said, "Please, Lord Fengshen, give us justice. Our elder brother was tricked into coming here 3 months ago, and it turned out that we are not here. We were killed, and our abilities were taken away. We came from Steel City. We wanted to gather people to take revenge, but now you have appeared. Please give us justice." Su Xing looked at Lin Yu and asked, "Have you heard of this?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "I really know about this matter. Speaking of it, I heard Cao Fuli say this at the beginning. At that time, we used the meat of mutant beasts to exchange for the heads of mutant zombies, and we have been using it from Steel City buys coal, and their boss has the ability to manipulate oxygen. As for intelligence work, Lin Yu still knew very well, so he said it directly." At this moment Li Yiqiang nodded quickly and said, Yes, our boss is called Zhong Shiki, the hero who led us back to the Steel City. He has never provoked others, but in the end he encountered a Hongman banquet and was tricked into killing him here. This matter was reported to the headquarters, but the headquarters only said that it would be dealt with, and 3 months have passed, but it has not been dealt with, so in this case, we can only find a way by ourselves. Su Xing didn't expect to meet people from Steel City, then rolled her eyes and said, "I heard that Steel City can produce weapons by itself, so can you bring enough guns?" Li Yiqiang hesitated for a moment, and said, "It is possible, but in terms of time, it will take 2 days. We have more than 8,000 guns over there. How many do you need?" After hearing the news, Su Xing immediately became ecstatic, and said, "Then quickly find a way to send a message to Steel City, saying that I want to borrow 1,000 guns and return them after the matter is completed. At this time, I get food first. You just need to gather the victims, and I will come back with food by tomorrow at the latest. I don't know what you call it. Also, how many disaster victims should be gathered? There are already more than 3,000 people here." Li Yiqiang asked immediately. Su Xing then replied, "You just need to gather the victims, the more the better. Anyway, I don't think too few. More people have more power. If there are fewer people, I'm afraid I won't be able to encircle the Wine City. Also, my name is Su Xing. You can call me whatever you want, Miss Su Xing. Thank you for upholding justice for us, but now, I have 100 guns in my hand. If you take the lead, we can directly attack the city, and then we can directly take revenge, right?" Li Yimeo then said. Li Yiqiang knew the horror of supernatural beings, and Wan Jun took the enemy's head from it like a bag. He didn't understand why Su Xing was going to such troubles now. Wouldn't it be better to just rush in and take revenge? At this time, Su Xing explained seriously, "You haven't entered the Wine City to see it. The people in power in this city are all rotten. If I kill 1 or 2 people, I can do it myself, but I want to kill all of them. Those who do evil need the power of the masses at this time, so that's the case, then I will just gather the victims, and you must come back as soon as possible." Li Yiqiang suddenly realized that it seemed that Yazhao was really going to be angry, and even wanted to uproot the people in power here, so I don't hesitate to spend a lot of energy. If I can have more people's support, then I believe that my winning rate will become higher. Chapter 773 Borrowing Grain. Su Xing found it very easy to gather the crowd, because the victims' hatred for Zuba and Dong Zhao had reached an exaggerated level, especially after she revealed her true identity. Countless people cheered, as if they were in the eyes of these people. If they come by themselves, then the blue sky will come. Su Xing immediately said to Li Yiqiang, "At this time, you should cook porridge for the victims first, and I will bring the food back. When the time comes, I will gather the victims and surround the wine city directly, so that all evildoers will be killed. I can't run away, and besides, you have to send someone to bring the guns quickly. I remember that if you go by water, only 1 day is enough. Please hurry up." When Li Yiqiang learned that Su Xing might be going to borrow food, he said with a wry smile, "Now the victims in the wine city are prohibited from moving freely, especially in the border area. They will all be driven away, and you want to borrow food from Xiaotuang. In my opinion, it is not that easy." After hearing this, Su Xing frowned and thought about it, and then said, "How will you know if you don't try it? Since there is food in Xiaotuang, even if I use force, I will come back with food. I will do what I say." Li Yiqiang actually wanted to ask Su Xing why he didn't ask Ye Zhao to help, because as long as Ye Zhao took action, the crisis in Jiacheng would be resolved in an instant. As a result, Su Xing seems to have only 2 people dealing with it now. There are too few people in the wine city. Su Xing is not easy to explain the situation, because this task itself is for Su Xing to solve independently. If Su Xing asks for help, it is equivalent to admitting that it is difficult for him to complete the task independently. In this way, Su Xing wants to kill the bandits in the future. It also became impossible, and Su Xing also believes that he can successfully borrow food, and then prepares to go to Xiaotuang in the south. In Su Xing's view, such a thing as borrowing food must be sure, and the weapon that is urgently needed now is also because of the emergence of Steel City has solved the problem. Steel City has many more weapons than Wine City. Especially there are iron and coal mines in Steel City. It is very simple to produce weapons, and it is close to the Yangtze River waterway to transport materials. It was a breeze. Li Yiqian quickly said, "There is also a motorcycle in my car. You go and come back quickly. If there are too many victims here, it is impossible for me to control the situation." "That's right, let us use it, let's go back quickly," Su Xing said hastily. Li Yiqian then opened the truck and prepared to cook porridge. Although it cannot satisfy everyone, as long as they can eat a bowl of porridge at this time, it is the happiest thing. After the incident, they started queuing up obediently, mainly because the other party had guns. If they dared to rob them at this time, they would definitely be attacked, so they could only wait for the rice porridge to be distributed. Su Xing got a motorcycle, but she didn't know how to use it, because she didn't learn it before. Fortunately, Lin Yu was riding on a motorcycle and said, "Come on, hold me, and I will take you away. I saw that you didn't know how to use it." Someone who drove a car, Su Xing then sat on the back of the motorcycle, but just reached out and grabbed Lin Yu's shoulder, and said seriously, "Drive quickly, it is impossible to hug you, I am not your wife, let your wife hug you." "All right, Lin Yu didn't answer at this time. After shifting gears, he pinched the handlebars and twisted, and then the motorcycle sped out chug-chug and headed south quickly. Just 4 hours later, Su Xing and Lin Yu had arrived at the junction with Xiaotuang. There was Luca next to the boundary marker. A group of soldiers blocked the way here and shouted loudly from a distance, "Where's the road?" "Here? What is it for?" "Stop quickly, Lin Yu said calmly. "He's from Ye Zhao. Hurry up and report to your chief that someone from Ye Zhao is here." Afterwards, Lin Yu stopped directly at Luca's position, and Su Xing shouted, "Let us go quickly, don't delay our time." Borrowing food is very important, especially when there are a lot of victims outside the city. If the food cannot be brought back in time, there will be chaos among the victims themselves, and the food carried by Li Yiqiang can only last at most. It took more than a day, so at this time, Su Xing wanted to pass this level quickly. "Stop, this is not something you can pass by casually. You came from the wine city. It says that people from the wine city are not allowed to go south. You say you are from Ye Zhao. What proof do you have?" The soldiers were very responsible, directly blocked the 2 of them, and did not have the idea of letting them go. Su Xing got out of the car immediately and said, "I have a food stamp from Ye Zhao on me, take a look, this is my certificate." "Right, what Su Xing can think of as proof is the food stamps in his hand, and in the end of the world, all regions have their own food settlement methods, and under normal circumstances, all regions use their own food stamps for settlement, and in this way. For one thing, food stamps used in different places are of different styles, and only local food stamps can be used in one place. However, after Su Xing took out the food stamps on her body, the other party continued to say, "Even if you are from Ye Zhao, you can't go there. The headquarters has an order that people in Ye Zhao are not allowed to walk around at will. Go back quickly." If you have any objections, if so, let your city lord Shen Feng come over in person, otherwise, you are not allowed to go there. Su Xing originally wanted to explain seriously, at least to clarify her identity and purpose, but at this moment the other party mentioned Shen Feng, and she was still uttering wild words that Shen Feng must come in person to let him go. Su Xing became angry immediately, and said, "You are really using chicken feathers as arrows? Really think you can stop me?" After finishing speaking, Su Xing stepped hard on the ground with one foot. When the sole of her foot hit the ground, it immediately caused a violent vibration. The entire road was already shaking violently, and there were ripples on the solid ground. It turned into the surface of water, such a drastic change that the soldiers couldn't think of, and they couldn't stand upright immediately, and fell to the ground. Su Xing immediately jumped into the car and urged Lin Yu, "Run, let's pass now." The checkpoints on the side of the road are relatively simple, with only a few road poles in the center, but now that Su Xing has cast a supernatural power, the surrounding ground has been destroyed, and the surrounding roads are already in a mess. Taking advantage of this, Lin Yu rode his bicycle and left. "Hurry up and contact your superiors. It's best that when we arrive in Xiaotong, someone is already there to welcome us. Otherwise, don't blame us for breaking the city wall," Lin Yu said coldly, and then galloped out. After the soldiers got up from the ground, they looked at each other in blank dismay, because they never expected that the two people in front of them turned out to be supernatural beings, and their destructive power was so powerful that they destroyed the surrounding ground in an instant. Let alone the road surface, even the surrounding hillsides have already collapsed. With the checkpoint as the center, all the ground within a radius of 100 meters has been destroyed. Go. They turned out to be supernatural beings? What are they doing in Xiaotong? Are they looking for trouble? Some soldiers began to ask, how could such a thing happen? We didn't offend Jiao here, so how could they find fault? The captain immediately began to refute, but when he was in Yanjing, wasn't Yu Henggai alone? The casualties caused were very serious. In my opinion, the woman who appeared just now was not much different. She just stepped on her foot, and the surrounding ground was already turned upside down. If no one can control her, these two must have caused huge casualties. I'm going to report what happened to my superiors now. You continue to stay here. Remember, the victims cannot be allowed to go south. After Su Xing and Lin Yu forcibly broke through the checkpoint of going south, they finally came to Xiaotong smoothly. There are very famous apples here, which taste very sweet, but there are too many mountains around, and the traffic is a problem. And many of the fields here are on the mountains. It is unrealistic to use large-scale machinery to cultivate the land here. At most, small-scale agricultural machinery is used to cultivate the land. Su Xing was very skeptical. Is there really enough food here? The old monk Zizian is not lying to me, is he? Lin Yu didn't answer, but continued to move forward. Su Xing continued to observe. Although there are more mountains here, the places suitable for reclamation have basically been reclaimed. In many fields, wheat seedlings can still be seen. At that time, Su Xing finally believed that Xiaotong had food. When the two finally arrived outside Xiaotong city, it was already dusk, and after running for a day, the exhaust pipe of the motorcycle was already boiling hot, and it was even possible to fry eggs. At this time, Su Xing and Lin Yu also saw a group of people outside the city. They were all wearing formal attire and surrounded by many people. One could tell their identities by looking at this group of people. They must be the leaders here. After Su Xing and Lin Yu stopped, someone greeted them immediately. Mr. Lin Yu, Ms. Su Xing, what is your business in Xiaotong? We contacted Yazhao during the day, and Master Fengshen said that I didn't ask you to come to Xiaotong, so I don't know what you are here for. Su Xing didn't hide it anymore, and said directly, I'm here to borrow food, and you are bordering on the wine city. You must know that the wine city has been occupied by two demons at this time, and that side has become hell on earth, and I came here just to completely solve the problem in Wine City. Lin Yu originally wanted to negotiate. After all, everyone does not violate the river. Even though Yazhao is blocked, they are all one family in the southwest region. Everyone can understand their dialect. It is okay to be polite. It's normal, but at this moment, Su Xing directly stated the purpose, which is obviously not understanding the negotiation process. After hearing this, the leader of Xiaotong said with a smile, so, let's go to the city to talk. As for food, our side is not rich, but we can still give out 10 tons and 8 tons. Talk about this slowly. After Su Xing heard this, she immediately felt that something was wrong. It would be useless to give only 10 tons of food. There were at least 50,000 victims outside the city of Jiacheng. These victims were restricted from moving around. All rat holes have been dug out. If it is estimated based on 50,000 people, each person eats 500 grams of grain per day. In total, 2.5 tons of grain is enough. This is the minimum standard. If you save a province, that is 5 days' supply, which is still too little. Once something goes wrong, the food will be cut off. Therefore, at least 50 tons of food is enough. The next step is how do we make a request? Su Xing then looked at Lin Yu, as if asking for advice at this moment. Lin Yu really couldn't stand it anymore, and then said in a low voice, when you eat later, remember to drink, don't drink too much, and then look at me and act. I will come to make the conditions. If the other party disagrees, then you are going to be crazy about drinking. Originally, Lin Yu didn't plan to make a move, but if he didn't want to do anything, then according to Su Xing's personality, he would definitely threaten with force. If the relationship between the two parties deteriorates, it will definitely bring troubles to Yazhao. Trouble, so I had to find a way. Drinking. Madness, I don't know. Besides, as a girl, wouldn't it be too much for me to be drunk and crazy in front of so many big shots? After Su Xing heard Lin Yu's suggestion, she suddenly felt a little nervous. If you don't like it, being drunk and crazy will ruin your reputation no matter what time it is. Chapter 774 Give everyone the whole job. Su Xing doesn't know how to drink, and according to Lin Yu's suggestion, he still needs to be crazy about drinking after drinking. He is still a lady, so he needs to pay attention to his image. Bringing it back is a banquet to wash away the dust. It would be a shame to be drunk, Lin Yu quickly said. It's already at this time now, everything is ready and only owes Dongfeng. If there is no food, you don't even think about going according to the plan, and the mission can't be completed by then. I want to know, you take it, how else can I realize my dream? When Su Xing heard this, she also knew that it was impossible to give up halfway at this time. She had reached this point, so she had to sacrifice her reputation. Okay, I'll definitely cooperate with you when the time comes, but I can't drink too much. I'll try my best to restrain myself, and if I'm serious about drinking, remember to stop me. Su Xing said helplessly. Su Xing is imitating Shen Feng in many ways, especially if she wants to imitate Shen Feng to build a career, but she has no chance. In terms of drinking capacity, Su Xing does not need to imitate Shen Feng at all, because her drinking capacity is not good. Shen Feng poured it in a glass, and Su Xing did the same next. A group of high-level executives from Xiaotuang brought Lin Yu and Su Xing to a luxury hotel, where a banquet had already been held. After everyone arrived, the hotel immediately served food, and all kinds of special delicacies were presented. Although the current Yazhao is blocked, but now two supernatural beings from Yazhao have also appeared in Xiaotuang, and everyone has no way to deal with it. After all, supernatural beings are basically concentrated in the hands of big forces, and in Xiaotuang, there is not a single supernatural person. When Su Xing saw the delicious food in front of her eyes, she immediately whetted her appetite. The white rice porridge she ate in the morning has long been digested. Now that there are many delicious foods, she naturally wants to eat them. Lin Yu is also in the same state. I have watched the video of boiled cabbage a long time ago, and I also know that the most precious thing in this dish is the soup. So after entering the palace kitchen, Lin Yu directly scooped up the soup and poured it into his stomach, and the soup also, it is indeed delicious, but the fly in the ointment is that it cannot fill the stomach, but it turns into urine and is excreted in an hour. It's different now. A sumptuous dinner is already in front of them, and it's still for themselves. With this kind of treatment, Su Xing and Lin Yu are also very satisfied. You too, please. You have been on the road for a whole day, and you must be hungry. We have prepared a lot of food here, please enjoy it. A middle-aged man said first. He is now the chief official of Xiaotuang. He was also very polite when dealing with Su Xing and Lin Yu. Su Xing and Lin Yu weren't too polite. They started to eat after sitting down. They had been hungry for 2 or 3 days. Now that there are so many delicacies to eat, they don't need to be polite. While Su Xing and Lin Yu were eating and drinking, the accompanying people were also saying, we will definitely understand the two of you who want to uphold justice, but you two heroes, please understand us. We absolutely support the actions of the two of you, but we can only take out 10 tons of grain, all of which are dried corn. Please don't think too little, and we can take it away tomorrow. Lin Yu said while eating, But as far as I know, Xiaotong has not been affected by disasters in the past 2 years. How could there be a shortage of food? It seems that you don't believe in the credit of our Yaziao. It will definitely happen if you borrow your food. Pay it back. The implication is that Lin Yu dislikes the fact that there is too little food to borrow here, and his own side must at least increase by 5 times. It is impossible to win within a week or two. This is the inside story that you don't know. Because we are under the jurisdiction of the headquarters, our side has not been affected by the disaster, but the north has been affected, and our surplus food has been deployed, so we only have enough food for half a year. If you borrow too much food, we will be powerless. Xiaotong's leader said. Having said that, 10 tons of grain was still sent to beggars. While eating, Su Xing felt dissatisfied. 10 tons of grain couldn't even fill a large truck. With such a small amount of grain, she just wanted to deal with it. What you need to know is that even Li Yiqiang, who is farther away, can carry a truckload of grain, but at this time, the neighboring places are unwilling to borrow more. Instead, they are constantly complaining at this time. After discovering this, Su Xing was very upset, took a bottle of wine next to her and started drinking. The cork of the wine is made of cork, which can isolate the air. Under normal circumstances, to open the red wine, a corkscrew is needed. Yes, the bottle is shaken and the cork is already ejected. Lin Yu saw that the other party was smiling, but he never let go of the issue of borrowing food, and immediately cursed in his heart. It's really a bunch of old foxes, entertaining us, and complaining at the same time, making us unable to continue talking. It's really not good easy to deal with. But at this time, Lin Yu had already thought of a solution, and then, Lin Yu smiled and said, speaking of which, a few months ago, there was an auction of supernatural potions in Mizhao. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. After everyone heard this, they immediately pricked up their ears. Nowadays, supernatural beings are so scarce in the world, and supernatural beings have gained a long lifespan. Longevity is what everyone is pursuing, so everyone is very concerned about the news of supernatural potions, but this thing is a typical price but no market. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. Even in Mizhao, it is only after auctioning 5 supernatural potions. There is no news. After everyone has the supernatural potion, they are eager to use it immediately. Who will auction off the precious supernatural potion? Seeing that he had whetted the other party's appetite, Lin Yu continued, to be honest, I know some information about supernatural potions. Do you want to know? Everyone also has their own sources of information. Now after hearing Lin Yu's words, they immediately thought in their hearts, this is the supernatural potion that came out of Yaziao. Using this news to whet our appetite is really trying to cover up. However, someone still cooperated and said, I would like to hear more about it. Lin Yu then said, actually, supernatural potions can make people become supernatural beings, and even the worst supernatural beings have changed their bodies. It doesn't mean that supernatural beings are no longer human beings. People with abilities and humans can also have children. This proves that people with abilities are still within the category of humans. As long as they are people with abilities, they can gain a long life, aging will be delayed, the body will automatically remove harmful substances, and cells will divide. The ability to increase, and finally manifested, is a long lifespan. Every supernatural person can live at least 300 years if he lives naturally. As long as he takes care of him patiently, he can even live 500 years. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene became excited no matter how high or powerful they were. They had heard similar rumors before, but such rumors had no basis, and everyone was skeptical. But at this moment, Lin Yu, when the supernatural person said this, it immediately added authenticity to these rumors. After hearing these words, many leaders couldn't help asking, then what do you mean by this? Lin Yu smiled and said, what I mean is very simple, that is, we have a supernatural potion in our hands, and we are going to sell it, so we refer to the auction price in Mizhao. 1,000 tons grain is the bottom line, so how about it? For the sake of our acquaintance, I will give you a little cheaper, only need 800 tons of grain, and I can sell it to you. Isn't this a good choice? Su Xing's eyes widened immediately after hearing this, and when she looked at Lin Yu, she thought to herself, even if I've been drinking now, I'm not as good at bragging as you, yet I just opened my mouth and started talking nonsense. Badeo, where do we have supernatural potions in our hands? What? Lin Yu said, immediately excited the leaders present. The people who can accompany this banquet are at least 40 years old, And there are several people around 50 years old. And these people, even if it is over half 100 years old, especially in the apocalypse, the average lifespan has been reduced in a straight line. Even if these people have taken the evolution potion and become an evolutionary, their strength is not very good. As for the lifespan, it can be said that half of it is buried in the earth, and the existence of supernatural potions can directly prolong the lifespan of everyone. This kind of good thing is still very attractive to everyone present. The name of Xiao Tong's chief official is Chang Jianyi. Judging from this surname, this is a minority nationality. When the word tiger is used on the surname, it is actually pronounced as cat. This is also the pronunciation changed by ancient people to avoid taboos. Just like in ancient times, tigers were called big insects, but in Sichuan province they were called cats and cats. As for Yunnan province, they seem to be called old wild cats, but they all referred to tigers now. Chang Feng said directly, Mr. Lin Yu, I don't know where the supernatural potion is. Can we take a look first? When Chang Feng said this, everyone immediately realized that it was true, and they have not seen the real thing yet, so how could they agree directly? In short, after seeing the supernatural potion and not seeing the real product, it is absolutely unacceptable. However, Lin Yu said with a smile, I don't bring it now, but as long as you give us the food, after more than 10 days, we will be able to hand over the supernatural potion to you immediately, because now the supernatural power of the potion is inside Zuba's head. Now that Lin Yu said this, everyone immediately understood what Lin Yu said just now. It turned out to be a white wolf with empty gloves. It can only be obtained after killing Zuba. Mr. Lin Yu, you are just joking. You don't have supernatural potions in your hands now, but now you want to obtain 800 tons of grain with only one promise. For the sake of the common people, if we donate 800 tons of grain, I don't know how many people will eat wild vegetables. At that time, even if you kill Zuba, how can we guarantee that we can get the supernatural potion? Chang Feng said directly. The implication is that Chang Feng doesn't believe Lin Yu and Su Xing's guarantee, and wants to take away 800 tons of grain with just one sentence. How is this possible? Lin Yu smiled, and looked at Su Xing, who was on the side. Su Xing was still drinking wine while gobbling up just now. While Lin Yu was talking with the other party, he had a good meal, and the hotel staff were also very happy. Sensible, she has been serving food non-stop. It is impossible to imagine that a girl can eat so much food. Now, Su Xing drank a whole bottle of red wine, her face was flushed, her eyes were blurred, she was obviously drunk. Lin Yu also knew that it was time to show his strength, so he said to Su Xing, everyone present felt that the supernatural beings are useless. Now you can prove the strength of the supernatural beings. Let all the leaders know the power of supernatural beings. So, you will give everyone the whole job now. Although Su Xing was drunk and dizzy, she did not forget her responsibility, so she hiccuped and stood up. Hi, I'm going to perform right away. Leaders, please watch. Take a look at the strength of the supernatural being. After finishing speaking, Su Xing jumped down from the window. This is the 5th floor, but even the drunk Su Xing was as light as a swallow, and landed on the ground lightly, and then began to perform drunken madness. Chapter 775, Apricot Immortal. After Lin Yu finished saying these words, Su Xing jumped down directly with the help of alcohol, and fell from the 5th floor to the street. At this time, there were still people walking on the street. The curfew started at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Yes, everyone should take a walk now, and no noises are allowed in the middle of the night, and many leaders are dumbfounded now. He has never said that supernatural beings are useless. How did Lin Yu come to the conclusion that he looks down on supernatural beings? After Su Xing fell on the street, he was not afraid of losing face with the help of alcohol, but under the crowd watching, Su Xing clasped his fists and said proudly, Fathers and folks, I am Su Xing from Yazhou. When I first arrived in Treasure Land, I have nothing to show for it, so I will show you my abilities. After finishing speaking, Su Xing jumped up high, and then fell heavily on the ground. It stands to reason that even if the petite Su Xing landed on the ground, there would be no change. However, at this moment, Su Xing landed on the ground. After landing on the ground suddenly shook violently, and the surrounding people felt the shock clearly, and everyone around them could hardly stand still. Boom! The shock wave was transmitted to the surroundings, but this force was under Su Xing's control. The surrounding ground was shaking, and the houses were shaking, especially the hotel next to it. The shaking caused everyone around to start fleeing. There's An earthquake, there's an earthquake, run quickly. The crowd on the street shook in an instant at this time. In the wine bureau, many leaders looked ugly, because they have already seen that Lin Yu and Su Xing had planned this completely, and what to say to show the strength of supernatural beings. Isn't it to use physics to keep your head down here? How can this be? If you really want to do this, doesn't it mean that you have succumbed to the power of the supernatural being? This matter still needs to be discussed in the long run, and we really can't get 800 tons of grain here. Please, Mr. Lin Yu and Ms. Su Xing, don't do things too much. I think the demon Yu Henggai started killing in Yanjing back then. In the end, he was spurned by thousands of people. Hu Changfeng said in a deep voice at this time, and he was not afraid of Lin Yu's threat at all. Lin Yuxin said, you can't force it too much, it's better to leave a little room for the opponent to change. Afterwards, Lin Yu took a step back and said, I also know that it is too sudden to exchange food with supernatural potions in a hurry, but at this time, it is imminent to eradicate the two demons in the wine city. Therefore, at this time, I will also give in exchange for 500 tons of grain. However, many leaders still refused to give in at this time. After seeing Lin Yu's retreat now, they felt that there was still room for bargaining, so they continued, 500 tons is really too much? Our side is really I can't get it out, and besides, such a large grain transaction can't be carried out without telling the headquarters. It must be reported, and it will take 2 days to go back and forth, so please ask Ms. Su Xing to take a rest and wait until she sobers up. How about it? Although Lin Yu is young, he also knows all kinds of means in the system. Right now, the other party says that they have to wait for 2 days. There is only a conflict in terms of time, but at this time, it is to continue to show strength. Afterwards, Lin Yu stood at the window and shouted, Su Xing, the performance just now was seen by hundreds of people. How can this show your true strength? Go to the city wall to perform, but there is one thing, the performance belongs to the performance. Don't break the city wall. Su Xing's strength has increased. Wine is a thing that has a lot of stamina. It doesn't feel good when you start to drink it, but as long as you drink it, you will become unstable after a while. Normally, it is used to taste slowly. Yes, but Su Xing doesn't understand these things. She just chews peonies and treats wine as a drink, and now her mind is a little confused. He vaguely heard Lin Yu's voice, and then said vaguely, what? Go to the city wall and destroy the city wall? I understand. As she said that, Su Xing staggered towards the distant city wall. No one dared to stop her along the way. Even the soldiers guarding the surroundings did not dare to approach her at all. She could only watch from a distance. And as Su Xing walked, the ground was shaking, causing chaos in the city. Almost everyone thought it was an earthquake, so they were all running towards the open space while Su Xing was moving towards the city wall. Lin Yu sat down slowly and began to taste the fried beef pupa. When most people talk about the specialties of Yunnan province, they think that the whole worm feast and the colorful hand-picked rice are the most representative. Now it is winter, and the general worms can't be found, but the beef pupa can still be found. It just happened to be fried and delivered to the dining table, just to satisfy Lin Yu's appetite. At this time, everyone in the hotel saw the drunken Su Xing moving away from the city wall, and couldn't help but ask the soldiers to stop Su Xing. Now the city walls are being built all over the world, because the city walls can bring the most basic security to everyone. Feeling, if Su Xing is allowed to tear down the wall, the panic will inevitably expand. But at this moment, Lin Yu said lightly, if your people strike first, then Su Xing will not show mercy. Let me remind you of one thing. At this moment, Su Xing is in a state of drunkenness. If you offend her, even I can't hold him back, so you should think carefully about it. Lin Yu is too lazy to talk now. Buying a priceless supernatural potion with 500 tons of grain is already the price of cabbage. In this case, if these people still want to bargain, it's too greedy. Even if the transaction volume involved this time is too large, but in the end the transaction got a supernatural potion, it is impossible for the headquarters to blame these people. However, they are still pushing down the price, so we can only let Su Xing perform up. At this moment, Su Xing staggered into a street lamp, and her forehead suddenly became red and swollen. At this moment, Su Xing became angry immediately, pointing to the street lamp and said, you don't have long eyes, but you actually blocked my way. I die. It is difficult for a drunk person to understand the truth, but at this moment, it is like this. Su Xing obviously bumped into the street lamp on his own initiative, but at this moment Su Xing was actually beating him up, The angry Suzing followed. I just started, and just punched, right in the middle of the street light. Even Suzing's punch could not cause damage to the street lamps. After all, it is a steel lamp post, which cannot be easily broken. However, Suzing immediately cast a supernatural power, and the powerful shock wave directly just spread out, but in an instant, the light bulb above the head burst instantly, and the lamp post was also twisted out of shape. At this time this scene was seen by everyone, and they were immediately frightened. With such a powerful force, it is obviously very easy to destroy the city wall. Moreover, it is useless to reason with this kind of drunk lunatic, thinking that the drunk lunatic is insane. She doesn't care if what you say makes sense. Anyway, I want to hit someone when I'm upset at this time, Lin Yu said lightly. Please don't underestimate Suzing. Suzing was not famous before. Even the ground can tear dozens of kilometers apart. Suzing, who is in a rage, even our city lord has to be careful, so now, it is best for everyone not to get close. Let her have a fit, I promise, as long as if you don't provoke Suzing, then Suzing won't hurt anyone. After hearing Lin Yu's words, everyone could only smile wryly, because they had already seen that this was a blatant threat. If Suzing did not agree to this deal, Suzing would give up Xiaotong's city wall. It won't hurt people if it is demolished, but the cost of building the city wall is not just 500 tons of food. If there are mutant beasts from the mountain descending during the period, the residents of the city will also be threatened. Therefore, Chang Feng had no choice but to say, okay, we agreed to this deal, but you must keep your promise. If you don't give us the supernatural potion in the end, we will announce what happened tonight. Let people all over the country know that the people in Yuzhou don't keep their promises. Lin Yu nodded and said, isn't it enough to promise earlier? Don't worry, it's just a scumbag's head, and it will definitely be handed over to you in the end. Now that the other party had agreed, Lin Yu walked to the window and said lightly, Suzing, come back, there is no need to perform. Suzing had already traveled a long distance at this time, but Lin Yu's voice was able to condense and finally fell into Suzing's ears. This ability can only be achieved by someone like Lin Yu who can manipulate sound waves. Suzing calmed down after hearing Lin Yu's voice, and then staggered back. That's all right. Now that we have eaten and drunk, and the matter has been clarified, let's prepare the food and load it. We are about to set off, but please ask the driver to accompany you. Now, we will protect their safety. Lin Yu said afterwards. Chang Feng said in embarrassment, it's getting late now, why don't you just stay here for one night and wait until dawn before leaving? Besides, Miss Suzing is still drunk at this time, and it seems that it is not right to go on the road in this state. Is it suitable? There is no need to worry about this. Time is the most pressing thing now. We must return quickly at this time. We will leave with the food. When we come back next time, it will be time to hand over the supernatural potion to you. It is. Lin Yu said with a smile. In desperation, everyone could only choose to compromise and ask someone to load the car. As for whether they can get the supernatural potion in the end, they can only hope that the other party is a good and honest person. Loading is the most troublesome thing. After all, it is 500 tons of grain. The loading is not over until midnight, and Suzing is completely drunk. At this time, she is lying on the side of the road wrapped in a quilt. There is no image of a lady at all, and Suzing's unrefined appearance was photographed by a troublemaker, and she was about to post it on the internet, and the title was very simple, I met a sloppy female with supernatural powers today. Lin Yu looked at Suzing helplessly, and said, it's too honest. I told you to be crazy about drinking. You can drink whatever you want, as long as your acting skills are decent, but you are fine. You drank a whole bottle, and now you can't call it a drink. Wake up, that means I am by your side, otherwise you will lose your reputation. Later, Lin Yu recorded in his notebook, Suzing is the most likely to be deceived by her teammates, because she has unconditional trust in the teammates around her. This needs to be corrected in the future. Under normal circumstances, trusting teammates is a matter of course, but now is the end. No one knows if they will be stabbed in the back, especially Suzing will complete tasks independently in the future. If she trusts others casually, it was easy to be betrayed, so at this time, Lin Yu gave an evaluation that needed to be corrected. Next, Lin Yu threw Suzing into the co-pilot to put on his seat belt, and started the car himself. He took the car and drove towards the north. There were more than 70 vehicles in the fleet, and the car was full of food, although most of it is just corn. As long as it can fill the stomach, the convoy couldn't run faster on the road, and it didn't arrive outside the city of Jiacheng until noon the next day. After crossing the Yangtze River, they soon saw the black crowd on the edge of the Yangtze River. These people were boundless. What is certain is that there are tens of thousands of these people. After seeing the convoy appear, they immediately cheered, Xingxin! Xingxin! Su! Xing slowly opened her eyes. Now that she woke up, she looked at the bright sky around her. It seemed that it was noon, but there was a lot of noise outside. She couldn't help but ask, "What's going on outside? What are you shouting for?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.